Darkness fears the break of dawn! Let fire light the sky!
Invoker. You know, it's a little bit passive.
Dire Team ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You know, kind of chunk damage style. I feel like if they went in Leshrac, for example, they've got enough burst to be able to deal with that before it's able to get off any kind of protective stuff. But South Built, they're just going to ban it out anyway. They're not wanting to take away that risk because they are a little weak on the tower push right now from Galaxy Race.
Yeah, they very much are. And well, it looks like the Void and also the Slot are getting banned out for Galaxy Racer. So they're kind of, you know, in two minds as well. Not sure if this Beastmaster is going to get played at a 2 or if it's going to get pushed to a position 3 here. What do you think they need for this overall last pick? They don't have much time though, unfortunately.
I'd go like an Invoker. You know, it's a little bit passive, but you've got good setups with the Sunstrike. Now they're going to Bristleback, huh? Okay.
Well, that's up in the face.
I mean, Spirit Vessel's at a premium right now, you know, against the Morphling and the Bristleback. Is Viper banned? Not.
No, do you even think about it OD? Like, that's a hell of a game. You might be a bit greedy, but it's also a nice setup for the Mirana, the save for the Raw Lion instance setup. You can go Force for the Clockwork. I just like Morphling Bristleback cores that OD thrives against.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. They also changed it a little bit, right? Yeah, the Ags doesn't give the extra cast range, but it actually allows you to farm because it has that AoE once the imprisonment's done. But I feel like you don't need farm once you've got the Ag Scepter, so it's kind of counterintuitive. But they're going to opt to go for the OD. I mean, it's like you said, good for save, good for burst. With that Sanity's Eclipse, sets up for the Mirana stun. To be fair, a lot of the mids were taken out. Like,
they were.
There was no Puck, no DP, no Spirits. It was slim pickings for sure to choose from. So a good call there.
You did highlight though that Galaxy Racer, one of their weaknesses was the capability to be able to take towers, and that Outward Devourer does not provide them a way to take these objectives. They're going to have to now rely on getting pickoffs and really having an incredibly farmed Juggernaut as well. But we've got an OD we don't see much, a greedy, I don't want to say greedy, but an up-in-your-face lineup from South Built, the Beastmaster mid. I know teams have been picking, I personally still haven't seen it yet, but now also the Bristleback as their 3. So, you know, South Built currently undefeated series-wise. Galaxy Racer looking to try and get on the board as well for their second series. How are we feeling though with Game 1's draft? Is there a team that you'd be favoring?
Like I like Clockwork as a hero, but this patch it just seems a little meh. You know, you're very all in on you know, just that hook shot, and it feels like you're not offering too much once it's been expended. Like you mentioned before as well, you know, you've got the cookie, you've got the leap, you've got the burrow strike to be able to get out of that, and you know, even later on, the Juggernaut can just either Omni/U within the cost, or to see a Force Staff eventually built here by the OD as well. It's great, you know, it gives you everything that you want. You lack mobility, it gives you a bit more intelligence, it even now gives HP as opposed to the regen, which I think you're going to be perfectly happy about. So I'm probably going to go Galaxy Racer this time around, although, like you mentioned, it is a good Morphling game. I feel like they've just responded quite well, though, to the picks that Southfield have been able to be putting out.
Yeah, 100%. I think the OD answer is devastating for Southfield. But speaking about the OD, we've seen this hero be it's gone back and forth throughout the past month. You know, it was now getting played. Whoever would have thought rushing a Meteor Hammer can be flexed as a 4, a 3, even sometimes mid we see that same item build. Now, what is the difference here after that big patch for 7.29? Is it back to the old OD item build, or do we still see sometimes the Meteor?
Meteor, right? Because it gives you that insane burst potential. You know, you're going to be able to take out the likes of a Beastmaster or a Morphling if you rotate through. It also gives you that tower push, right? The big thing is, though, once you get it at the 6-7 minute mark or so, you actually need to get kills with it. If you are missing out on too many of these opportunities to continue to snowball, you're going to fall behind in a decent way because, like we mentioned before, you only get the AoE damage from the Astral Imprisonment when you've got your Ags already. It's going to be a hard time just farming up relative to a Bristleback or a Morphling, or even the Beastmaster once he got Ags.
I don't know if I'm a fan of the Bristleback set. Have you seen Enryu's set right now? It feels like he just doesn't seem right. I don't know. Is his build like smaller? Usually I swear Bristleback's a lot more stockier, tankier. It just seems like
he's on his cut.
Interesting sign. He's shredding. Yeah, he's on his cut.
Yeah, he's ripped though. Stereo is a music festival here in Australia. Or was. I'm not sure if it's still a thing, but anyway, he's on the cut for sure.
That's a big beefy man, but here we go. We see Radiant a lot of emphasis with that vision around the top side, so Sand King should be able to get that for free. Might see a bit of a brawl down bot. Actually, they're going to give away the bounty here. Southfield not looking to contest at the moment.
A little bit odd, you're going up against a nice small choke point. You've got a stun with the Samael, you've got the Quill Spray from Enryu, and you also had the Wild Axes. So if you were able to spam them out, I mean, I guess it is 8 seconds cooldown with Bob here, but still, it was a decent amount of early team fight.
Let's see. Still very easy for Bob to be able to last hits. It just needs that regen, and what's he actually got coming out on the courier? So he's got a Selv instead. So we'll see the bottle rush. What did Mirana start with? It's not that bottle rush for Polis and himself though.
I hate it.
God damn it, Polis! Come on, come on.
Zenki, you did a good job making sure. It's standard play as the Mirana to make sure that you're arrowing the range creep to secure the lane a little bit. It's bullying out there as well. Going to be able to spot out the fact that this is warded up here. Sentry by Zenki. Bullied him out, but block it off. I mean, that's enough though. You just want to be able to take away that 2-minute timing. Hope for the body block eventually. Again though, he's right on point. He's right there next to Paulson, making sure that he's got low HP, not able to contest too much in lane, and Morphling, he's free farming.
That's exactly what you want to see, yeah. How does the Morphling's lane now play out with the changes to the attribute shift? Do you think it's a little bit better early on? Because we always saw that Morphling could get very much pressured until he got a couple more points in the attribute shift.
Well, I mean, it's fine, right? Because you're just getting a ton of stats, and Zenki's doing a great job to make sure that he's not actually being bullied, so he doesn't even need to worry about the mana cost too much. You can see he hasn't put a point into the waveform, he's just made sure to get that adaptive strike so he can safely secure those range creeps if he ever does need to step up just another 1 or 2 steps. Runes that have already spawned. You can see Polo, he's having to rotate through. He finally does get one of these larger creeps, and so now he's level 2, so Zenki's not able to put out the same level of harass as previous. Out of regen though. Be playing a little bit more carefully. See, it's going to be Polo that's actually building up into the urn, already having 2 components there. He wants to make sure that he can have a great early game. If he can get that first blood, it'll put them a long way towards actually having a successful mid game.
Out of my way!
Oh no, Zenki He just placed down that Observer Ward as well. Polo's making sure not to immediately get rid of it too. Feel like he knows.
Denied.
Nice deny coming through there from Zenki. He's having a great early game here. Might cost him his life, but it's only been the one with a lot of these abilities. It's actually first blood against the Snapfire.
First thing in the morning.
Tolerance.
He does end up giving his life eventually, but, you know, tension was on the other side of the map.
Yeah, first blood coming out there. That's nice for Enryu to be able to pick up. I was going to say that this Shank Mirana, like you were highlighting, it's such an important Spirit Vessel game against the Morphling Bristleback. Two heroes that get very heavily countered by it. And we've seen Miranas with this position 3 in the Sand King really have strong early games because of that Burrow Strike set up for the arrow. And this could just be the big factor here for Galaxy Racer to offset the Bristleback's early game factor.
It is, but that's just why I'm gushing over the fact of how good Zenki has been this early on, you know, keeping them away, making sure Morphling's level 4, so, you know, now he's even got 2 points in the Adaptive Strike, still just putting a lot of faith in the fact that, look, these enemy cores, they're under-farmed. I mean, look at the Sand King, he's all the way down there. The only reason Mirana's up a little more is because she got the last hit onto Zenki when he dragged them all the way away. Also been able to arrow a couple of these larger creeps. Getting arrow really going for that burst damage. Like 2 points is the real sweet spot there. You get 2.5 times damage from that Sacred Arrow.
Well, how about down bot here? Haven't seen too much action so far. I mean, Enry did get that kill, but at least haven't been watching it at the moment. With Enry in line up against Mizu and also 3-4-3. How's this lane kind of fare here for the Jog?
Well,
thank you.
Zenki, I think not able to get anything in response. No, that urn actually comes out just in time as well, so he's even able to heal up KYXY. I feel like with this bot lane, right, you talk about all of these things that Jug hates playing against, you know, the Morphling, of course. It's a great thing to be able to just change up into that. And Bristleback, right, it doesn't matter that, you know, you spin away. Physical damage, the cool spray, so you're able to continuously chase him down, do this sort of stuff where, you know, what are you going to do? Contest against this kind of pull? I mean, Enryu just got a ton of golden experience. We're also seeing from Alacrity, he's not opting to go the Meteor Hammer. Instead, just looking to rush straight into that 4-star after a couple of early stat lineups, which, you know, makes total sense. You know, allows you to get away with block work.
Lane,
prevents
the level 6 battle coming through. Who's going to win it? Samael, great TP in the nick of time. Odie almost dropped the hammer, but just that 6 from the creep dying and a nice TP from the Lion and down bot. And he's able to stand his ground and turn back on 3-4-3. And Mizu is cool stacking up.
Calculate, that's all it was. You know, he made sure, all right, the creep's going to die in about 3 seconds. You know, this is next level mass coming through here.
Unseen jackpot.
This is a nice thing for Poloson because he can play in a lot of different lanes here. He can play top, he can play mid, because both these heroes have a setup for that arrow. So it is really going to give Poloson an opportunity to have a lot more movement across the map early and get involved.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see, like, KYXY doesn't really been able to get this pull off himself. He's going to have his Sandstorm to be able to farm underneath. Got to make sure he pulls the entire creep camp, though. See about he's going to try his best to try and deny it, but it's always a risky proposition. It's only level 1 Caustic, so it dishes out a ton of damage.
Yeah, you never want to take up a full combo.
We're actually going to go
Check.
on into it.
Arrows on the mark, but KYXY has to use that Burrow Strike more defense. You see that the Morphling is able to face check them. Usually this is not a hero that has the capability. I mean, he loses the treads, which is never going to feel too nice. It actually might give them a bit of a window here now to play aggressive.
Sure, he's snooping around a little bit here, revealing any of the information. I mean, the Observer Ward kind of spotted out a lack to make that happen, but again, no real tower push with this build, right? That's the big difference here. It's not you can sit in lane, force them to come and defend their tier 1 tower, because your damage damage with your magic super early on. That was one of the big things that Meteor Hammer did solve for you. Case this time around.
Wonder if we're gonna see. Oh, Jug actually already used Omni Slash. Okay, I was gonna say, wonder if your Jug might make a play happen, or one of his teammates gonna come down bot with the capability to bring down the Bristleback. But now Mizu already attempted that and didn't find the kill on Enryu. So now with that big ulti on Kud, it's gonna be a little bit unfortunate for Mizu. You still see he's farming pretty nicely though. Polo?
Being annoying here, yeah. Polo walks straight on in. He's trying to get as many D wards and the like off as he can. Sentry ward though wasn't quite in range of this op, so some good placement coming out there from the Southfield supports. Make sure that, you know, the easy spots, people are still learning, you know, it's still super early into the patch and these players are human. But, it hasn't been next level yet. It, like we were playing on that past patch for an eternity.
Thanks.
Had 2 full patches on that. So now people are trying to learn all the new ins and outs of the game, and now you even get a 7.29B as well with some hero changes. But a bit of a slow start to this game. Only 5 controllers, 9 minutes in. Feel like it's kind of to be expected though. You know, the Beastmaster wants Aghanims, has still, whenever he's got the Roar, they've played aggressively into his hands here. But yeah, I really feel like this is going to be a bit more of a slow-paced early game.
Various trinkets quite nice for Alacrity. It's going to enable him to get a lot more of that damage out. Remembering that with the Beastmaster, it's good that he's got the Soul Ring and the bottle, just of course for being able to farm and spam out. But against that OD, you want to make sure you've got a pretty healthy mana pool most of the time, so that Sanity's Eclipse isn't going to make as big of a dent in your HP.
A bar? On the wrong side of the lane here, but they don't have vision for Galaxy Racer, so a bot just walked on through past 3 heroes, and Mirana's now going to come back. But see how it's just using tanking replicate, farming safely, and I'm honestly surprised the bot's still playing top. But this is just Galaxy Racer haven't really, you know, made a super aggressive movement to force him out of the lane.
I mean, this is the thing, right? When you don't have power pushing lineup, who do you center around? It's not like you've got a DP that can just pop Exorcism and walk into the tower. It's not like you've got a Leshrac. It's not like you have a TA. You know, these sort of heroes are the ones that you need to be able to put some pressure on the other side. And if you don't, they're just going to stand underneath and think he catches the arrow in the mid lane, kill to a quite nice, brings him closer and closer towards his 4-star. And maybe then they'll try and make something happen, but already had this timing with the siege creeps. They're doing everything that they can to try and save this Radiant one. They're still gonna go down to the tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Now, what do you think the item build is for Mizu this game? Is he going to go something to get involved early so they actually might have a threat of taking objectives, or is it a farming build?
I mean, I feel like they do need to get aggressive, right? Like, you've got this OD I talked about before. Even though once you've got that Ags, you've got a little bit more farming potential, you got to try and get aggressive early. He's built into the Yasha. I would say probably an SNY is the way that he's looking to go, just because you've got so much luck on the Southfield Esports side, and even just having that regen amplification. You've already got your healing ward. It's quite nice little buff to have.
We do see a trade in the T1 towers, so Galaxy Racer. So Mizu going to be able to control up top, get a lot more farm for him, but you know, Bob's well on track to the great timing of the Aghanims. Is, you know, got the Ograx, can even complete a second component, and with the Archangel, and you see is able to farm as well.
He's also got that the Keen Optic as well. Just
yeah.
Nice. The big difference was that it actually took, I think it was 5 Galaxy Racers to take that T1 tower, whereas it was just, I believe, 2 on the bottom side. The supports were soaking up farm in the mid, and Bristleback was just jungling at the time. You know, even though the net worth chart doesn't really represent it just yet, I feel like we're getting a lot more out of that one there on.
This could be a big timing though for Galaxy Racer. They just picked up the blink for KYX As now they have a way to really start these fights aggressively. Maybe that flare scouted it out if they were able to click him fast enough, but we see they're sweeping on top. Bristle's a hard kill.
Oh yeah. At least until you've got that, well, to his credit, Polo's getting a fair way towards it. I mean, he's only, what, 775 gold away? Decent timing coming through from here, considering he's only been part of 3 kills so far. Granted, it's the only 3 kills that happened in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Ryu's recognized that it's going to be a lot of magic damage coming through. He's actually even gone for a Glimmer Cape off the hood.
Man. He's just full on committing, huh?
Yeah, I guess it's nice versus the Juggernaut as well for the Omni.
Sure.
If you haven't got the texture. Like, it is a bit of a heavy commitment here, though, for the magic.
I mean, all of the damage from 4 heroes, and I can even say 4.5 at this stage of the game, is going to be magic, right? The Battle Fury still, sorry, Blade Fury still deals the majority of the Juggernaut's damage outside of the Omni Slash, so I mean, I can understand. They just want to make sure that they're securing the super early game because they feel like with this Morphling in the late game, they're very confident about being able to take.
Oh. Forward KYXY. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow to find a pick off on Samael. And Bristleback even TP'd in. Already okay. But then not gonna fly. In fact, it's Zenki showing up in the river. They want to try and move on forward. KYXY. There we go. Arrow down to the southern side, finds a connection, and Clockwork. It's gonna feed his life. Enryu's gonna try and utilize this opportunity to push out the mid wave, so will make it difficult for Galaxy Racer to get an objective after these kills.
You can see Bristle was able to have his back turned here. They're going to try and make the attempt onto it with the stun and the epicenter. They're popping everything.
Dropping everything. A Bard got stunned as well. He's going to be careful. They drop the Sanities. They're going to try and look to turn on Lion instead, having a difficult time to bring down the Morphling. Bob even shows himself. All of a sudden, Galaxy Racer using this big window to advantage. They find 3 heroes. A Bard's still going to be able to clear the mid wave. But we see that, you know, with the heroes down, it's going to be outbuilt to defend. So this tier 1 mid will end up falling nonetheless.
Yeah, he was able to get off the Hood of Defiance, but that Glimmer Cape really, unless you get the act up, you're not taking the full advantage out of that magic damage reduction, considering you've already got the hook. It's not like it stacks 20% plus the 15. It's multiplicative. It's a very minimal increase. And Bob turning up that fight as well just makes it a tiny bit slower on his Axe timing. You know, he's only a little bit away. Actually, wait, how much did he lose from that? I feel like he lost a ton of gold. He was getting pretty damn close.
And now he's what's coming out on the car? Oh, okay, he's got enough now. But yeah, it did seem like he lost a lot. Well, this is a good fight for Galaxy Racer. Gives them a bit of a network lead advantage. You see how aggressive they can posture with the threat of that blink lead in.
Right, but now, like, you saw how heavy they had to commit on that, right? You used everything. Epicenter, Omni Slash, Sanity's Eclipse. Only didn't use the Mortimer's Kisses, so I feel like this aggressive move from South build is the correct way to do it, but it's been a little bit cute, you know? You just got to start running the tap together. While you wait, these ultimates are going to be back off cool. Also seconds until the epicenter, 30 until the Omni Slash. Still got the kisses. You've got the Varana here who's just sitting down on the bot side with the Spirit Vessel complete, by the way. Arrowing creeps, making sure it's going to take a little bit longer. Like they're ready to go. Polo has to be careful though.
Shadows take us.
Here we go. Moonlight.
Is under attack.
They're going to try and link up the Mirage, who's thinking about mounting a defense. They do get scouted out, and nice forward sentry play. Zenki's going to hook him forward. The waveform fall. Nice use of the look at a bar. Double Burrow Strike here, but Mizu brings on the Clockwork thanks to the Blade Fury. Enry is still standing his ground, but the damage from Alacrity coming through with the Pure brings Enry incredibly low, but the Juggernaut roared up and will end up paying the price there. The Southfield Esports Yeah, you were bringing up the fact that Galaxy had to use a lot of their abilities for that mid fight, and they still did not have the sanity, which could have been the turning factor there with that extra damage.
It could have been, but they still had the kisses, they still had the epicenter, and they still had the Omni Slash, not getting off any of those. So I think it was a
on this top side of the map, so they're still looking to try and control the area. Close to any timings though? Trying to see item wise. Still a bit away. I guess the diffuser blade's really the next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What it used to be ages ago. The Bristleback is the hero who needs to spam abilities, and also the Beastmaster as well.
Is under attack.
I mean, and just having it to combo together with the Sanity's Eclipse, right? Lower mana means more damage.
Yeah, I really like the item build actually for the joke. You see Radiant though vision around this top side of the map, so they're still looking to try and control the area. Timings though, I'm trying to see item wise. A bit away. I guess the diffuser blade's really the next one.
I mean, you get more agility, you get more intelligence, you take more damage when you burn the mana now as well. Like, yes, it's kind of worse on
mid lane.
Feels like heal specifically. We going on.
Roar in. KYXY. Nice double bow strike. Sets up for the arrow. They're going to drop the Sanities and the epicenter all on Bob. That's a lot of hate for the Beastmaster. But Samael, he's stuck around to try and mana drain, and that's going to cost him his life as well. Galaxy come over, find 2 kills. It's a dominating streak now for Alacrity, and when they have their abilities up and ready to go, they do a lot of damage in these fights, and they're actually thinking about walking back and trying to take Roshan.
I mean, yeah, with a couple of heroes killed, you could definitely do it. You've got the Diffusal Blade now coming out to the Juggernaut, so he's going to have that little bit of extra agility coming from that one, which is always nice. Of course, with the Healing Ward, it's quite easy, quite capable to be able to get Zenki. He's got the Rocket Flare, got to immediately scout it out. I don't think they're in a position to try and contest this, or are they? You know, we saw how many ultimates were used. Where he's coming in.
Roche not down just yet.
Yeah, he's still got his
Alacrity.
The hookshot was showed in. Great chance to
keeping up with the Omni Slash. It brings down the Clockwork. OD as well used the Astral very aggressively so he doesn't have it to keep his life. And now Radiant got to be careful they continue on for this engagement. 3-4-3 with the Mortimer Kisses apart. Gets rid of it instantly thanks to the Sand King Replicate. He has to wait for back to get a better positioning here, but recognizing that Galaxy Racer have used all their cooldowns means that South build can just chase them down with ease. A triple kill for Enryu. But help out there. That was a big use of the Replicate, stopping the Mortimer Kisses, which could have done a lot of damage, but we do see Mizu scurries away with the Aegis.
He does, and you know, it's only at the expenditure of the line. I feel like that was a little bit of a misplay coming there from 3-4-3. You know, you saw the hookshot. That we talked about it in the draft. That was kind of the reasoning behind picking this Clockwork. That, you know, it doesn't matter where it's being used in the fight. That Mortimer's Kisses, you're never safe because you've always got that hookshot potential. If you're using it to contest the Roshan, you've got the freedom to just be able to use it. Otherwise, the enemy team has to commit super heavily just walking on through. So he could have just stood on the high ground, cast the Kisses, and rained down hell from afar, but just wanting to get in, get the Scatterblast off, and sometimes you don't need every single spell in the team fight. You can just lay down your ultimate and have a good time.
Yeah, very much so. And now it feels like this game is going to get very difficult for Galaxy Racer, because you take a look at the ways to initiate from Dire. Lion got Blink, Hobbs got Blink, Clockwork can hookshot in, the Morphling, we already saw how he could play with the Replicate, so that instant Hex can be... Oh, the Bristleback Illusion bait! And Ryu.
Very nicely done. And, well, you can see what they're trying to do. You know, you had all these cooldowns. It's going to be another one of these back and forth games, you know, where it's just like, all right, you got your cooldowns, we'll take the fight. You got yours, we'll try and back off, and hopefully we don't die to your sort of gank. But Southfield, they've got all of theirs up again, so I think they were trying to get it through before at least Lion had the Finger of Death available, but now he's level 12, so you've got much lower cooldown available for that.
See, but he's opting for the BKB next item, so we were kind of theorizing whether he would go for the Aghanims just to play in that Sand King for the increased Burrow Strike, but at the moment he's wanting an item build just to really allow him to, you know, stay alive a lot longer in these fights, and, you know, potentially we'll see that Aghanims picked up later on. Mid
there's
smoke.
actually so much burst potential here just with... I'm surprised that Samael isn't actually part of this smoke, but they're going to be able to catch out the Snapfire and burst him down, but that E-Blade plus Finger of Death combo, anyone...
Oh, yeah. That's a scary combo there.
Let's see here, he's just TPing up. I wasn't moving that far, he probably could have walked there just as fast with the TP through to the outpost, but...
Astral's on cooldown.
Yeah, this is great. The Blink really being used by Samael. Are they going to be able to get there in time, though?
There's the shotgun, drops the Sanity. They still lose the life for the Lion. Blink's available here. Alacrity gets up to the northern side, but doesn't have the waveform. He keeps his life. Wow, nice play from Alacrity and Dire. They're able to scurry away, but just Abat wasn't able to connect fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell, like, you don't want to stay in the lane that long.
Zenki to the Observer Ward. Bart's going to wait for him aggressively, still has the OD Astral to utilize here, so they're going to be able to keep the Clockwork alive. And now 3-4-3 with the Mortimer Kisses. They're going to push back free from Southfield. Zenki, the sole death to start this fight.
We've even got the healing ward, so Paulson, he's going to be fighting fit to continue pushing down the tier 2 tower. Only Enryu really to defend it, and yeah, he's a tanky boy. He's got the Lotus Orb now, which is obviously going to help quite heavily against this Spirit Vessel, but like it's way too much damage to be able to prevent. They're going to be able to take the tower, walk on past the outpost, so Mind Paulson kind of revealing the smoke. Actually standing underneath that outpost movement.
Let's see if they can catch this smoke. They haven't able to at anyone like just yet. Hawk's always a big nuisance, but they're still going to sweep on over and try and control the triangle. Nice scan.
He was standing pretty damn deep there. Yeah, use the scan and he's able to blink away just in time, and that's going to be his blink dagger as well, so much more sustainable. It feels like every single team fight he's only been able to get off 1, maybe 2 wild axes at best. Now that he's actually just going to be able to stand there for 9 seconds, chain cast it, try and get in as deep as possible but away from the Juggernaut. It's all going to be about the positioning from Bob from here on out. Approaching that ever dangerous level 20, the minus 35 seconds on the primary raw cooldown, absolutely huge considering especially how back and forth this game is going. You know, to be able to surprise and be a bit more ready to fight than your team might be expecting could be huge.
Yeah, because we've seen so far how important the big ultimate cooldowns have been. Like, teams have just made sure that they're utilizing that timing to their advantage, whether it's Galaxy Racer having them up and available, or whether it's Southbuilt knowing they're on cooldown and taking a fight. So having a bit lower here is going to be incredibly important. It's going to be Southbuilt smoking up though behind Enryu, who's putting a lot of work onto the tier 2 tower mid.
Spacing them though.
Enryu, oh, arrow just shy. Now they pop the Mortimer Kisses as well. If Southbuilt can reset, they can definitely go back in. They haven't taken any damage at all. They've got another smoke. Let's see if they actually want to use it here, if they're just going to do it the old-fashioned way.
I don't think you need to go up onto the high ground. You know, you see the smoke was used, sorry, the Moonlight Shadow was used. They saw a ton of ultimates used, so why not just push these waves out, put a lot of pressure in the map. Mid lane's going to push in. You've got Morphling away on the bot side. Aegis to be able to be concerned about, so... They're actually got a kill.
Now with gone forward, Roar as well, they find the OD, the strike cleans the kill, he's got a buyback now with the Omni Slash as well. Southfield, they're taking up a lot of damage here, and Blue Spirit Vessel's out. He's got to be careful to try and reset the fight bar as well. Nice, Lincoln's going to pop the Burrow Strike. It's a triple for the Sand King. Alacrity drops the Sanities, but they haven't been able to find the kill just yet. Now with the counter, Smail back in, hexed off the Sand King. But Southfield, no one's dead. They're incredibly weak. How do they want to continue on?
I think they
reset.
Eventually they're going to, they're sitting around on 20% HP, it's the C Dota way, and they're just like, can we do it? Can we do it? But I think 3 kills plus 2 buybacks, one of them being Alacrity, you gotta be happy with that.
Oh yeah. Just, we've been bringing up, like, Southfield Esports, they have multiple to initiate in these fights, and it's really on Radiant. You can't initiate now with an Astral. That's a lot more of a pick-off orientated way to set for an arrow. You really need that more defensively. It's now heavily reliant on a Sand King to get a nice initiation, and it's just Southfield have so many other ways. So you see, it's very difficult for Galaxy Racer. It all has to go well for them, and unfortunately right now that big fight, it did not.
I mean, you can have all the counters in your lineup that you want, but yeah, just like you're saying, getting caught out in the inopportune positions, not using your abilities to their full potential, and that's going to outweigh any kind of draft every single day, unless it's like the perfect Tusker game. Then maybe, you can get a little bit of leeway there.
Yeah, now Enryu's about to hit level 18 as well after that big fight, and that's a massive timing for the Bristleback. Close to the Halberd, which is an incredible item versus the Outward Devourer here. Does not want to pick up an MKB for the evasion, and he really relies on finding that damage coming through and not missing with the Arcane Orb, and it's also the Juggernaut factor too. So I love this item build for Enryu.
I'm still a little about the
Glimmer, but
I feel like it's
the Halberd, I think.
I feel like it's Korobot specifically. If he gets caught out without the BKB being used, if they're able to somehow get past the Lincoln's damage. The thing is, like, it still costs 90 mana, and Lotus Orb it's 175. But you're able to find a bot here, actually. Lotus Orb, though, a little early, though.
Has to pop BKB. They're going to be happy with that for Galaxy. He's actually just going to TP out.
A little early with the Lotus Orb, so forcing the BKB usage there because they applied the Spirit Vessel after Lotus Orb debuff.
Oh, don't stay around for the Ancients. Oh, he does. He's got his own BKB, pops into the TPR. It's a lot of 9-second, well, it's actually down to 7 for the Beastmaster, I should say, but Roche is up. This now gives Galaxy Racer a really big window to walk into Roche, knowing that the magic immunity items are on cooldown. They actually want to fight instead. They think they need to pick off before taking that objective. You just force the issue at Roche?
Kind of feel like you should. The BKBs were used, but nothing else, really, on Southfield Esports side. Had all of their ultimates available. Like you mentioned, that level 18 had been picked up by the Bristleback, so he's a lot scarier. Whole thing, he's level 22, level 20, as achieved by Bob. Be ready to fight no matter where it happens on the map.
35-second Primal Roar. Wow. He's going the Sunjin Kaya too. He's all in. And now they're actually looking to smoke on Dire. They're a bit disjointed right now, Radiant. Couple TPs up top. They are looking to try and connect around their triangle where they've got a nice observe ward positioned. It's now all on this next Roshan. Aegis Cheese, Aghanim Shard as well with the second spawn. And they're going to bring it down really fast here, Radiant. They need to mount a response. Bristleback? There's the kisses. Bristle's facing the wrong way. They were able to cancel the... I believe, yeah, Zenki moved in. It might cost him his life, but now Mizu Bar strikes on cooldown. Above pops the BKB very early on for the fight now. The buybacks are going to come. through from Zenki. Roach falling really low. Southport going to be able to go back and find that. Now with the BKB on Bob on cooldown, they get the roll. No, with the Burrow Strike is more wins of protection cookie. It doesn't give him enough space. Jock's going to end up losing his life, but it's all up to Alacrity now. Drops and sends clipped with the extra ages of bar. He doesn't care. He can stand his ground and man fight. Burrow Strike on forward, utilizing his attribute shift. He's even got the cheese as well. Bar. He's just turning up massively in this team fight as Galaxy Racer. They might be able to get the kill on and Ryu. I say that Alacrity. He just TP's out. Recognizes he has to get out of dodge. 3-4-3 though I don't think will be as successful. Bob's gonna blink on forwards, find the low, some snap fire. There was a buyback from the line, a buyback from the Clockwork as well. Dire, they get everything from that Roche. I don't know who got the shot.
It was Marana. Marana picked it up. It was actually sitting on the ground for the longest time. And Bristleback went in with an absolutely full inventory. Full pack, full inventory.
Oh, there's the cooldown.
Yeah. I feel like that's just going to allow the next big abilities to come up for the rest of the team, though.
No buyback here, Danok. This is looking rough. I mean, Mizu's back up, but they can push incredibly fast. The Barcher's got another item, and he's still got ages.
The tower has fallen.
Feels pretty bad, you know, if you're a Galaxy Racer fan. Even just the regen coming through from the healing ward, not going to be effective. He's able to the
Morphling. You see the roll, like Juggernaut can't do anything with the BKB piecing control. Drops the Omni slash Bob. They need to take the Omni, but it's in fact the line of the Beastmaster that falls been on Mizu. The Blade Fury, it's still on cooldown, can continue chasing the Burrow Strike. He doesn't have the burst capability just yet. E-Blade's back up and they push it back. Up with the loaded assault, Mizu is able to turn with the Mortimer Kids as well. Southbill, have they gone too far? Ops gonna waveform away back to the low ground. Can they bring him down though? They can. First life will get taken away. He's got BKB, he's got TP as well, and he's gonna go for that. But he'll get away. Zenki as well. But Southbill stick around a little bit too long.
They're in the faster range tracks, not even the melee. So that's going to start to heal itself up. You've got the DD on the top side of the map, which Mizu's going to look to claim. Still a few mid towers, outer towers available. To worry about that BKB, you don't have to worry about Beastmaster in line for the next 30 seconds or so. Look to try and take some map control away from them here.
Are they going to try and burst Mizu? They'll try. Hook shot. He used it adaptive already. Just delay. Name of the game.
Yeah, but they don't lose anything either on Southbill, right? You lose the BKB charge, but it was already sitting at 7 seconds, so you only lose the 1 second. Now the minimum duration is 6. So, you know, like, it's okay. And they're reaching that level 25 point as well, where you can actually attribute shift while stunned, if they opt to go that way.
Such a stupid talent. Like, I feel like Morphling late game now. Like, how do you actually kill him? Like,
I feel
what?
Like you've been the victim of a Morphling that's done this to you. Who did?
I have not, but it just sounds ridiculous. Like, attribute shift while stunned. Like, what? What's that talent?
I mean,
that's crazy. That is
charges is pretty good as well, though.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Imagine now level 30.
I love having it though. Like, perfectly viable options. It's why I really liked the old Storm's choice. I feel like since you can't give the bounce to allies, and you've got the electric rave, it's like, well, I'm just going to get the auto remnants every single time because it's not going to buff up the rest of my team.
Yeah, it always feels nice when you go into a game and you've got multiple item builds and multiple talent choices that you can go for. You know, situational in different games. It can make the hero not as boring when your team drafts it. You know, 3 games in a row, maybe even 5 games in a row if you're Abed.
Well, it's
game.
The attribution one. Not yet. I mean, you've got the Photosorb, so you know if they get the Spirit Vessel off on you, you can. You've got that little bit of extra protection. You've also got the BKB. You've got the Lincoln Sphere itself, but realistically, they have no insta-stun outside of exam. Dodge the set. That's the name of the game for a Bard, and now you can play a little bit more aggressively with that double wave. Remember, it's attacking targets while you're in the waveform as well, which box it up even further. Preemptive Lotus Orb on him, so that stuff is going to happen.
He's already got Lincolns too. They get the stop! Wow! Galaxy Racer! What a crafty way to bring down the Morphling, and now Enryu's gonna fall as well. Look for more. Mirana's catching the back supports. If he can get a cancel. Wow, wow, wow. Sand King using that force to pop the Lincolns there.
You love to see, you know, that you go all heavy into this super survivability. I can trust in my own abilities. I'm going to get these off, but, you know, just takes one slip up to be able to take him out. And just the case,
And it's off.
time around, maybe he should have gone on the attribute shift while stunned, you know? Maybe just getting the double waveform made him feel a little too confident.
Maybe. Some breathing room now for Galaxy Racer. They can push out the lanes, get a tier 1 tower, even give them the opportunity now to find some neutral items. Illusion Escape, Spell Prison picked up.
Leave that one on the ground for too long. That is prime real estate right there. They give it over to the OD. It does feel like it's been a long time since we've seen any item progression on Alacrity though. Finally, with that kill, been able to pick an ult for himself, so a little bit of extra survivability, attack speed.
He doesn't BKB. Even Alacrity is just going to commit it just in case. Bob pops his own base movement speed. Look at him run! This man. I mean, oh, you should try out for the sprints there, Bob. You're speedy.
At the end of the day, it's still all magic damage, so as long as you can pop your BKB, you're fine. Unless Mizu's there at the team fight. So a lot of people would be like, oh, if I pop it, I'm just going to die anyway. Not Bob. He's right on point with that and saying, I'm the gingerbread man.
Force Blink, Samael. Nice Earth Spike down with the Roar as well. Zenki unable to get the fall from the hookshot. Bob, he blocked that. Now with the positioning, Alacrity is able to reset. They brought down 2. Mizu, he's going coded for the bar right now. A bar, can he actually win this fight? He wave thoughts aggressively. BKB is about to expire. They're going to be careful. They'll cancel off the epicenter. They got some vision of the Sand. They're going to try and bring him down with the combo. That shotgun, not enough. And a bar, he's still going to be careful though. The Spirit was out along with the Omni Slasher. Bar's able to take 2 of the attribute shift arrows on the mark. Polo Sun finds a connection. Alacrity is going to come back over as well, but the Glimmer Bar gets the waveform away. The sacrifice, though, the Bristleback keeps his alive, losing the gem, but the great use of the 4-star from Raiden. You see all 3 coming out clutch to stop the OD from getting bursted. The Pit Roche might be up. 1 second.
No.
Ah, it's a long one.
Very long one. But, you know, again, that fight, you know, you can have the lowest cooldown on Savage Roar that you could possibly want, but, well, that BKB, it's not going to change. So, the fact that he had to use it to escape in the previous fight from Bob, he was actually cutting around 3 heroes. With the Snapfire, the Marana, and OD. Still wasn't enough. If you don't have that level of survivability, you're still going to go down. Eventually, he was able to get got by Alacrity. That nighttime vision doing it, unfortunately. It's anyone's game.
Oh yeah, very much.
Literally going back and forth. But look at it! Look at it at the top of the screen. It's just like, oh, who's it gonna be?
That's such a big fight for Radiant though as well, because now influx of gold, we're seeing some big items come through. You were bringing up that the OD was falling behind in item progression. Well, now you have a Hex, and now you have a capability, another way to start the fight. That Blink Hex can really be a big factor. I mean, Morphling got the Lincolns down bottom. Mirana, well, big jump in, drops the ultimate, but level 3, so be up pretty soon. And well, they're pushing in. They're actually going to force some heroes to come back here potentially with the catapult.
Was that the first, maybe the second time that we've seen the E-Blade finger?
Yeah, we haven't seen it much.
Hasn't actually, yeah. I mean, that's the way that they're going to be able to get into this game. Not that they're that far out of it, it's still pretty damn even. But, you know, buybacks are running low, tensions are running high. Roshan's coming up soon with his 3rd spawn. He's going to have either the Aghanim Scepter or the Refresher. But he's using those 2 waveform charges. Just being a little bit of a salary on the top here.
Oh, they found him.
Just the snap.
Hard
It's a pickup, nonetheless, and that's close to where the big Roche objective. So now it'll give South at least opportunity to mainly the lanes in a position where they can now buyback. Actually, Clockwork just overstep the mark. Double buyback. Zenki forced Ghost. Nice hook shot. This is a lot forced out here. If Southport can reset, they're gonna be happy with getting those 2 buybacks. Need to push out top though.
On it. So for Southville, it's going to start pushing into Galaxy a little bit. Of course, with that lane of Rax gone, be a little concerned about up in 3 seconds. Well, you keep an eye on where these smokes are going. I'll have a quick look at. It's a refresher shard, so if you're able to get that on the OD, that is a ton of burst.
Oh, they see Bob. He's deep behind the tower though.
ally.
Who do you want to go on here for Galaxy Racer? You've got some options. They're going to start. Lions to jump. Arrow to fly. Samael once again. Double force Lotus, but they're still being... He's protected with the Lotus Orb, so he's going to end up roaring himself. Abar, he tries to burst through the snap fight, but Galaxy Racer, they haven't lost any of their cores. They're going to be careful taking the fight incredibly deep because Abar, he's got the capability to waveform in, and now Alacrity is getting shredded down. Forced up, double force makes for the high ground, but Abar, he finds a kill. The adaptive strike, and now they can move on for more. They know the buybacks were forced out. Oh, Mizu, Blade Fury trying to go toe-to-toe versus Henry. But I think Mizu's got that capability. Nice Hex on the mark and a bar. That's a kill. They might be able to make it a full team wipe here as well as 5 will fall. Galaxy the creeps are inside the base here as well, so they're going to give up Roche and also some buffer buildings and a little bit of tower damage.
I mean, in comparison to the Morphling who did 11,000 damage in that team fight alone, it's probably a little bit more negligible, but Bob still did 3,500 damage, and I am stunned that after all of that, Mizu still did not pop the Omni Slash at all. Like, they had him chain stunned. They had him reflecting his Savage Roar into him, sorry, the Primal Roar, so that he's stunned up for that increased duration. And they just didn't drop the Omni Slash, so that you had a Beastmaster buffing up the damage from the inner Beast Aura, throwing his axes, and I mean, it's all well and good to save your Omni Slash to try and take down this Morphling, but if you're not going to lose it at all and everyone dies because of it, it's probably not worth it.
Oh my lord. Bob has a 28.7 cooldown on with the Spell Prison. He's got Refresher Shard, and why not even put Refresher Orb on top of that as well? Wow, that's stupid.
I mean, the pushback just on Henry, so that's not going to save you. Yeah, they're like, KOX, well, you know this item exists, right? That gives us vision.
Gives you death as well.
It's got the buyback, so they're going to look to make one last stand. At least they'll have all of their ultimates available. The Rocket Flare used preemptively there by Zenki to make sure that if anything is used, we'll be able to turn it around as quickly as possible.
Why are you not frontline? Zenki's got to buy back. I mean, they're not going to back off if he does. Hex is out. Nice force up. Gives space. You see the damage that can come through with the Arcane Orb, especially with that 25 talent. But Henry frontline. There's the first roar. How do they want to utilize the second? A bar meanwhile just dealing with the objective. Bob go pops the orb, but once again a force up inside the base. They're kiting Southport incredibly well, but they'll find the kill on top of the Snapfire. Mizu though, it's up to his lonesome self. Bob pops the orb, and now he's going to get his third roar out of this team fight. But this turn it is Alacrity will bring down the Ages, and Ryu's got the G. He's going to end up popping now with the epicenter as well. Look at the bar shot. There's no attribute if they bring him down. Morphling 100 seconds is going to buy it back, but Galaxy Racer, they're defending the base, and Ryu will TP out with the Glimmer Cave. He'll make it, but they are now against the world. Mega Creek Gaming Key, Galaxy Racer, an 18,000 deficit. Can they do it?
It's got to be rough. I mean, the Ancient's already at half HP. So cohesion there. I mean, waiting until the very last second to pop the buyback. Maybe could have waited. Could have gone a little bit sooner rather, so that at least you still had the tier 4s. They waited until all of the creeps were in range, so when they popped the glyph, you got the maximum damage out to try and stall things out a little bit. But you know, even with those 3 primal raw charges, the Morphling still ends up going down. It, you know, shows that they're still mortal right now on South Build, but it's a long way to come back from.
Well, the first step to come back is the Rapier here for Mizu. He sold that Diffuser Blade. He's gone for the Rapier. We'll see. It's make or break it time here for Galaxy Racer. They do very much suffer with pushing up the lane. So I was gonna bring up if you would recommend a rapier or like a battle help with the waves, because you see that they're not doing it very well.
And just a maelstrom on like the Moran, maybe, but you know, it's just all into the survivability. I mean, at this point, you've gone heavy enough into the cause. You've got the Divine Rapier now on the Juggernaut. Can you sell his Battle Fury to make that happen?
The Jug? No, Self-Diffusal.
Okay. Oh, he never had that. Still, I mean, at least the Illusionist is going to do a decent job at helping to push this out. The smoke is happening. Or sorry, the Moonlight Shadow is happening. Try and make something happen. But they're just going to walk right underneath a high ground ward. So, probably should have smoked.
With all the lanes now getting shoved in, it's going to be pretty obvious. They want the kill on Bob. Did that Hawk give them vision? I think it did. Oh, the chorus sees Bob.
Able to get away. 343, he's
You gotta come back to base. They're actually just gonna end it here, Bob. BKB's up. Oh, what an anticlimactic way to end this.
I'm just busy looking at 343. I'm like, buddy, you got enough gold to be able to finish up your Ag Scepter. At least you could maybe gobble someone up and go in, but eyes on the prize. Southwood Esports there.
I don't want a straw. I want real human moments. I want to see you. I want you to see me. I don't want to give that up. I don't want to be an ant, you know?
Yeah, no, I don't want to be an ant either.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Check that I'm looking beautiful. Okay, nothing to change. Perfect.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I'm ready.
Ten seconds remaining.
Welcome back to the PGL Lower Division Southeast Asia region. We got South Built Esports with a game advantage over Galaxy Racer here in the best of 3. And while South Built, they were pretty happy with picking up the Beastmaster. This time without first pick, they're going to have to ban it out instead.
Yeah, I mean, they're banning out. They know they don't have first pick. They realize how strong the hero is. You would think, playing on the Southeast Asian server, that these players were used to getting roared at and barked at the entire time, but clearly not. They just want to take...
Yeah, 35-second cooldown on Roar is pretty goddamn nutty. It does mean, though, that South Built leave the IO in. Galaxy Racer don't prioritize it anyway. They'll pick up the Grimstroke here, which is support that is goddamn crazy right now, isn't it, Danog? It seems like he's incredibly strong. And yeah, that shot as well, kind of busted.
It is very strong, and it received a slight nerf in the 7.29B patch. You know, now it only increases the damage done by 40% instead of 50s. Something to be worried about. Something else to be worried about is the insane roaming potential coming out from this Mirana and Tusk. And Galaxy Racer were like, you know what, we were tired of all of Alacrity's best heroes being removed out of the pool in that second phase of bans. So let's make sure we pick it up early on. It's got a decent synergy together with the Grimstroke. You know, you can pop the Inkswell onto him and then he zips on in with the Flame Remnants there. And they've also had that second pick, so now they have the luxury of banning out a lot of these counters that they don't want the Ember Spirit to be facing up into. Morphling, of course, top of the list. We saw how great a Bart was that time around, with the exception of that one high ground push, but they were in control at that point.
Yeah, they very much were. And like you said, it's going to be nice that Galaxy Racer were able to get Alacrity's hero early. You know, he's a incredible Ember Spirit player. You can give him some comfort. You can ban out the heroes that he's worried about here. And well, we take a look for South Built. You highlighted that this is a really strong roaming duo here. You know, they do have their supports now picked up, and not a lot of flexibility though with their opener.
True. Yeah, that is the big weakness. I like that Zenki's kind of got this bit of a, you know, an identity with the type of heroes that he plays. So I play the Clockwork in that game one. We'll see the Tusk. It's the Spirit Breaker. Those style of heroes that are just like, you know what? I'm going to run myself at you. If you don't deal with me, I'm going to get off my full complement of spells. And, well, if you ignore me, or sorry, if you focus me, then that's a lot more of attention off the rest of my team. And clear that there's a lot of trust in the South. Together for a while. They've had pretty good success. Already 2-0 in the series front. They're already 1-0 in this series, so they could be 3-0 after week 1.
That is quite a way to be able to come back and start the low division season 2 off. They were, of course, the team that did get relegated down from the upper division, and well, they're still showing why they are one of the strongest teams right now, and looking for a spot back up there eventually. But you know, we see how they're able to at least protect themselves in this second phase of ban. That's a lot of position ones getting taken care of. We got the Jug and the life stealer that they're worried about. Why are they getting rid of these two heroes in particular for South Built?
I think it could just be taking away a lot of comfort, as well as, you know, we talked about how heavy last time Galaxy Racer were into the magic damage lineup. So I feel like if South Built wanted to go a little bit down that route, you don't want something that just has the inbuilt magic community, like the Blade Fury, like the Rage. It's just going to be able to count.
10 seconds remaining.
The Galaxy Racer even, they're like, you know, but you're pretty goddamn good on the Gyro. They also like to play it with the Tusk as well. We've seen that a couple times, the Gyro Tusk lane. So they get rid of their own comfort here that South Built have thrived on.
Yeah, I don't feel if the Mirana was like first pick material, second overall pick material, but still, like, it seems like the kind of hero that you can save until this part of the second phase and still giving yourself that little bit of extra flexibility. I feel like, Gyro Tusk would have been a fantastic way.
Yeah, it really would have been, and you probably would have gotten the Mirana later on if you still wanted that hero. So
yeah, I mean, you had this pick, right? So you would have had the opening one. You saw that Paulson played it last time, so maybe they were scared that he was going to pick it, but just pick it here. You got the priority.
5 seconds.
Maybe I'm just being...
I feel like now you have to kind of Mirana a little bit. Like, believe you need another way to set up for the arrow. We didn't see the Sand King Mirana combo have too much of an impact. There was some nice plays when they got that blink timing, but it wasn't like an outstanding Mirana Sand King performance that we see quite often. I would still like them from South Build though to at least go for another stun, because you always need that for the Mirana.
Yeah, and you need it against an Ember Spirit as well, right?
Ember,
that instant stun as well. This can't be any kind of slow stuff. I mean, the big difference that we're seeing is, where's the Lion? Where's the Shadow Shaman? Those are the heroes that are kind of gone by the wayside a little bit here. Maybe that's how Galaxy Racer are going to look to respond to this pick from South Build. Whatever it is that's going to come out. It's a Dragon Knight.
Okay.
Neither of those heroes is like fantastic against the Dragon Knight. I guess the Lion perhaps is a little bit better, just because you can death. He's got quite a low mana pool, so means that he's just a right clicker essentially. If you can pop your dragon form, at least you can do something in these teams. But Grimstroke combo together with a Lion is pretty damn effective.
And it's definitely something that we've seen a lot of teams so far have a lot of priority on with that Lion. The Hex factor is finally people are putting some respect on heroes like the Shaman and the Lion, just because that built-in Hex and also the extra control they can just provide overall. But it's not only that, the big finger of death combo, like you said. So we'll see. South Built wanted it for themselves, previously. If it's going to be the case here for Galaxy Racer or not.
Well, they're in kind of a tough position, right? Like, what mid do you draft against this, assuming that this is a DK mid as opposed to off? Like, you don't want to go something that's capable of bullying him out of lane like Alina, because you've got a Mirana and a Tusk that are just going to run at you and kill you about 5 times in the lane. Lion, again, it just seems like the obvious. It's great synergy together. It gives you some lockdown. It prevents the Tusk snowball if you're able to get it onto him. Again, mana drain is going to be very effective against all of this, and just not wanting to reveal what they want to have in mid so far. This DK could still be off lane. I think wanting a little bit more information first before committing to anything.
Yeah, they've got that flexibility, which is really nice here from South Build. The Ultra last pick as well. So we're going to see that flexibility more than likely still run through the draft. Trying to see... do they just go for their position 1 here, so they hold that DK flex? You don't have the 1 matchup on Galaxy, which is the only worry, so it's a bit of a blind pick.
Kind of vary up whether, it's the Grimstroke 4 or the Grimstroke 5, the Lion 4 or the Lion 5. I mean, a lot of these supports are just rushing the Blink Dagger straight up on the line, which I feel like it's much more of a POS 4 vibe, but the Grimstroke, he needs the Aether Lens. He needs that Aghanim Shard to make full use out of all of his toolkit. So it's a real balancing act. I think it's going to depend on off is that Galaxy Esports eventually do decide to pick up. What's been banned out so far? No Beastmaster, which is, it's still flex. I don't care what anyone says. It's still a damn good offlaner. Ivysaur gone from the pool.
Storm
to go to Storm Spirit. So a preferable matchup against the Ember. You don't have quite as strong of a roaming lineup. That gap close isn't quite there that you do have from the Mirana and the Tusk. I'm not minding it. They're just putting a lot of faith in the 1v1 matchup what we'll be able to have against the lane.
It's definitely not the easiest Storm game though. Like Lion with the jump, the Soulbind really annoying for the Storm to play into, but you're right, it is a favorable matchup versus the Ember. So they revealed at least that the DK is going to go in the off lane, and they'll look for a bot with their 24th pick, going to make sure they save his hero till last here.
We'll else could they look at? I mean, do they need more lockdown? I feel like they've kind of got a decent amount now. They've got a good amount of damage, they've got some decent wave clear. I suppose a frontliner is kind of what they're lacking, right? Some sort of way to start the team fight, to initiate, that's not get instantly first.
Monkey King.
Maybe. Monkey King's okay. I mean, if you're committing heavily in with like a snowball, for example, drop down the Wukongs and touch dead every time, it gives you that ability to get that initial lockdown on the Storm Spirit from the trees with the Boundless Strike, so that line can maybe get into position if it's pre-Blink Dagger for the Hex. Be quite nice.
Yeah, I think the Monkey King is always a massive threat versus these elusive heroes because of how mobile you can be with the tree dance, and like I said, that Boundless Strike, it's a long distance stun to set up for an extra fold here. But fast through the last phase in the bans, we're looking for it's actually Viper and Batrider getting banned out from Galaxy Racer, so thinking that South Built might go for a bit more of an aggressive, no real carry lineup. What a Galaxy one though.
I mean, it needs to be one of those set an initiator, but really that much. You know, it feels like they're going to be going for pickoffs and then into team fights. They're going to find it a lot harder just having like a full-on 5v5 clash. They've got no amazing way to start team fights. I feel like whoever's playing this Lion kind of needs to fulfill a similar sort of role that Samael did. I mean, there was a time where they had vision of 4 heroes, and he legit blinked into the middle of 4 heroes and stunned 2 for them to be able to start that team. That's how this Lion's going to need to be played.
South Built Razor.
Don't mind it. Going to be about playing it. Enryu, like we were expecting, it still had that potential for the offlane DK, and they're just going to trust that Bob's going to have that favorable matchup against Alacrity. Storm beats Ember 60% of the time, I would say. So trust in that, and the supports, they'll be able to handle the other support. I'm feeling relatively strong with South Built's lineup so far. Enryu could have a bit of a slow-ish start, perhaps, because I feel like once he gets his first couple of levels, it's going to be Samael leaving him alone in the lane, just trusting that that inbuilt Dragon's Blood is going to mean that he's not going to be going down too much. Yeah, I'm thinking for them. And just while we've still got you, I'm just going to remind everyone about the giveaway that we're doing, because why not? You know, it's my stuff. I can do what I want. It's my channel. So, for a reminder, throughout the DPC lower division for what we're casting, I'm asking you to save up your channel points. So if you look below the chat box, you can see, say, a number next to like a little orb that says, and you need that to become 5,000. You click on that number, you can see at the moment you can redeem it for stuff like Go Dire, Go Radiant, but one entry into the giveaway is really you want to put that in for, and that's because you can go into the draw to win something like Tide Hunter Pin. This is just one all-up prize, by the way. Dota 2 cards from TI. I've actually added one other thing to the pool that I found, a little Dota 2 notebook. You can't see it, Dota symbol, and it's still in plastic, so I'm not sure if like on the pages there's like a Dota symbol as well. But the Granddaddy prize is a brand new set. I don't want to say brand new because I've had it for a little while, but it is unopened, of Samsung Galaxy Buds that I will be sending out. No delivery fee to whoever wins. So the only way to get in is to save up those points. You do that by predicting on the winners of the games, and for an easy 300 points to start you off, you can just hit follow on the channel, so you get a little bit more to be able to start play with. But you know, it's up to you. Just watch more, keep chatting in the chat, and hope you're enjoying the games. We're into it. Kind of lucky I did my spiel now because there is a pause to start it off, but yeah.
Our beautiful faces on, but with everyone back going, so
we don't want to overwhelm them with our faces.
Of course, it could be
too much of a good thing can be quite bad.
Yeah, definitely.
I love this part.
Not too much of the channel points, that can't be bad. Again, always use those for the predictions, and once you do predict, why not support some of the teams as well in the chat. But Danog, how are we feeling this game? Who do you think is going to get the full support of the boys over in chat? Where do you think the predictions are going to be going?
Well, I only saw like 30 predictions last time, so you got to step up your game. So make sure you use those points. Get amongst it. You always get a bit more invested when there's something on the line, even if it's just some, you know, internet points.
Oh, very much so. When you've actually put a stake in it, and you can.
How about that?
Ooh.
That's generous.
That is generous. Now you could see first blood and all, maybe.
I mean, it is C. Yeah. First blood is probably going to happen before the real.
Very true. That's a high capability as a constant timing. As you see, like SBE just running aggressively on the high ground to see if it could loop on through, but again, we're not going to have a battle by the bounties.
I hate it, C. Why do you do this to me?
The battle begins.
God damn it. Said we were going to fight.
I know, right? Zenki, he got in tower range there just for one tower, but normally you do that around this tree to the left of the T1 tower, just to scout, of course, if there's any ward vision there to the left of the tree, or even on this high ground now, this new vision spot right there. So if maybe they'll be bamboozled, they might put down an incorrect sentry, because this one actually captures a fair amount of information that Alacrity's been a bit on the wrong.
We'll bring up in the draft that Galaxy Racer put a lot of emphasis on securing Alacrity's comfort here in the Ember. Even though it is a bit of a rougher matchup versus Bob, we'll see if he's going to have the experience on how he's going to be able to go up against the difficult matchup. As got some shenanigans though with the lanes, looks like just body blocking Enryu away from running down bot. So it's actually just Semel who's playing up against Mizu. It's a nice solo experience for the Mirana for a little bit.
Yeah, like pretty standard play. Like, you know, the patches change, but a lot of stuff does stay the same. Semel, he's getting gone on a little bit here though. Now the Jiggy Mastery and forces the level 1 Dragon Tail to be popped to make sure they don't give up that first blood to Miracle.
We do see that Semel is alright. We do see that Dragon Tail did get buffed up at the earlier levels. The mana cost reduced from 100 to 70. The cooldown got buffed up, but the damage as well. Yeah, that's not too bad, but you can set up an arrow like that from Semel. 343 makes it away. Enryu couldn't continue chasing just because of the threat of Mizu being able to trade efficiently once he got the Jingu stacks.
Looking to hold that Jingu Mastery as long as possible, uses the last one to secure the range creep and for a little bit of harass onto Enryu, so nicely done there. Tempted a bit of a stack there with Semel, but I don't think he got it off. That movement speed coming from the Kobold camp wasn't enough.
Huzzah!
Now, how do you feel like, because this last pick Razor here from Southfield Esports, do you feel like it's going to have the impact that they're looking for reading? Because I'm a bit worried that it might get cut versus the Bloodseeker Rupture.
Potentially, but you've also got a lot of ways. I feel like that might be target number 1 in a lot of these team fights, right? You've got the Tusk to be able to initiate in onto them. You've got the Storm Spirit who can zip and just get that Electric Vortex off into the arrows. So I feel like Bloodseeker is going to be who they're mainly going to be focusing. Just take him out of the fight, and then you're not too worried about what's going to happen to the raid. Another thing that we didn't notice as well is that on this bottom side of the map with Southfield, you've got the Mirana Davian combo. So anime watchers rejoice. You know? The ship is real. Just need Marcy now. Where's my Marcy hero? You know, I was a little bit disappointed that 7.29 didn't have that. Instead, we got, you know, thick Valkyrie Mama.
Thick Valkyrie Mama. A League version of Omni Knight. I think it has to be said.
Like the game
really
should
does.
be not named.
It really does, doesn't it? So, Alacrity, this might have been Bob to dive under the tower here. Lacking some of the men up, but really happy with all that damage top lane. Hollison's going to end up falling there. A bot will pick up first blood on the Razor. It's a great start. And they might even get aggressive on KYXY. Even though Zenki doesn't have the tag team, it's still, you know, half his health will just go on like that.
Yeah, it's just about the harass, right? Like, that's the thing that Tusk, if you are out of position once, especially against something like a Razor, who's also got an inbuilt slow himself, and of course the static link, you're just dead. So that's the advantage of having something like, you know, for example, the Mirana that might be there instead. You can actually just
Stupendous!
not caring too much. So the lane swap, it did allow to get a decent amount of extra farm. He's doing a good job on this bottom side of the map, but comes the expense of that first blood being given up to the Razor, which is never good.
Yeah, and we see that this is 343 actually eats the arrow, so they get the kill on the Centaur Conqueror. Enry should be... Oh, actually, never mind. It was the creep that was low HP there, but this is nice though. We saw last in the Sand King the point target stun to set up here for the Mirana, and they've got a bit of a different hero with the DK off lane, but it's still going to provide, you know, the same kind of playstyle that they were looking for with the Sand King Mirana combo, especially once Enryu gets that blink. You know, we've already seen it slightly in the lane, hasn't paid off with any kills, but you know, I imagine they'll still always have that capability.
I don't feel like it's going to be a first time when we talk about it. He's getting gone on a little bit here. Nice body blocks from the stun coming through from 343, but again, it's a Dragon Knight. You know, you've got 2 points in the Dragon Blood. Gonna be just fine. Getting the heal up coming through from Samael.
It's always nice when you got a support that's just gonna mid lane both.
Level 6. Yeah. He's actually, wait, how many XP? He's literally 1 XP away on Alacrity from being able to hit up his ultimate.
Well, they've had to move Sun out of the top lane here, and well, the scan connects, so they don't know of course who it is, but they looks like really trying to monster the DK now. I like that movement as well, because if you get a kill along with the catapult timing, you could have got a lot of damage done on the tier 1 tower. Yeah.
If they could pick up Bob, nice presence of mind there to be able to get away just in time.
On top, XY, he's solo, so a bot able to chase him under the tower. That's a second of the game here for a bot. And this is just continuing to show his dominance on the Razor in the laning stage.
They're looking pretty happy up there. I mean, that's the thing. You can't really ever leave anyone solo against a lane with a tusk. You know, they're just going to die every single time. And to be able to move away just in time. You see he's in still with a little bit of fountain reach and running a bit low on his Alacrity. Just be able to get away, though. I'm going to try and go for a cheeky little snipe here of the bounty ring. He was just checking on the bot side. He didn't even know that the Invis ring was picked up by the Lion previously. It was just... Maybe there's a bit of luck involved, but, you know, it's Bob. It's our boy.
And Bob's been playing incredibly well through the low division so far. Really been impressed with his performing for Southfield Esports, and well, Southfield Esports overall been looking really strong. And what do you know? A fairy's trinket when you play a well game can sometimes...
Don't.
Just like, let's just remember who gave you this RNG, though, you know? Gaben's like, keep that in mind when the next Gaben comes out.
Yeah. But Blaine, Polo, no one can come top. Razor is a formidable duo, and I like that Enryu's getting out of bot. I mean, he's scouted out these rotations from Galaxy Racer. He dodged that kind of gank time they were looking for with the catapult, and now he's got his level 6, so he's looking to go to the enemy safe lane and put some pressure on the tower. And with the Razor there as well, it's going to be so difficult for Galaxy Racer to actually man fight and mount a defense here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that Elder Dragon form, you aren't going to really be getting too many kills from it, so just put some pressure on with the towers, like you mentioned.
Mizu.
It's always...
Wukongs, but Bob's got a double damage rune, so zips on out. He's out of mana though. Isn't enough for the overload? It is. Bob, that's a big solo kill on Mizu, who leveled up the ultimate at 6, but top lane apart. He's getting dived. A TP's gonna come through KYXY, and well, it's just a DK and the Razor. The supports were pulled out towards the river battle there, which nets him a big kill on the Razor. It was a great start to this game.
Still is. You know, he's top of the net worth. Thought it was a little bit odd that they didn't continue to commit onto that tower. I feel like 343 was in the perfect position there just to be able to utilize the Stroke of Fate. I feel like maybe against this lineup, considering how not ideal it's gone for Galaxy Racer, maybe he could have gone just that 1 extra point into it as opposed to the Inkswell, but he still did his job. He still pushed the lane out and made sure that they weren't losing too much map.
Excellent.
See there, he attempted to do the double stack as well, but you know, some of these creep camps, you're still not used to the exact timings. The one on the right has a super short leash, so you got to make sure that you're doing that one second. Still gets the triple stack off though on the other hand.
We're seeing Alacrity start to get involved, and with the Grimstroke, 2 points in Inkswell, It's going to be nice combo here, but they don't find the correct way to start, and Radiant are actually even going to bring everyone up.
He's fine to stay up here, right? You got Elder Dragon form in 3 seconds. You don't even need to pop it. You might still, just to make it an absolute certainty, and he does. A little bit of extra team fight utility as well with the Dragon Tail, always good.
Yeah, I mean, a 2.5 second stun at level 1.
You like to see it.
You really do. It's a crazy high amount early. See, he's going to go into that blink early on, but we've got the tomes now getting picked up, so the level 6 is hopefully going to be coming through. Lion should be able to hit that one at a decent timing. I believe Mirana bought the tome as well.
Okay,
So maybe they can make a play with the Moonlight.
Enria is actually going for the first item, Blink Dagger. I thought, you know, maybe he might go for something that's going to enable him to farm somewhat, but it's just all about the team fight right now. I was considering, you know, the Storm Spirit, he can be the one that starts all these engagements. You can see he's got the Orchid already queued up about halfway there. And, you know, it's not like an Ember Spirit's going to have a BKB. May have the Yules, but it's neck and neck for who's going to get picked off.
Poor Polo.
Going to pick off Polo, level 6. He wanted to make something happen, but it's not going to.
On the kill for Bob, and yeah, he'll has to use a bit more mana though, which is always unfortunate, but it's getting closer to the Orchid. He's already got 1 Oblivion Staff completed. They're going to give him the full wave as well to farm, and they do for that though, but it's giving time across the map.
Tower is under attack.
What's he got coming out to him? The TP, another Clarity. Not having a great time. You know, he's continuing to farm up a lot of these camps. Again, that Fairy's Trinket coming in clutch, allowing him to be, you know, a little bit more fast-paced with a lot of this farming coming. The Invis up through, getting max efficiency as well with swapping out the Null Talisman so it fills up a larger portion of his mana pool. Again, doesn't even need to use the Invis. He's full on farm. He wants that Orchid ASAP.
Top lane, a bot. He's going to be the target for the smoke, but the Spidey senses. Very nicely done from bot, and they're going to Moonlight. Let's see if they mirror the movement here to head to top. They do have very good vision in the area, though, for Galaxy Racer, and on this low ground, they might pop the smoke. Well, Bart revealed himself. But Radiant, they're coming on over, and now they're disconnected from Galaxy Racer, so they won't be able to utilize that high ground to pop the smoke from the fog. So Grimchuk will lose his life, and unfortunately die. That's a smoke that doesn't go in their favor. And even KYXY, some arrows on cooldown, so they're not going to be able to find the extra follow-up after the Dragon Tail. Going on the GK is very difficult. Treads, brace up, but I say that. Finger of Death use. Snowball's going to give him some space, but it's going to snowball him on top of the lane here. Rupture's now expired thanks to the help of the Tusk. Let's see if Brady just want to reset. They successfully defended the Dragon Knight's life, and I think they're happy with that.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful right now. I mean, yes, you've got the burst, which is obviously buffing up KOXY's movement speed a fair amount, but runs into the static remnant. But, you know, no real damage potential right now. They used the Rupture. They didn't have that the Soulbind combination with it, so it was only able to maybe catch out the DK, but even the Finger of Death wasn't enough to be able to take him out. All that, it's a 13-minute Blink Dagger for Enria. You got to be happy about that. You know, they're going to go
very solid.
Mizu, he's the main target. Not like last game, we're actually going to see the Battle Fury come out this time. Going a little bit more farm intensive, realizing that, look, these team fights aren't really going that well. We can't snowball based off of that. I need to just farm up.
Mizu still is definitely needing some more space here at the moment. That first step reducing his Battle Fury timing by a bit, but when you've got maxed out Primal Spring and some stacks thanks to the courtesy of 343, it's going to give him at least some nice catch up. But it looks like Radiant getting set up for a maneuver here. They have smoke, they do. Zenki once again and Co going to come down to bot here, where KYXY is just hiding behind the tier 1 tower. He reveals himself, so he's in trouble. Snowball start, but Henry has even got the follow-up. Nice easy pick-off. Let's see if they want to stick around for some damage onto the tower. They've got the old Dragon Form back up and even a creep too.
They're using it off cooldown. Like, this is max efficiency coming out from her. I'm really liking this map movement coming out from South here.
And this is what you want for a DK. Like, DKs and Death Prophets early on really thrive when they can take early towers. Just get that map control, get that extra extra gold in the bank as well for these supports can be a big factor. Like, you know, Samael, he's going to have a Yule Scepter. So can Kite, the Monkey King, can set up for the arrow. It's going to be, you know, maybe this item could be really impactful just off the back of these early towers. But reveals the Orchid and the rest of the team coming over. Just a double support shot without the pause. And, well, the uppercut from Zenki sends it to the grave. Another tower with this Elder Dragon form. Southfield Esports 9-1 KDA to kill death count, and we've got a 4,000 net worth lead.
To give you a sense of how good this game is going, you mentioned the Yule Scepter. So Mail's going to have that Yule Scepter at like, what, 30 seconds slower than the Ember Spirit was just able to pick up his. That is nuts for a position 4 to be that similar. And he's only one level behind the mid Ember Spirit.
Crazy. Yeah. And this is like highlighting when you have heroes to enable the Mirana, which we saw the Sand King last game. Definitely when the Sand King had the blink, we saw value get increased, and it's pretty similar here with the Dragonite.
Yeah.
Top lane. They're going for a play mid. They just need anything they can get, and it looks like the kill on Zenki is enough. But let's see if Radiant will try and come mid to keep the tower, because I do have a catapult, but not much tower push.
Yeah, they're keen. I mean, Bob's kind of going for a little bit.
There's the first stun. Arrow. Can you take the fight? Where's the finger? Nice silence from Bob! Oh, that's the nick of time! The Soulbind was on point, but the Orchid even better as Galaxy Racer now have to retreat underneath the T1 tower. And Ryu finds a setup with the arrow on the mark. Both the supports once again are going to have to give away their life. Mizu's going to fly on through. Got the level 10. Oh, the snowball! Southfield are actually on another level right now. They'll get out of the Wukongs. They are playing with their food and they're going back in. Galaxy Racer, where can you retreat to now? You've lost the Wukong, so Mizu's got to be careful the zip doesn't destroy the tree. Oh my lord, Southfield Esports, they are playing so incredibly well in this second game.
Yeah, and look at where the pings are happening. Zenki's like, hey, you want to take their ancients? Not going to stack up or anything like that, but you know, if it means that they can't even farm in their own tri-camp for the next minute, that's a nice little bonus. Pulled it out perfectly. That silence onto the finger of death. Bob going for the bit of the backstab. Lucked out a little bit, considering the haste route was on the bottom side of the map, but everything is just going right for them. The Yule Scepter, of course, allows them to set up for all these sorts of kills, but I mean, it's got even more effectiveness, right? You can dodge out all of the abilities, you can get rid of the searing chains on yourself, you can offensively use it to get rid of the flame guards, you can use it to get rid of the Jingle.
And Ryu might get brought down here, although Zenki with the snowball and Samael as well actually forces them to change their target and go back to the DK, so... Well, they don't get the kill on Enryu for the position 3. They at least get Zenki, but what do you think the reasoning is for Dire picking up Bloodseeker? Because we're just seeing the difference right now in position 3s is really getting highlighted. So what do you think the playstyle was that they were looking for with the Bloodseeker?
I just think they wanted to do something that was able to take these early team fights.
Give a sec.
Advantage of the Grimstroke.
Blink. Instant on top of the Grimstroke. They bring down 3-4-3. They've used a lot of stun, so Alacrity should be able to get away. They're hunting for the rest of the support, so Bob's got the Orchid back up, ready and available. This Lion will fall. And Ryushi still wants blood. Oh my, they do not care at all.
I mean, you can just see like how XY uses that just to make at least... But I don't think we've seen a single Soulbind combination happen just yet. We haven't seen a Soulbind anything happen yet, I don't think.
Yeah, no big combos right now. Wow, that was actually so close to Mizu jumping into the arrow. Ember runs up. Nice use of a snowball from Zenki to the Ancient. The team lock him down. Oh, this is a masterclass performance from Southfield Esports. Another beat above chases down the Grimstroke. Arrow gets the clip. What's going on? Southfield Esports, they might not get the kill still, but the shot, I am in astonishment. They are just dismantling Galaxy Racer. It's an 8,000 net worth lead, and they deserve every kill they have gotten.
And it's not like even Galaxy Racer are playing horribly. You know, they're farming, they're taking the right movements, but they're just on point. The team fight is insane from South Built right now.
Tower is under attack.
And what can you do against this? There's so much early pressure. You've got the early Orchid, you've got the early Blink Dagger, you've got a Tusk on your lineup, you've got the threat of Invis, and you've, like, was it a second item BKB on the Razor? I feel like it was, just straight after that Falcon.
Yeah. You go after that? I don't even remember. He's so far. He's so far. and now, like,
His ability.
the threat, they're not going to be able to roach now, but they have that capability to do it very early with the tag team. DK can tank, Ray's damage is starting to skyrocket, and then you give the Aegis to the Storm, who is the best Aegis carry in the game.
Continue to follow him up.
Oh, by KYXY.
No.
Let the fun begin.
That's the 4th death of the game, Henry.
Achieve one
Snags that one. This is a really, really tricky game here for Galaxy Racer. Is there any hope they can come back into this? Is it just having to kite the map and...
Oh, I was about
to stand for you.
What Alacrity was doing, but it's not going to count if you get like this. Just realizing the comeback potential that they have and just squashing it entirely. I mean, him having the Maelstrom plus Grimstroke having the Ag Shard, I think would be the thing that makes them come back. You know, you can see 343, he's got enough gold to build up the wizardry. I still think he just needs to go straight Shard. You need to enable your cores a little more to be able to avoid these stuns that are constantly coming.
Drive the creeps away! Oh, nice!
The creeps to make sure that he can...
Oh, that's so cute.
Doing everything perfectly!
So cute. And look how fast they're playing. Like, you can have the DK with the Mirana grouped up as 2 to find pickoffs. You can have the Storm and also Tuck kind of nearby to find another pickoff. And then a Bot's just in that triangle taking farm away. Like Mizu, I mean, he's getting something out of the map thanks to the Battle Fury, but he has to get a BKB second item here, otherwise Galaxy no hope from being able to take these fights against the magic damage. More in particular, it's you've got to be careful showing.
This is real deep.
Have they got vision? No.
But use the plasma field, he would have. You know. Static link cancelled out.
They saw the line as well. Apollo, he's got his blink already up.
Nice little dodge. Yes, it will. So, small victories coming through from Galaxy Racer, but it is still a 10k net worth lead at 22 minutes.
Alright, so the only way they come back in this game is if they feed 2 more kills away, and then we got 3-2-2, and then now Galaxy Racer can, that's what they're waiting for, I think.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It'll be a long wait, though. It just feels like whenever they go out to try and take any farm at all, it's instant punishment coming through. You know, you can see KYXY is doing his best to finally try and get some out of the map, but, you know, it's a tier 2 tower being lost for a tier 1. Small little victories, that's all they're going for.
That's all you can go for when you have a deficit like this, and it's so demoralizing, though, when you know you have to trade a tower like that, and you see the map continue to shrink. This is now outposts available. They already have such a mass experience lead, and now that's just going to continue to accumulate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's not a good situation to be in. No looking, win probability, what do you reckon?
Oh, I just checked.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That escape, you
attack.
see how it creeped down that tiny little bit? Evan was like, alright, I see. It's a nice play, Galaxy Racer.
Polo he's in a bit of a tricky spot right now. He's like, where the hell do I go? Sentry to the northern side. He knows at least he's in a little protected nook area because of his own sentry.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
even
is
dragging the
under
bot
attack.
wave just to a bar. I love that. Top bot. The tower's gonna be able to shove out that extra lane, so they're gonna have. Oh, sentry! No! Blink TP's underneath sentry. Oh, Polo! I'm in
This ain't Quincy Crew, brother. You can't make those kind of plays.
That's just like, that's such a beautiful way to highlight this game. He's stuck in a shadow amulet for like a minute 30, and they drop a random sentry, and then he's like, oh well, I guess I'm dead, guys. And now Alacrity. Fuck, Alacrity, no! Is the arrow gonna Samael has it up. Yule sets up. Sleight of Fist is there. Doesn't use the arrow till afterwards. Oh my. Deno, what is going on?
The next
Southfield
I'm gonna need
this is
the voice lines to change, because I feel like we'd be getting a lot of next level plays if it was.
what, like he baited out, knew they would have dodged it with a sleight, so he waits afterwards, leaps forward, gets the blank. This is crazy. I mean, we're at 3-2-2 stage now. I genuinely think like this is the only way they come back. It's the memes, but you give away ages now.
Oh, like what's going on? The potential for Galaxy Race to win is completely mixed around. You know, the throws.
It has to be. I don't know. This is. Wowee.
If it was ever to happen, this is the score to do it. You know, 2-2-3. It's not perfect, but you know the feeling's there.
Huzzah!
Who they give? Yeah. So Bob's got ages, and he also got the 9-second BKB now.
Yep. It's a worry, that's for sure. Who are they going to find this time? It feels like he's spent more time in the trees than he has on the ground. That's how evasive he's had to be. So the fact that he's got this amount of farm is pretty damn good. But still, I up that BKB. At least gives him some survivability in these team fights, but you don't really get to a Storm Aegis, that's for sure.
No, you really don't. I mean, this game is now all on the BKB timing.
I mean, it is
1-5, I
feeling
think.
like an AC on this Razor, so they're just going to be able to start pushing high ground with a lot less stress.
You take a look at the Mirana's net worth compared to the position 3 on Galaxy Racer. Seme is
Compared to the two,
so far.
realistic.
Yeah, that's the. He's about to take over the 3, and no, Bob just. He fell Polo.
Polo was down here. Come on, give it. Like, this is one of those games where nothing you can do happens right. Like, there's absolutely nothing that you can do about this. This is just Southfield Esports in their element. That's
top lane.
Finally do.
Is that another Ember? Oh wow! Just again, the DK set up for the Mirana.
He's got that regen pop. He was looking around a little bit there for Monkey King. He's finally going to be able to get away, but this is just Mowgli from Jungle Book dancing around in the trees right now.
Southfield Esports just making them look like a bunch of heralds right now. 15,000 net worth lead. The sweeping movements that they made consistently this game with the threat of finding pickoffs has just been too fast play for Galaxy to deal with, and Smoke pops and Ryu KYX. What?
I don't think he's far enough forward. He was going there to try and get.
Well, they see him now. Why not?
It's just stuffing high ground. Why not?
And now Bob as well finds the Grimstroke up to the eastern side. 2 kills for free without any opportunity of a trade. 3-4-3 buys back instantly. No, this is all she wrote. You've got to defend this. Already BKB available for Mizu.
It's an ace.
They just
melt these.
so fine. Nice finger. Okay, Wukong, this is it. The team fight potentially. They're taking a lot of damage, and Ryu falls. Todd's gonna end up dropping as well. About zoned outside the base here with the BKB pop, but he has to stand his ground thanks to the Rup shot. So Galaxy Racer, Mizu gets a triple. Samael as well. Just gonna make it out.
Has been slain.
Oh, they found him. Alacrity, nice slide. Samael. Oh. Okay. Well, that was the fight. You get an incredible Soulbind, the Earth Spike locked inside the Wukongs. You drop everything. That wasn't even a finger of death as well.
Oh wow, it wasn't. I was surprised. I thought that was a lot of damage coming through, but yeah, you're completely right. They got the double Earth Spike, they got the double Hex, which was nice. But yeah, still able to turn it around, and what was it, like a 19k net worth lead? It becomes 13k, so it's recoverable, but Bobby, you have to chill, right?
He's like, I'll get one pick off. Maybe turn it into 2. Maybe turn it into 3. I still got ages to play with. Why not? BKB pop. Alacrity gets Remnant down. Mizu. He can get it into middle. BKB's up in a couple seconds from Mizu, but it's going to be too long. They'll lose the monkey. Protected with a glimmer for a short while. Just jump randomly. Oh! No.
He's feeling himself.
Searing heat.
Now they can just go back down mid.
Eventually back.
Yeah, they know.
Man, bunch of heralds. You've got no chill as well. I'm just complimenting Southfield, but then you just go in hard on Galaxy Race.
They're making them look like a bunch of heralds though. But these are good players. I can't. This game's a grim one.
It does.
There's good games, there's bad games. There's good games, there's bad games. Unfortunately, this one is just one of those games here where Southfield Esports are just sweeping the floor.
Yes.
A full set going to be claimed mid off the creeps. They even get the tier 3 into melee down bot. They might even just be able to get 2 full sets here. Monkey's still down for 10 seconds.
There's no mind about it. They're definitely going to be doing it. Sometimes, you just run into an enemy team. When the galaxies align, unfortunately for Galaxy Racer, it was not in their favor. And I mean, in Southfield, this is a dominant performance. I mean, this rockets them up. I probably had them like, maybe top 3, top 4 in my start of the season predictions. I'd say top 3. I wouldn't put them as low as 4, but man, this is rocketing them up to top 2 potential.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to motivate trust.
Yeah, and that's going to be an exciting series to watch. I definitely think a lot of people have motivated now Southfield at the top here. Even the likes of SMG, and we still haven't seen a couple teams at the moment. But well, Zenki, what a position! He's moonlighted up with the Observer Watcher. The Smoke and Abart's actually going to move on forward. BKB, Bob. Both the supports get brought down instantly to start the fight. They're even moving back. No retreat capability from Galaxy Racer. Mizu's just going to drop the ultimate, but I think they're tapping out now after this. That's a full wipe, and yeah, they do. Woo. Wow.
5 to 7.
Fire's middle
No, you called it perfectly. And, I mean, they're going to be whooping it up. That's fine. Just the use of the Lotus Orb to make sure that, you got a Bloodseeker that's static linked up. You've got a BKB Razor.
Darkness fears the break of dawn! Let fire! Many things could make me say this, but how degrading.
Prepare for battle.
I am needed. Gold shines in the light. Yes. A satisfying balance. I do better together. Not quite. Vigilance now!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
My hammer falls silent.
structures are fortified.
Monster kill!
A cold sun rises.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A tithe to the impurities.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sweet ablution.
You weren't so young.
You will be forever alone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Out. And your spark.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Missing bottom. To a future of grief.
Dies.
Reduced to your elements.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. is under attack.
Don't mind if I do.
Zion's courier has been slain. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh boy! A tithe to the impurities. Juggernaut!
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Your isolation and pure bees forever. One alone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are falling. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's agent is under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's agent is under attack.
I fight anything in the house. will have vengeance. Was that intentional? It looked intentional.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Not bad at all.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste! Gather round.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Sound strategy.
Bottom tower is under attack.
We want finish!
Pity.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen.
right? Like,
Radiant team pick.
Grimstroke.
annoyed by Tinkers and Arc Wardens and Meepos.
I take a Huskar over a Tinker. At least I can end the game versus a Huskar. How do you end the game versus a Tinker?
Yeah, but I respect that guy.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
something. Not, it's not hard, but it's not easy. Huskar is literally
Press
played with
R.
one hand.
The worst part about Huskar is that even his own team is scared of him because you don't know if is he gonna kill all 5 heroes or is he gonna
Or
die
just,
instantly.
yeah. Pretty much.
He goes in and he's like, he's at 10% HP. Is he owning or is he about to feed?
I'm like looking back, looking.
And I don't know about you guys, but in my pubs, Huskar players are usually emotionally unstable.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They have some brain damage.
99%, it's always the Huskar player that either kills everyone and then trash talks them in old chat, or just dies a couple of
And then trash talks the teammates.
Trash talks the
Either way,
teammates,
they
runs
trash
out.
talk. And again, back to the draft, you see Grimstroke, Tiny, Lil Gun with that pause for Tiny.
10
They picked it twice
seconds
already, hope they're going
remaining.
away from that now.
But they won with the core, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So stop picking
5
pause for
seconds
Tiny. Hasn't won a single
remaining.
game yet.
Grimstroke Shard gets nerfed. I think it's healing 10% less damage, but the base
Still-
didn't get
still there.
changed.
Yeah.
Io didn't get touched at all on the B patch. Baden didn't get touched at all. I don't think Tiny did either.
It's like Dream of Salayo, right?
Yep.
Yavador
Yeah.
position.
Unless it's an offlane that Baden, what sometimes happens.
I could be a 4 Wisp, but most likely it's
10 seconds remaining.
It's also pretty good against Io. I mean, against Tiny, sorry. Because
5
two tanky heroes and Tiny.
remaining.
And it justifies the Huskar ban also.
Dire
The only core IO that we saw lose lost to core.
I'm still waiting to
Huskar.
see a draw against Io. I think that's one of the hardest counters against these HP region heroes.
I feel like the hero overall is
Draw Ranger?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
She
yeah.
got
The
slightly
Shard
nerfed.
as well.
I think 5% less move speed on Frost Arrow slows,
Yeah.
but
I mean, that spell was kind of ridiculous. He just gets slowed 60% the entire time.
yeah.
He can't move.
It did get rid of all these heroes well against Type 4, but Morphling is probably one of them.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a
5
good
seconds
versus 4
remaining.
Oh, interesting. Photo Storm.
Where'd that go? I mean, they played it last match they had, but
Yeah.
it didn't look as scary.
Nope. It was all Dream Missile winning that game.
He looked very timid. I mean, I like to just see his nose.
Yeah,
He doesn't have a mouth.
They are afraid we can read lips. Figure out their
Yeah,
strats.
afraid of lip reading, but notes, those you can read.
The whiteboard.
The whiteboard behind.
Who cares about that?
Whiteboard says, first pick Huskar when you can. Oh, it's banned.
Radiant team pick.
Down at center. Yeah, again, like we looked at the offlaners. Offlaners didn't get touched in the deep match. I was surprised. 'Cause I feel like I guess none of them are really OP right now, but they all seem very, very strong.
Very
I
good,
feel like
yeah.
offlane is in a renaissance right now.
I feel the strongest still, like throughout the major as well, is still Mars.
10
Yeah.
seconds
His arena just offers
remaining.
much. Until you get BKB just locked in there.
Just the way that the
5 seconds
Like Spear puts you out of
remaining.
position while stunning you.
He scales because of rebuke.
The laning stage is good for him. Mars and Pain. Mars is probably.
And you can always come back for team fights. Interesting Dragon Knight pickup very early.
Yeah, I do like their draft though. An offlane.
DK Tiny in one team. If they're both core, it's gonna be a little bit
Tanky.
I mean, yesterday in China we saw it was what DK Centaur Spectre
And
all on the
owned.
same team and it owned.
Yeah. But they didn't really have any way to deal with it here. But they're already showing like 2 tanky cores right from the beginning. I'm sure
Version.
Boom is gonna AA something like that.
For
Sure.
both of these. Like,
tank breakers, as I like to call them.
I'm glad you've stopped bringing up Enigma though, because you were saying Midnight Pulse, but Demonic Immersion got nerfed so hard. I feel like we're just not going to see that hero.
I just saw a Reddit thread this morning.
No, Enigma is unplayable.
Yeah.
You can't play this hero.
There was a Reddit thread. Why did you nerf Enigma like that? 30 seconds idle on duration, 50 seconds cooldown. I can't play. It's unplayable, man. I was like, okay, you're not wrong.
Why are you whining so much? I mean, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm actually sad. There's always those players that only have one hero. You know?
Oh, the Enigma spammers, they're gone.
I'm actually sad for Enigma spammers. They're gonna have it.
I think so.
Max that pulse go jungle.
Yeah. Like, you can nerf anything, but Eidolons and their cooldown, they had this symphony of life in which the first Eidolons die, and then the same second you spawn another.
And then they got buffed that you could create an Eidolon right before it dies.
Exactly.
It's great for Roshing.
But let's say, like Lich was like that for like 10 years, right? Like Lich didn't have your
10
mana.
seconds remaining.
Now you can't eat the creep anymore. People got used to it after a while.
True.
But at least he got something else. Enigma just
Got
straight
the
up got
shield,
nerfed.
yeah. Got the shield.
He got the pole, the sinister gaze, whatever.
Yeah.
And didn't get anything in return.
The ice performance really bad. Enigma like nerfs.
Yeah.
I think it was more the +5 Enigmas that tried to counteract. But I mean, I can see why. Like, it was too flexible, but you know,
they should have just made Eidolon scale.
It was a strong hero.
Just like make them weaker at level 1, and then like they already scaled pretty hard. Yeah, the God's Rebuke let them one-shot it.
Suddenly it's like kill awful. Yeah.
It's just a very hard hero to balance, though. Like, off lane, he has such a different purpose than safe lane, you know?
Yeah.
Like, safe lane just wins you the lane, off lane, he's like black hole bot.
They do pick up the Mars. Hango's still in availability for Lil Gun.
Seconds left for him. I think it would be pretty decent. But that draft would look very
The only
weird
question
then.
is how they want.
As I said, this DK pick, I feel like kind of messed up the draft.
Yeah.
Poorly, and now
They don't even know what they're gonna pick. 9 seconds left.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
gonna do
yeah.
anything. Definitely looks like a pet.
The field is like a pet pick. Gyrocopter.
Gyro DK Tiny.
So this has to be a support Tiny, yeah.
Which they lost with twice already.
Doesn't have 5 gyro.
It could be a 5 gyro, taking a page out of China's book.
10 seconds
Yeah, it could be.
remaining.
Did gyro get any changes in
5
7.29?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's weird.
Hero wasn't the. Still isn't.
I saw North America Envy was playing gyro. He lost that game.
I think Gyro can work as it's like a very different carry, right? Like you're active.
Oh yeah. Actually,
Radiant team.
Neon.
Ban.
At the major.
Exactly. They played very gyro and they were really active, bro.
Here we see another hero with a buff. 3 base damage. Doesn't seem like much, but we only have 40. That's quite a bit. And of course, we spoke about tank breakers. One of the best in the game. DK hates
10
playing it.
seconds
So does Tiny.
remaining.
So,
But Grim is good against him, right? With
5
Inkswell, you can dispel a lot.
remaining. Dire
You should
team.
have
Ban.
Inkswell.
Yeah, you gotta have to predict that.
Inkswole.
You looking
Ink swollen.
Inkswole?
you're so ink swole, bro.
Inkswollen.
Lil Gun, they ban out the line. Meanwhile, Boomy's actually a good dragon.
So what does
10
Boom need?
seconds remaining.
Wait, so it's
Boom needs
5 seconds remaining.
yeah.
or maybe Lil Gun, they banned out the lion, so they are effective. Or what I'm seeing from That's Rider mid, Mars, Snowflake, I have 30.
Radiant team. Ban.
Or if they counter the mid bat against this as well.
Yeah.
Mars middle is very good as well.
And see, they ban out like.
What does Lil Gun need? The lineup looks so weird.
I know.
It looks very aggressive though.
I think they're just gonna ban out whoever can go
I
mid
don't-
versus Batrider.
I don't mind Lil
10
Gun.
seconds remaining.
Does look
I don't
weird,
mind, it
but,
just doesn't look like it wins you game.
5 seconds
Tiny did work in
remaining.
the current patch. Carry Tiny, Gyro 5,
Yeah.
offlane DK with Grip. Then you get something.
Dire team.
But Tiny is pretty sad against
one. Like if it's like a Mars Lina or something, you're done.
And also, all these heroes are very set against core IO. None of these answer the core IO problem. How do you get on this hero? How do you kill it?
I didn't say it's perfect.
He just said he likes.
I'm just trying to
10
find
seconds
solutions.
remaining.
Look, there are drafts like
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
synergy between. They can't do anything together on the map. This lineup, like, you have options. You have the damage, you have the initiation.
Lina got a huge buff as well.
She did, yeah.
Fiery Soul plus
12 seconds.
Stun, bigger AoE.
And less mana cost.
Why always this standard thing? Go Lina.
It's such a good Phoenix.
It is, sure. I mean, it's always a good Phoenix.
That's the percentage-based damage versus tiny.
And they have no text speed
Wait,
either.
so if they picked Lina, you would have been okay with a 4-position
10
Lina?
seconds
I think the new Lina is really good.
Okay.
Bigger
Lina
stun
on
AoE,
Milligan.
less stun mana.
5 seconds.
Actually, yeah, Lina for Little Gun maybe, because you need an egg hitter now. I guess Shower Copter kind of fulfills egg hitting purposes.
Alright. 1-0 for Boom then, let's go.
Mid Viper. Very...
Okay, so
Offlane Dragonite.
Yeah.
hey, give me the rundown here, Lizard. What does Lurgan need to do to win this game?
Build the throne.
I didn't think about that. He's onto something.
That's how it
But
goes.
how do they get to the point where they can hit the throne?
Their draft was toxic and do get out on top. Maybe they can roll over Boom, but the moment always Lizards
always the
but. Boom Esports, they just have
I mean, you talk about toxic, but this city gets burned out by fire. I see a lot of fire here from the boss. Mars Spear can be fire as well. I think.
Tsunami. Do you want to save us?
Core
here?
IO. You know my policy on old Core IO.
My policy.
and in general, Boom I consider just I have higher expectations for Boom. They were out for Division Team.
Because it died. Yeah, you didn't want to talk about it though.
Policy?
Dude, no, yeah, she said it again, so it was over
It was
already.
making
Spiritus.
fun.
It was
Yes,
already
Spiritus.
over.
I like it. Lacoste, I leave the puns to you generally. Lacoste and B Cup. Can we get them on the horn or?
It doesn't have a brain, so it can't get
Lacoste, what do you think of policy as a pun? Is that a good pun?
It's okay, 3 out of 5. Nothing great, terrible, but
How about the draft?
terrible tiny position forward.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just don't know how's this still a thing. You have all these heroes that are in the pool that are just 10 times better than the tiny, which utilize more than 2 actual abilities, and somehow it's still there. Like we see it every single day. Position 4 tiny, baby. I don't know what it is. Like after a week, I think we're gonna stop with it. But sometimes you need to test it, see how bad it is, just to stop it.
All right, B Cup. We'll let you figure this out in 7.29B.
Sure.
Enjoy the cast, you two.
Thank you very much. Coming into the game, I guess I'll solidify my prediction. I'm going to go Boom as well.
Yeah, we'll go with Boom. Boom just seems to have like a better team fighting oriented draft. The core IO, they don't have a hero that can build into Spirit Vessel either. Like they don't have anything to reduce the healing. Like even if you have someone to build a Spirit Vessel against Abba, could be a bit problematic. He can just use the Aphotic Shield to remove it. So they have that covered as well.
Yeah, and it just feels like Boom's draft from the beginning of the game is going to be quite stronger, and it's also, I don't know, maybe it's just leftover faith from last season, but I really like what Boom was doing in the previous season. I know it's a little bit of a different roster, especially FBZ. On this Mars, he's been pretty fantastic. Draft aside, like, this is one of his better heroes that he gets to shine with, and
for sure. And they also added Dreamer's Cell, which I think is a big upgrade from what they had in the previous season. Like he already showed that he can be that guy to rely on, like Mikoto from the mid lane. Even if he's having a bit not that good of a time, he can carry. He can carry from the safe lane. Usually it was Mikoto that they were relying on if things don't go well. Well, Mikoto's Storm, Mikoto's Puck will carry the game. This time around, like this whole lineup seems just a bit more solid.
You could tell in last season, like, Mikoto had to show up every game. He was given a lot of pressure to always be, or always having to be on the entire time. There are going to be games that, you're not going to perform as well. and he wasn't really given that luxury with the previous roster. Well, with the previous roster that they were holding in the last season, but now, like you said, I think he can. A lot of the pressure feels off. As Dream of Cell can really pick up the pace for every.
And this top lane also will not go well for Liligan. Abba plus Io, they play into 2 melee heroes, so Tiny has a boost of speed, will drag the second creep wave, trying to... It's very hard to body block the small camp as well while you're doing it. Before it was much easier considering where the camp was standing. I want to see how the mid lane's gonna go. Like, they just wanted to have a hero that is not afraid of the Batrider. He has Nether Toxin level 1 to outpush the lane. He has a poison attack to slow him down. Also, Magic Stick, of course. That Magic Stick charges already, just pops it straight away. You want to have that mana sustain.
You run out of that mana, you feel pretty weak in the matchup, so you need to be sustaining it quite a bit. The thing with the Batrider that I'm wondering is, what are your thoughts on the change to the Shard?
Batrider?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you have 2 charges and you get 1 stick in a palm, which is okay. I don't think it's necessarily, like, I think it's good, but there's always gonna be like a better possibly item for you to go for. Like, you still need a BKB, you need a Blink Dagger, possibly even Ether Lens. Then you might start thinking about, you know, getting that shard.
Yeah, it's not the same that it was, where you could lasso your allies, and obviously we saw that combo from specifically IG a couple times, where they were using
the old
shard.
one was really, you know, good in certain situations. We've seen them like using it on the couriers, connecting on the other heroes as well. Mikoto, he is thinking about leaving that water rune, but will not go for it. 6 stacks on Viper, more than enough to just say, well, enough, you know, you don't chase me.
It's to sip on some cold, fresh water. I would hope it's cold. It's going pretty well for X123 right now. He's 12-4, like we expect. As long as he can maintain on the mana, this matchup's gonna be fine for him. But over in the top lane, not really see much action just yet.
It's very hard to bring down either Abba or Io. Like, the sustain coming out from these 2 heroes is just a bit too high. They don't have that damage. Dragonite doesn't even have a point in the Dragon Tail. So it's very hard to kill. Just combo from Tiny plus Breathe Fire is not enough to bring any of these heroes down. Maybe with the possible back toss to the tower, but other than that, like, they should be fine.
Talking about this KESQ. Yeah. And it's not going to get easier either, because I would assume KESQ probably goes level 3 into the Aphotic Shield as well, and then, you know, you're just able to soak that damage, absorb it, and really might not even feel too comfortable going after these kills if you're Liligan.
It's very hard on the top lane. This is my problem with Tiny. Like, you take a lot of XP, especially if you're paired up with a hero like Dragonite, who doesn't give you that kill potential. So, like, what is your role? You can try to go mid lane, possibly secure a minute 4 water rune, but you can't still kill anyone, because, like, introduction of the runes spawning every 3 minutes, and then having a water rune at 2 and 4, allows enemy mid laner to be pretty much full HP, full mana, and this is something that these kind of roaming position forwards don't like.
Try for something up towards top, but you can already see that this Tiny is forced to go back. They've got the silence onto the Dragonite. They're outputting quite a bit of damage, and there's not really much Liligan can do to deter them. It seems like Dream of Cell really does have full reign of this lane at the moment. Big Swell coming out, and that's going to stun up on Mars. He's going to try and get a kill on FBZ, but Ace, he's out a little bit too far. They'll get the kill on the Dream Stroke. FBZ still trying to avoid Sanctity. They've also brought over the Tiny. He's under the tower, throws the spear. He's out, the TP out, but the Avalanche is there, and FBZ, that is a very ambitious play to try and make. Tiny's right on his tail. They've got to insert him in, and they've got FBZ after a little bit of time.
I think for him there, the best play is to either like try to TP like straight away with the Quelling Blade, wait for Tiny to use his Avalanche, and then try to TP out, or just say, I'm dead, you know, I've done my job, we got a kill, and I can TP back to lane. This time he needs to walk back, which is a pretty big deal. mid lane. Tiny.
Avalanche comes in. Dakota tossed up into the air. They got the TPs coming in to try and protect Dakota. They've done a lot of damage here on the Tiny of Ishki. Bakers dive over. They should at least get this Tiny, and it goes back to just what is this Tiny providing for you? And well, now he's given over a kill to the side of Boom, trying to rotate.
It was a decent rotation, you know, Viper gets level 6, they have enough damage, Hammer TP's first, very nicely done, and Phoenix TP's the second if it's the other way around. Batrider probably dies there, but then again, this is your Tiny who is level 3, his combo got nerfed, which is a pretty big deal on top of that, you just don't deal enough damage to be able to burst people. The introduction of the raindrop, the floppy cast and everything, you have neutral items, everyone is just so tanky, Tiny can't get a kill. Dive,
and looking over the Viper, who will throw out that Viper strike onto Makoto, who lassos up the Viper, X123, trying to survive, and Sanctity gets the kill to Makoto before X123 dies. They'll also take out FPC over and chase on the Hyde, as Sanctity's got another with that rocket barrage. He's got a triple kill in that exchange. It's a 3-for-1 in the favor of Wilga.
This is a rotation that you definitely did not expect, level 5 Gyrocopter, almost fighting near tier 1 tower on a mid lane, but in this type of situation, Gyrocopter really shines. For his rocket barrage, you get the most out of it, there's nothing else that can share the damage, no neutral creeps, no lane creeps. So yeah, he gets level 6 from that, triple kill for him. I'm gonna say he was struggling, but my man was struggling, 24 CS on that Gyrocopter at the bottom lane, and now at least he got a triple kill.
Yeah, that really brings him back into the game, and all that comes off because X123 was trying to steal the stack in the dire side of the jungle. He gets caught doing it, still takes quite a bit of the stack, and it ends up being really beneficial for Little Gun to react to that and come over. Good movements there from Little Gun, helping the Gyro get back into the game. Only 30 CS up to this point.
There are no stacks. Stacks are being pinged out. Tiny says, no, I'll try to make something happen. We have a Gyrocopter, we have Viper. These heroes are really good at taking the stacks. Also, Gyro got a bit of a buff on his flag cannon. Attack count, you get 1 extra. But the cooldown got increased. But since you're gonna max it out, eventually, it doesn't really matter that much.
I think, obviously, earlier, not as great, endgame, way better. One of those, buffs that I feel is a slight buff towards the back end.
Oh, good scan from Radiant. They know something's cooking.
Let's see if they can figure out what exactly is cooking. Come over, Inkswell, Boom might be in trouble here. They'll go after KSQ. They've also got a Viper Strike on FPZ who's trying to TP out. They've got the homing missile coming in. They'll get the kill on FPZ. Look over at KSQ. Sanctity now with a double kill. All of a sudden, he's 6-0.
That was such a good play. Scan connect, they rotate 2 heroes. Viper pretty much has the perfect road there. As a haste, good for chasing down. And once again, Mars tries to TP out, fails to do so. Needs to walk back to the lane. Sanctity TP's to top.
Yeah, I really like that because Marvel was getting chased on, and I think Sanctity certainly feels strong enough now where he can try and turn this around. And boom, they're kind of scared of the Gyro after that.
The damage coming out from rocket barrage is sick when they're isolated. Mikoto still needs 100 gold to finish off his boots of travel. Batrider received a gigantic buff in the previous patch, the patch that hit us today morning or yesterday, wherever you are. Plus 3 damage increased. Ooh, that's pretty sick.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, Anti-Mage also, his armor increased by 1, literally unkillable at the moment.
If he dies throughout this patch, I'm gonna say that you were maybe boasting it up a bit too much. That's if he gets picked. I'm ready to see an Anti-Mage.
Nah, that hero just doesn't feel great in this current meta. We'll see. It's a potential last pick if it's a good AM game. Other than that, I don't think the hero is very viable. So Mars had a really good start. Now he's sitting at the middle of the pack. Those 3 deaths cost him quite a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Towards the top, X123 having a really good time. It looked like it wasn't the best lane, but he still farmed really well. He maintained his helped him out a little bit, being in that lane where it could have been a little bit of a difficult time for him over towards top though. Ace is caught with the lasso, throws the soul bind, they'll get that going to the Grimstroke. We'll see if Wilgun wants to go for this. They've got the right of each picked up by the Viper, and they'll go after Henskew, look to kill off this Abaddon, and he'll pop the borrowed time, being killed up by this Phoenix, called out as well. Henskew still surviving, pops the Aphotic Shield, and is able to walk away, being surrounded by 3 heroes, pretty much unscathed.
A lot of sustain going up from Boom's lineup. You have IoT, you have Sunray, Abba with the shield, with the Mist Coil. This type of lineup really excels at going in and out of the fights, like they want to reset multiple times.
Gaio's structures are fortified.
Have quite a lot of stuff. I brought a beta. It's really nice. Dragonite going into Blink Dagger. I think they needed that, like, initiation. Pretty much has the same amount of gold.
Tower is under attack.
Get a lane for himself for like 2 minutes to be able to farm a Blink Dagger, while one of the heroes can potentially farm the jungle.
Hey, he's not too far off of it either, so you really would like to see him kind of get pushed for farm, that's for sure.
Flash combo to kill the creep wave. You also consume a lot of mana, so you need to have like constant clarities running.
It's got 8 charges on the stick, that's about it. 435 mana. It's not a lot when you're using 230 for that combo. It's less than 2 combos, the full mana. It's really rough.
In the morning you were talking about how, you know, you were good at math before, and now you feel a bit rusty, so I'll just let you do the math throughout this whole game. Like, that was super quick. Like, I was listening to you, it was pretty impressive, you know. Avalanche 120 plus toss 110, 230, like straight away. You just shoot that out instantly.
I try, you know. Boast about my math sometimes. Makoto chased by a missile, and as well as the rest of the gun, they're trying to get on him with the ink, so they're not going to let him. They've got the call down coming in, and with the damage, looks like it's going to be enough to take out Makoto, who will use the lasso and still die.
No TP responses. Like, guess cute, he does not have a TP on Abba. I guess, like, for me right now playing Dota, it feels like, yeah, I should just have a TP because I'm kind of used to having 3 TPs, and if you're not dying, you kind of forgot to bring the TP out.
Gotta have that TP. I'm just more shocked that Makoto was willing to use that lasso.
Well, I guess he was possibly expecting someone to come.
Sure.
Like, Io doesn't even have a point in relocate. 1 point in relocate could eventually save it there.
Is under attack.
Is he farming that axe? 2 components away.
Like, this is super greedy. You know, I guess all the cores are. He just wants to be able to farm up the most efficiently way. Smoke.
Bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see if this works. FBZ does have a Blink Dagger to work with now, so they can throw down that Blink Arena as well as maybe land a Spear. But both teams, they're smoked up, and it looked like Wilgun was going towards bottom, the same direction that Boom was in. They end up holding off and potentially going through the jungle, maybe even look towards getting a tier 2 or pressuring that tier 2 up towards top if they can get this kill into the Bat Rider. Coming through the Bat Rider, they'll use that Viper Strike and TPing in. No, so he'll stop the TP, he'll let Makoto die, and there's nothing that they can do about it. Wilgun has been playing the map really well.
Yeah, they're very aggressive. Now they have 2 Blink Daggers, which are going to be the primary target for the Inkswell. Inkswell also maxed out, which I really like. This position 5 Grimstroke, you know, not going for any kind of wave clear. They have heroes that can clear the waves, so he's just putting 1 point in Stroke of Fate. He understands.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Better choice here. Because you have 2 heroes. You can just go in, 2 Blink Daggers picked up. I still feel, you know, Boom's team fight is extremely strong if they execute it correctly.
Right.
Mars with the Blink Dagger. Io still doesn't have Ags. Like, this is the timing that they're looking for and get that Aghanim Scepter. And then look for a fight, so a bit disconnected in terms of timing. Just needs to farm another 400 gold.
I actually want to know your thoughts on this, because I was talking to Black about it yesterday. Having multiple blink daggers like that.
Yeah, like sometimes it's really not good, because it's 4,000 gold that just gives you mobility. It doesn't make you any more tanky. For Tiny, it's a natural choice, so he has to get one, no doubt about it. For Dragon Knight, sure, I still feel, you know, getting a Blink Dagger here is fine, because I see a BKB right after that. He's naturally trying like smaller items, spears.
Down, they got the spear, Brimstroke caught, Brimstroke killed, Ace 1-2 is killed.
What did Black say? I bet he said, you know, that he's not a big fan of getting multiple Blink Daggers early on.
He was saying well, and it ends up being a 1-for-1.
They get the 2 kills out of that. Once again, they lose FBZ. Mars kind of struggling this time around. You know, once he has that BKB, they will have pretty much the only one ability that can go through Magic Immunity and some right support with the Viper Strike. Still feel the team fight belongs to Boom. All they need to do is farm up their Blink Daggers right now. Batrider going for one, skipping a Blink Dagger, which I really like. I understand when I go in with the BKB. I'm probably going to tank the Viper Strike, but other than that, I should be fine.
They coming in, but they land the spear. They cut through people and both the time is with Brimstroke. Toss up into the air, but both Hishki and Ace are real quick. That's 2 kills. I don't know if Blue gonna need to be giving away like that.
That's a very aggressive move. You know, just invading the jungle, Dire using a scan. Not the best scan considering 2 heroes are dead. Like, where could they possibly be? They were also showing them a mid lane.
Arena spear all coming through on the Marvel. Use the rod to try and lock down FBZ, but they've got more than enough damage to get the kill with the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, this is just a bit of inexperience coming up from the little gun. They climb the high ground, lose 2 support, and then try kind of defend the mid tower. Like, you need to be very careful about the Blink Dagger initiation. So, yeah, Aghanim Scepter IO still very powerful. You know, the damage, the collision damage got reduced by once it's maxed out by 15. Still, the hero feels very strong.
This feels very similar to LBZS's play, Magma's play. I would say maybe even Vice from last season, where the early game, the laning stages, it looks pretty crisp. It looks right, you know, good, but it's decisions like we've seen in the last few minutes that pull them down.
That's a really good comparison, because like all these teams that were in the upper division season 1 that they got dropped down, the common thing was they are playing the lanes well. It's about that, you know, moves again. After 10-15 minutes, what happens? Like, how do we approach a team fight? Like, what's our role? Who needs to do what? But the laning stage, like, they're on pair with pretty much any other team.
Which has brought this game back to even. Or loses that Elder Dragon form. They're looking for a kill. They need to use this to put some pressure on, maybe onto the tier 2. But they're not finding the success that they had earlier on. I'm interested to see if that's, of course, like I said, one of the things that some of these teams lack.
Yeah, right now you feel they're under pressure of doing something. Gathering around the mid lane, trying to put some pressure on the tower. Dragon Knight's still level 1.
Get the kill onto the DK. Let's see if Boom can get any more, because they are chasing. They've got these skills taken down. There's so fine by strike on the 2. Avalanche toss coming in with AC ends up in first. They will go grab Makoto. They'll take out the Batliner. They've done a lot to take out the fight. Trying to survive, but they've got the Spirit Vessel on him. The FBZ is high to right on the region rune. He survived the Avalanche as well. The toss coming in, but it's not a toss out of the hero. It's a toss onto the Alpha Wolf, and they look over and take out Sanctity Spear. It's on the Tiny.
FBZ gets an Ultra Kill. Like the way this fight started, Mars uses Arena on 2 people. Tiny gets knocked out by a Flame Break. Anti-synergy, anti-Burbeamer combo, and they still get pretty much a team vibe there. FBZ picks up the region rune. Like the sustain coming out from these heroes, like you can feel it. The percentage-based damage, Also from the Sunray against these tanky heroes once the BKBs are down. It's just too much. The Spirit Vessel, damage over time. They just want to go in, reset, maybe lose a hero, potentially, if it's needed, buy back, and come back to the fight. Because these heroes really excel at just staying in a fight for a really long period of time.
Right. No, and now Boom has a 3k lead. I mean, the shift in gold has been pretty big the last 3 minutes or so. Blue Gun. Watching that fight, it feels like they missed the timing a little bit. Giving Boom a lot.
You know, Gyrocopter, he had his time. You know, he shined. He does not have a single steroid in this game. He's not paired up with Io. No one's building a Solar Crest. Doesn't have Alacrity. Pretty much nothing. This is like a solo Gyrocopter. You know, one against 5 in terms of like how you're gonna buff him up. On the other side, like you have so many things that buff up the carries. You have this Alpha Wolf, the damage, the shields, the heals coming out from everything. And now, even Mikoto has a BKB, so he doesn't have to be really that afraid of going in. But we could still see, you know, potentially really good combo, double Rod of Aethos, double Viper Strike on 2 targets. They're super slowed down.
Which they had in the last one, though, the double Viper Strike and everything.
They also find Nether Shawl like 22 minutes in. It's just like 5 minutes late.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I guess also my question is, because we're seeing Solar Crest every game. Building, like, who should be building it here for Logan?
They don't have the hero.
Yeah.
They just don't have the hero that can build a Solar Crest. You know, might sound stupid because like every single time it's actually doable.
They catch Hishki trying to run with an 8 swell. He's been popped, they get the kill and take out the Tiny. They use the arena there and guard FBZ now unstoppable.
Even if you get like Solar on Tiny, it's not gonna feel that great. I prefer this Lotus Orb against like Abba, against all these slows, the silence, Spirit Vessel removal. Grimstroke, he's just not, he does not have the gold to actually buy a Solar Crest.
Right now.
You can see Kescue, Abba, he knows, like the way I'm gonna buff up my carry, it's great against Gyro, great against some right click coming up with Dragonite. Also Dragonite has a Dragon Scale, which is really nice.
Very on lore. I'm sure he's got more than that.
Petition to rename this item to Dambion Scale.
Sanctity down for Gyro. There's so much, it does not feel like it's controlling enough in this fight. They're gonna buy back here on the Dragonite. They get the kill on a Hishki. They're TPing into the tier 2, but this is not a wise PP Marvel. I don't know what you're doing here, but you're certainly in the wrong part of town, and you are gonna die again. The buyback's not even off your screen hit, and you are gone.
Oh man, that feels bad. This is just like, I'm gonna buy back on the Dragonite who does not have a dragon form either, so that's not gonna be good. But they're also chasing down Viper. Yeah, FBZ might catch him.
Spears on point. They got the start. Next 1, 2, 3. Well, your time is over in 3, 2, 1, and you are gone.
So yeah, this game feels completely over for Lil Gun. They had a play style. They had the first 15 minutes of the game where I'm gonna say dominated, but this is what the lineup is good at. You know, just constant fighting. They managed to burn down Abba before he could get the ulti off, which was nicely done. But then, yeah, you killed Abba. You're gonna lose 4 heroes, 5 with the buyback.
And Abba's fine with dying. Certainly, if you're the only one. I think that's one of the better feelings as a 5 position. When you're the only one who dies and your team just wipes. It's like, oh, you guys focused me.
Yeah, this is where you all chat. Great job, guys. Very well done. Yeah, focus me next time. Like, whatever, you know, you just have a question mark. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Roche potentially could be taken by Boom. Like, their heroes really are good at fighting near the pit. They have a ton of damage. You have Io, almost at 10-second BKB. It's a 9-second BKB now. Gotta be hard to get used to the 9-second BKB max duration.
You think they add back that second in some point? In some, like, weird way?
Yeah, after 5 years, you know, we still have some Dota 1 stuff coming back.
BKB upgrade?
You can buy a shard that allows you to have 1 extra second of just no.
BKB shard. Ooh. Thank you, Marvel. Appreciate that.
That was nicely done by him.
They're grouped up top. Dreamcell and Kiss they're ready to go after this, and they're gonna pop the hard time immediately. They'll go after the Abaddon, they'll use their call down, but I mean they were already they'll pop the BKB on second, they'll look over and steal the game, but the Abaddon is just not being taken out. They get the kill on Marvel, they've got the lasso onto the Viper. They move over to further 2 3. Can they get the kill onto the Viper? They take it out high. The egg is gone. He's so 1 2 3. No! He survives! They'll take out Ace. HG falls with him. They're right around Sanctity. There's nothing that Excellent People can do as Sanctity falls. You may have gotten away with 100 health, but the rest of your team is done.
Yeah, they just killed the 2 supports, they killed the egg, they focused it down nicely, like you have to. With the gyrocopter, you're still doing some of the damage, but the rest of the team is just too much damage. FBZ on this Mars, like he deals ton of damage. Desolator, BKB, he gets on top of someone, that hero is just straight up dead. Now Io, like, it's becoming even more problematic. There's so much items on Io right now. You have a 8-second BKB, going into the heart. Like, they just don't have a way to deal with it. They have nothing to reduce the healing with. No Spirit Vessel. Once again, none of the heroes have any of the abilities to reduce the healing. And there's just too much stuff that they need to focus on. This time around, they try to go for a play. Focus the Abba once again. Abba was click on that R button. Clicks it straight away. You know, fool me once. Not gonna fool me twice.
Probably not. Marvel's just not doing anything. Like, it feels like he's in the fight, he turns into a dragon, and you know, he's trying to get through that Season 1 arc where you try to power up and feel like you can add to the fight, but man, it is not looking like that's changing just yet. Right into the face of Ishki. Avalanche toss, they've got the arena, the spears are getting kill, and they look for a pump.
When you said Marvel not doing anything, I thought you were going to say, you know, Warner Bros. Is doing really good lately. You know, they have to step it up, but Solar Crest down on Abba, but that's going to be a big buff for Io in the team fights, potentially also on Mars, because Mars is a heavy right clicker right now.
See if they can even defend this. They got the blink as well as the lasso. They'll go through the Dragon Tail. They'll lock him up for a second. He's looking fun. Like to go get body shield. They've got the homing missile on the Roto. All down on the zero. Can you pop up FBC? He's not afraid to front line right now. And they're trying to fight it in, but this Mars is way too much for them to handle. They'll look over the Supernova that's not in the best place. They'll blow up the egg. They got the kill on the Viper. The 1-for-1. Supernova way too far forward, but for killing the Viper, the trait's okay, it's just not exactly what we're looking for.
If you want to use the rest of Supernova, then Lasso,
Gyro, Sanctity taken out, it's perfect again from FBZ, really showing why he's the anchor to this team. He's trying to run away, but he is slowed up quite heavily. Marvel goes down once again, they killed off Base, they got 2 heroes to fight against the 5 of Boom, and it really does not look like a fair fight at all. FBZ diving in deep up the tier 4s. He looks over as Hishki throws the avalanche, but the toss will really pop the Aegis. And that's all they get out of this. Mars is ready to go, full health, full mana, and you have to evacuate your own base to try and survive.
And they just don't have enough damage to deal with the tankiness, the sustain coming up from Boom at the moment.
Just not doing much of anything as Makoto does eventually burn out the Viper, toss into the air. Makoto falls to Hishki, who's got the Spirit Vessel on him. Hyde trying to get a solo kill on this, keep up with this Tiny. He's able to walk away from the Phoenix. While all that's going on, top set of racks, they're gone. Mid looking like it's next on the menu. They're going to relocate back, and here they are. Here you go. Pick up this set of racks, Sanctity. They're just falling short in these fights. They're now down 24k. It's a really tough objective here to try and get to the first. However, immediately the arena comes out. FBC again in their face with BKB. They'll get that kill to Hishki. They'll look over at Marvel. Marvel just crumbles, hits the ground hard. He'll die once again. Sanctity, he's trying to fight. He's popped the BKB. There really isn't much more for him to offer. He's getting to get the Dream of Cell. Hishki Drishki goes in, Avalanche top, they stun up a bunch, but again, the Tiny, there's just no follow-up. You don't have your cores, they'll call GG, and boom, will take game number 1 in what looked at the start for little guys to overwhelm them and really come through the door hard.
Yeah, it's just that Boom is a more experienced team. They know how to execute it. It looked a bit shaky at the start because Lil Gun's draft is very good at just killing heroes.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Gator.
Radiant
Before it was a little.
ban.
As a carry, I just really try to farm some creep somewhere.
That's it.
Or a team fight happening.
Spectre your way in.
When I was playing IO competitively, when I just started and when I was practicing, I listened to the, obviously the look, right? But the animation, but I listened to the sound that he makes to figure out when's the
delay.
best. Yeah. When's the best.
10 seconds remaining.
Ah, too late.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Let's hope that Sanctity Hero X123 know how to play it.
Or you focus too much on listening and then click on the creep with it.
On the wrong hero? Oops.
Wrong here.
I can't. Brought up the guy with the beacon.
Hey, that's why I'm not playing it.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
But they do it again with the tiny dog.
I've done it again.
If it's a plus 4 tiny again, I'm gonna have to call them in.
Let go of the backpack and see.
Let's see if they pick the same heroes. What did they have last game?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the first.
Necrophos.
Oh, that's a decent, better answer.
On paper, it's
In the lane. Like the lane is
anything percentage based is in theory nice. Reaper Scythe being able to also work off of percentage is nice.
Now when the Necro is showing a steady comeback,
Radiant team
are we going to Pugna come? Historically,
Pugna was always kind of there. Just like
kind of
not
sometimes
as
do,
often, yeah.
But versus Necro, this hero used. Necro is in the meta.
My favorite hero against this guy as carry is just Arcward. Yeah. Necro can't play against Arcward in the entire game. A is really good. I'm still scared of these early pick Necros that we've seen since.
There are answers. Pugna is probably one of them. Arcward is good. But something that in the last game I love playing with.
Oh yeah.
You're a natural.
Bad Rider also.
Yeah, Bad Rider. You're a natural vessel builder on field.
10 seconds remaining.
Magic damage.
Also,
Reward.
Medusa one of the best. But you actually never lose
5
lose
seconds
mana.
remaining.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It lards.
No, I'm with you. I think they just go for the exact same draft. Get the Mars again. It's now banned out. The Bat Rider is banned out, so they won't be able to do that. But yeah, Mars Phoenix. Why not?
It doesn't have to be an offlane Necro. It could
They're
be
gonna
mid
ban
lane.
Matt Mars, right?
They better. Thought they would ban Io and they didn't. So
Necro really sad against Angolia as well. Though. He has pretty slow movement speed. He's kind of just stuck in a normal.
yeah, I'd be down for Pango also. It's just that I feel like Boom was really leveraging the arena initiation, so it wasn't all on the Bat Rider's shoulders. Like, oh, you gotta find a weapon.
I mean, they could literally just pick
10
Mars.
seconds
doesn't-
remaining.
It's chilling hard.
5 seconds
You know, there are different
remaining.
layers, different types of seriousness while playing a game. That's like 2 out of 10.
Yeah. The guy next to him, though, he's looking a little anxious.
My favorite is the Ramses pose, or legs up in the chair, and feel like this. That's how you know.
I can play like that for 2 minutes, and it's uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
Like, usually, I do this.
There's a lot of
Really?
layers with
Yeah.
yeah,
It's a lot of
I do that as
flexibility.
well.
I can do like this.
I do
Oh,
this as well.
This is like the most comfortable, but you need a big chair for it.
Wait, that's called.
10
Is that like
seconds
a
It's called
remaining.
Schneidersitz.
Turkish split or something?
In America, we call it Indian style, but
Remaining.
and there's also like crisscross applesauce.
But
Is also I've heard
they would have
before.
called the scissors. There.
I think that is a different.
Yes.
That's not the Turk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the pose that these guys are gaming in, and the Ramses pose is this.
There's a lot of players with one
Yeah,
leg
like
up
a lot
as
of
well.
Chinese players also. sit
Yeah,
like
Chinese
that.
players. Oh, I've
Yeah.
seen that a lot on the webcams.
It depends on your chair. If you have a very comfortable secret lab chair, you
True,
can sit
exactly.
any way
in
you
the
want
premium quality of a secret lab chair, you
Yeah.
could sit with a 4D armrest.
That is
That would
also
be
the
like-
first chair ever I was able to sit like this. It has a big, like, a base of the seat.
to. And you
Wow.
can pretty much retract and move the What's
Tell
that
you,
called?
it's the 4D armrest.
Yeah, an armrest. Exactly.
4D, bro.
4D, all
Back,
the dimensions. You
side.
can move it through time.
Through time.
Leshrac banned out, Lycan banned out. Lycan got a handful of buffs in the 7.29 beat match, but why not just go for the
what
Phoenix
a
again?
surprise! The Phoenix against Necro Force.
Shocker.
And
Wow!
tanky as well. Like both of them, no attack speed. Both of them very tanky and like to play versus Sunbrave versus all the magic damage.
Now, if
Come
this
on,
was-
Lilka.
If this was China, then I'd be like, oh, they're gonna pick a Mirana now. But for some reason, I feel like this Tiny is just gonna end up being a 4 positioning.
What about plus 4 Arc Warden?
I don't know, Lizard, is that viable?
With axe? With axe?
Attacks, sure.
Fountain camp him?
I actually, I've heard people like I believe you as well. Like I never liked that deck. Sounds so bad. Make one spark rate, then another one appears.
Yeah, but then because you cast 2, it's 4. So every spark rate.
I will say I trust Black more on these new things because yesterday you were advocating about how good Visage Shard was, and before the game, Lizard was Black keeps recommending Visage. Doesn't he know that it's garbage?
Okay.
And then we lost the game, and Visage Shard completely owned.
I was proven wrong in that game.
Rarely ever happened.
Coming from someone that has like 800 Visage games, I should probably know better, but it looked pretty solid in that game. However, in the next game, it looked trash to you. Like, it didn't do anything.
Sure, yeah.
So it depends on the game.
Visage's fault.
Yeah, but in the first game, I could argue that no matter... It's a good shard, it's better than before. However, in the first game, whatever he built, he did.
Probably.
I think it's just the hero, man. In game 2, his team, like they were pretty poorly, you know, but that Visage was owning anyway.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people will pick up this hero.
Position 4 Visage is probably back. I actually saw it yesterday as well.
Good stuff.
And people started thinking... It's...
Gonna be sad times for Pop.
In the last few patches I played on offlane, because you have a brawler, cost tiny whatever, there is no way
No
you lose
tiny,
that
please.
lane. You just get a couple of mangoes and you spam out versus
Soul
anyone.
Assumption.
Soul Assumption. You just spam it. You don't go Grave Chill first. Go Soul Assumption first.
Yeah.
And you trade instantly.
What you're saying, Centaur also with the double-edged instant soul
Exactly.
Assumption.
That's very good.
If anyone's wondering why we're not talking about the draft, it's because we already know what's going to happen in the Boom draft.
However, Undying is a decent answer to Mars.
Radiant team.
Now they can pick up another hard
And
carry.
Snapfire to feet. Sort of an answer.
Wait,
It's
so
solid.
it's I just want to see a mid-tiny this game. Snapfire 4, Necro off lane.
Undying 5.
Yeah, looks decent enough. Don't do any
I like it.
weird stuff like mid Snapfire possible tiny. No need to do that.
And I would say that Undying 5 and Tiny Carry actually do quite well against the Mars, actually.
Yeah, I mean, could be tiny carry as well.
Dying overall.
Just don't
that's,
put them in
that's
full.
really well versed. Both of them are trend. So have
They're laughing a lot.
Dire team.
Actually, everyone in Boom right now. No matter where you go, Undying is going to be balling.
the problem with what we were just talking about is, yeah, he's strong in the later on. Mars, you don't. Tombstone looks pretty solid in this game. You don't have a.
But they do have to overcharge though. It's always super annoying. Like I always just like I'm gonna do with everything you give me.
I find the answer. And they didn't pick any of the other things that we were recommending, the AA.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like, even though Mars is a little bit annoying, Vow Ranger, the little gun, they have a lot of heroes to protect her. They have a good initiation, good front line, and they have no jump on boom.
Pick her in.
I mean, it's, as I said, it's like not the best, but like you crush the IO, you crush the rest of the lineup.
I'm scared.
But Boom is gonna last pick this. They be picking it. Their Storm Spirit.
They'll just ban.
Evoker, man. It's more team fight.
Next heroes. Wild Boom got all the. Like, they're literally banning out all the Impa, right? Like, Huskar, Broodmother. I don't know why they ban out Lycan, but.
Lycan's Impa.
Her and.
10 seconds
Yeah, it's
remaining.
not balanced. Bad way.
Oh, you've played a ton of 7.29p games, haven't you, Black?
Yeah.
Patch dropped, you started grinding it out.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. What? Patch? My alarm started ringing?
Who's that signal? Look at the Undying on the side of Velgan. Literally does not.
No, he does teamfight damage.
And tower damage. It's small.
How does he do that?
Sure.
With an Undying ult that gets 150 damage.
The Flash Golem ult right now. When was it?
10 seconds remaining.
Some heroes you just can't get away from. He has
Yeah.
that Flash Golem.
I mean, he slows for like 40%.
Yeah,
It's
good. It's really good.
It's impossible to
And
run
the
away
damage
from
amp works on Roche, so you can take Roche like surprisingly quick with
And the
Undying.
damage amp works until it's not done.
Wish it did. That's why like he was saying tower damage, and I was just like, wait, does Undying tower damage? Does he amplify it?
That would be so good.
That would be so good.
On a side note though, I had a pub game yesterday with Leveler Tiny.
Okay.
He 5-hit direct. Like was a core Tiny, he 5-hit direct.
Did he have the shard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Because I was like, wouldn't he about to pick up a new tree at some point?
And level 15 also gives 15% more bonus damage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Casual leveler time.
It's so
true.
It's so dumb.
Alright, little gun, you got 10 seconds left.
What are you gonna pick, boys? You're gonna pick a hero that kind of covers your bases? There you go for
Wow.
I mean, I did say that.
You did say it.
Pause for Aqua. Let's go.
Alright, so they banned out all the imbalanced, all the heroes that can kind of take over the game and win on their own. From boom, they left one through though. They left the arc.
10
I
seconds
feel this is
remaining.
a Storm game.
Yep.
Pick Storm, win Dota.
100%.
And it's Mikoto.
Remaining.
Unless if he lost his Storm
Puck
confidence.
banned. And Puck is banned.
Puck
but
is banned.
Storm-
Void skirts around.
Storm makes the most sense. Doesn't lose lane to any of those in mid. What? Okay. I don't like that as much.
Yeah, Mikoto definitely looked better on.
Not this season.
Offlane Necro. Pause for. Oh, it's a mid Tiny. Let's go, man. Finally.
So I guess Quap versus Storm. Quap, more damage, less pick-off potential. Who do you think scales better in the late game? Because if they don't win early,
A Storm would probably.
This is Storm,
scale
well then I don't
better.
get the Queen of Pain.
Neither do I, but I mean it goes pretty well with Mars. Like you have a huge team.
You know, put some weight on Boom once again. The way they play. Lil Gun, I think they have a better chance in this game because it's a mid tiny, so it's at least not a hero that uses two abilities throughout the whole game. And yeah, Arc Warden seems decent, but against Io, Queen of Pain could be a bit tricky, but should be a bit more interesting game. I don't think like the game's just gonna fall apart after 15 minutes.
No? Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2. You know what's crazy? Had my exact thoughts word for word. It was exactly what I was going to say.
I kind of doubt it.
I'm going...
next time I'll write it down and then, you know, we can compare what you wanted to say.
Okay. Well, I guess my creative writing's got to get better at some point.
Do not be selfish.
Yeah, make it sound decent. If we get a pause, I'll write a little bit. I'll get a little explanation on my pick, but I'm gonna
30 seconds to
still predict Boom.
Yeah, just Boom just looked more solid. This time around, they have what 1, 2, 3, 4 strength heroes against Undying, so Undying should have a decent time in the laning stage. No one wants to play a double strength lane against Undying, so they will have this mid tiny. He gets more levels, actually scales as a hero, is not just Avatos.
battle begins.
Mikoto.
it just comes down to seeing if, you know, Logan are going to be comfortable after that 15-minute mark. I'm wondering if their game, like, the way they're going to play is similar to last game, because their lanes were fine. And I'd like to see them find more success out of the laning stage. 15-20 minutes, they don't fall behind again. Marvel, not enough damage. They're actually just going to TP over the tier 1 in the off lane, but Hishki and Kesku go back and forth. A little bit of damage here and there, nothing more. And Dream himself back on this IO.
They have 4 of the same 5 heroes from the last game, just instead of Queen of Pain. They have Batrider. Queen of Pain provides a bit more damage, a bit more team fight, earlier rotations possibly, especially the TP rotations.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because they're playing into Undying Dark Warden, which is a kind of a top lane with 2 strength heroes. Hyde starts with boots of speed, wanted to drag the second creep wave, but Ace stalled. Nicely done, just pulled the lane back, and you know, it's still good, but he will be able to get the DKs off, try to zone them out. Like, it's very hard for these 2 heroes to play into Undying. He has 3 mangoes to work with, almost level 2.
He is just 24 stolen strength right now. Feels great as an Undying. FBZ only has 380 max out. Now it's actually 520. It was 380. And he's just standing forward. We've seen this a lot from Undyings. Just put the pressure on, stay forward, make them feel uncomfortable in lane. We'll see if Ace 12 can really follow this up, follow these constant decays, because eventually mana is just not going to be there for you. Yeah, you've got 2 mangoes. You should be able to sustain a little bit if you can get yourself your hands on some clarities, or maybe get a kill, bump up that gold a little bit. But you know, things get a little bit more difficult where he runs out of mana. Sometimes we'll see Undying sacrifice themselves to the tower or the tier 2, something like that. Maybe afterwards they TP over mid. See how Ace 12 approaches this.
Hyde, he blocked the small camp. Let's see if that gets devoted. Ace, well, he knows, because Phoenix was trying to fake it on the top lane, like still like body block, go into the...
Fight me!
4 people disconnected.
All
make it 5.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he was trying to fake it on top as Phoenix to be inside the small camp, but this ward is gonna get spotted because they need to pull the lane back. Like, Arc Warden is not gonna feel comfortable playing this deep in. There is always a kill potential when enemy safe laner, like position 5, when he goes to try to pull the small camp, especially if it's a stacked one. You have this like window of opportunity to just go and play aggressive on him. Unfortunately, Hyde is still level 1, so it doesn't have a combination dive plus fiery spirits.
Yeah, we saw Hyde, especially last game, played pretty aggressive early on as the Phoenix. He moved around quite a bit, used that Icarus dive, got them a couple kills with the help of the spirits, so I'm interested to see how Hyde goes about this. So just unfortunately level 1, but yeah, Ace 12 is going to get this D-ward like you said. Over mid, Makoto's Sanctity. The matchup, at least for right now, is certainly favoring Makoto.
Who would have guessed? Queen of Pain against Tiny. I think if you ask anyone, you know, they would say it's a good matchup for Queen of Pain. And now with the introduction of the runes, it allows you to play even more aggressive, like have that extra mana sustain. Still keeping up the point, just in case, you know, maybe he doesn't need the blink to close the gap, could potentially have another point in Scream of Pain for some extra damage. Like, it's very hard to get this bottle regeneration going, since you're playing against this damage over time, coming up from the Shadow Strike. Let's see. He's going in, and he wants to deal some damage. You know, he wants him to pop that Water Rune. Water Rune plus Fairy Fire, it's a lot of heal. You know, instant heal, maybe Water Rune shouldn't be like instant heal.
You think it should be more heal over time?
Yeah, I think so. It would be a bit more balanced, because like, you dive a hero with Water Rune bottled, and then he pops a Fairy Fire, suddenly like, snap, you get the double kill.
This family will understand.
We'll see if that ends up being changed a little bit. Sanctuary though, still, you know, he's throwing out avalanches, but he's playing pretty aggressive considering he's only got himself about 300 health before that little sip right there. Playing on the edge, in my opinion.
Like they're having some internet issues. Another disconnect from Undying. What they can do right now is potentially, like Phoenix could rotate it to the top 4-minute water room, secure it, steal it from Tiny while Queen of Pain goes to the bottom lane, and then you kind of steal it from Tiny. So you can keep playing more aggressive. No one's about to die. Like Undying could potentially suicide, refill the bottle for Tiny, but that's it. Then you're forcing a rotation on the mid lane, which leaves Arc Warden vulnerable on.
Yeah, certainly don't want to leave your Arc Warden vulnerable in the top lane when you've got, you know, Icarus Dive can come out. A well-placed spear makes sure that if you catch on X1, if he's dead. Dying, you've got to figure out where you can be here, because if Arc Warden's game doesn't jump off that, I don't know if it's going to be that easy for him.
He can still, you know, be in the jungle. You just need someone to play Dota. Snapfire is kind of not that hero, neither is Undying. You also have this slow, sluggish Necro. Someone else needs to rotate. This hero's not good at rotating, so it's gonna be a lot on Tiny's shoulders to just keep them in the game.
Ace? He's getting chased. These spirits are hitting. He's burning out and will die. I'm getting an easy first blood.
Okay, you can spell chase without Ace. You can, but you know, the way you say it, you're like, wait a second.
It took me a second. Alright. C-H-A-C, sure. Yeah. Sanctity. Alright. You know, I'm just comparing the Tinies in my head here from what we saw in the last game and what we're seeing now. Like, it still doesn't feel like Tiny... Obviously, the matchup's not good for him, but it just doesn't feel like he's impacting at all.
He needs to rotate. Like, he needs to pick up a 6-minute rune, possibly gank the side lane, ideally haste on top. Lord Gaben, if you're listening, if you want to help out the Lil Gun, spawn it on the top, Tiny picks it up, he ganks the top lane. Because it's gonna be tough. You know, you can already see 33-11 against 16-4. This is the second healing salve that he needs to bring just to stay full HP.
Let's see where the rune is. It is top. It's an Invis rune.
Okay, at least it's something, but still very low on HP. He's checking if they have any sentries. Rotated to the, which I really like. But the lane is pushing in, so he's not gonna have that much space to work with.
He wants to make a move here. This is potentially dangerous if it's not played perfectly. Avalanche toss with the Soul Rip, and it was. So there's the quick kill onto Hyde. Gives something back, which it didn't need to be the haste, I guess.
Sure, the Invis is also fine. Like I thought of said, you know, ideally B-Cup.
No, I wasn't saying that at you. I was surprised, you know, the Invis ended up working out because I thought had that information. So I expected maybe Hyde to be a little bit more in a safer position than that.
Maybe they were hiding the information from him.
It's true. I'm always trying to get one back. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Doesn't have to be the one straight away. Necro is level 6, Spear top.
Lands on X1, 2, 3.
Big hype, nothing happens.
Not yet.
Necro on bottom, playing aggressive. Like, if they rotate one hero to the bottom, it's potentially a kill. But you need to be careful with the Reaper side this time around. A lot of heals coming out from, like, potentially Ios, Magic Wand, Abba, Mistfoil plus Aquatic Shield, and then, like, you don't get the kill.
Reapers dive over, and with the ult from Makoto, they'll get the kill to look over at Ace 12. He survived. Likely as the sun rays right on top. The Undying, they've got the Scream, they'll burn him out, they'll get the kill. Makoto with 2, that's a good rotation. And really well done by Makoto. Because this opens up the lane for the Mars, makes things difficult for the Arc Warden moving forward, because it looks like they're going to lose this tier 1 top 2.
Tower is under attack.
And they lose it. Tier 1 tower top without, heroes who have any kind of damage. They're not even playing with the catapult. It's a rough one. Now Arc Warden needs to be in the jungle, farm the Midas. He's thinking about going back to lane. He even popped the blade. Oh no. No. Like, he can't show. Like, this is a bit problematic for Arc Warden. And if someone sticks around, they have one observer ward that scouted the Queen of Pain out of the area, but still needs to be in trouble.
He's getting blown up by Sanctities. Now he's moving around and he's starting to find his way back. But man, he's still down 1,200 compared to Makoto. Taking up a bounty rune. Perfect. Not a bad feeling at all, just to get the bounty rune first day.
Oh, first day bounties, like, hell yeah.
I think that also is a little bit of a bait, because then you end up holding on to thinking that you're just getting bounties more and more.
Well, someone needs to keep the shovel all the time, and this item is just too valuable.
Avalanche, now the toss coming through, Dream and Cell, hit Reaper sight! Now we'll shut him down, they've got the arena down on 2. The tower, they're looking for maybe more damage and another rotation, but nobody else coming over, and these 3 heroes just don't have enough. But we've got no ult available for Makoto. He doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with, so he doesn't make the rotation, and it was nice, but there was nothing more.
Oh, he gets another one.
This Tiny's starting to really go off, and I think Boomer kind of him a little bit more than he should be able to grab. Dropped it to 2 still. They've got the super locked down the Tiny. They've got the Sonic Wave. Sanctity, he still survives though. Fire Snap Cookie lands on a 2, and they should get the kill on Makoto and will. Icarus dive over, Sanctity burning out, finally goes down, but it takes so much from Boom just to get that kill. And Hyde, eventually he'll be ripped in half by the Soul Rip of Ace 12.
Good rotate, like they already used Mars Arena, so there's like no real damage coming out from that. Tiny, some good rotations, like you can feel the difference from position 4 Tiny and from kind of a core Tiny. It's still not maxed out, it's Avalanche level 4, Boss was level 1 in the previous fight. But you're gonna feel the difference. Like, he can't burst the Queen of Pain. She's not a tanky hero. Even though you have a raindrop, you're still very burstable.
The Orchid timing is decent. You can see Makoto really wreak some havoc, but the more it gets slowed down, I think we'll gun it to see them succeed more and more. He's just trying to get a stack if he can. Should be easy. There it is. Necro, quietly, it feels like, is top of the network. Down, solid lands on the Arc Warden. They've got the Supernova. Sword trying to keep that Corporeal alive. They'll get the kill for the Arc Warden. Over at Ace 12. He's cut down to Ace 6. Now they're right on top of the Snapfire. Fire Snap Cookie. That lands on Makoto. Marvel, though, that just puts him in a bad position. They've got the Mortimer's Kiss is coming in. But it just stands still and just eats the damage from Hyde. Reaper Scythe is in. It doesn't just heals up the Abaddon. Marvel falling. Sanctity looking like he might be next on the list. Got a spear available. No landing. Got to follow it up. Two heroes here and another kill for Makoto, making it a double. I believe a full team fight. Yeah,
it's one of those Reaper Sights, or like one of those spell usages, or like I better try to use it before I go down, and then you end up. I mean, Necro, he is. If you read the description of the hero, it says healer, so he healed the Abaddon there. How good spear actually connects on the hero instead of the clone. They burst it down so quickly. Also, looking at the Snapfire's build, like she put extra points in Lil Shredder. It's like 1-1-3 go.
That's
normally not normal.
Yeah, I feel like you'd see that.
Nah, you don't see that. I don't know what the thinking behind. Because it doesn't scale in terms of like attacks. You're playing against Phoenix, level 1, Little Shredder will kill the egg, you can solo kill the egg, but it doesn't scale, it's just, 6 fixed damage stats.
Don't need it to be higher than level 1.
Exactly.
Tribute to my house.
Definitely something I'd like the answer. And they didn't even get the egg. You know, he tries to position himself in the right way, but that supernova still goes off.
I'm just looking at height. He has this trusty shovel, not using it. Massive towel, please use it.
Done some trouble. There's the spear. It'll land. Makoto now dominating. Things started slow for him, but he's really started to pop off in terms of just the last few minutes or so.
Man, shovel still available. This is not efficiency. Come on.
Tiny again, now getting caught trying to TP, but the Centaur that's dominated from Dreamacell. They stun him up, stop that TP. Sanctity now dead. Boom, they're all over the map now, making this really tough for Logan.
At least Tiny has a gun dagger, so he can be the one making the moves he needs to play with. That's my problem, like, who does he play Dota with? Undying, not a hero that can rotate that easily. Artborn just wants to farm the jungle, like he needs to be in the triangle. Necro very slow, just brown boots, 325 movement speed, the Vin Lace. Or you need to upgrade the boots on this hero, otherwise you don't feel like you're moving at all. Well, now I get it why he's, you know, Max the Lil Shredder, because the team name is Lil Gun. You know, all the little things.
Get Max.
Sneak attack? What for?
There's no other skill that has, right?
I can't think of anything.
Lil Shredder. Lil Gun. It's the collab we never knew we needed. Hide using shovel finally. Who's coming in for Boom? Seems like they're communicating well though. Phoenix going into the Spirit Vessel. You've got Mars FPZ looking for BKB. You've got the Orchid now available for the Queen of Pain. Like these BKBs are going to start coming out, and I think things for Little Gun just get really dangerous. Certainly super difficult for them to bring it back down this much already, and you're going to hit that power spike with multiple BKBs and the Ags coming out from the IO of Dreamacell.
Yeah, it's slowed down their B-Cup, like BKBs are not going to come in the next few minutes. Queen of Pain just finished Orchid. IO still needs some time to farm up that Aghanim Scepter. Like, Phoenix will have Spirit Vessel, that's a big item. That's a huge item against Necro for healing the overtime damage. You know, he blinks aggressively.
He's really far forward, fires that Cookie Mortimer's chases Makoto. He's kind of giving up his life, and that's an aggressive blink with no vision to back that up. Super unnecessary to go in that far.
Okay. Especially with using a blink. Blink got buffed, especially at the early level, but still, you know, a bit of unnecessary move there.
Yeah, for sure. 1150 gold needed for this Ags for Dreamacell. You've got the Maelstrom picked up by the Arc Warden, who's starting to rise up the ranks in terms of net worth after what was a pretty subpar laning phase. He's got the Midas, he's recovering, has that Maelstrom, going to travel, really trying to open up where he's able to farm and get towards the top of the network. Makoto back to that spot. I don't know if he wants to blink in here again, but nearby, it's certainly a risk if he were to do so.
Queen of Pain once again farming aggressively, at least this time around. She has haste in the bottle, so could potentially get out of the trouble.
Yeah, so it's not like an end-all be-all. He does get caught in a bad position this time if he can haste out and leave, or haste in and blink away. He's got options available towards him.
Even though this is not a position for Tiny, he didn't start as a position 4. In terms of net worth, he feels like kind of a position 4/3.
Yeah, I guess the difference in B right now is the experience.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing.
I'm sure that's enough, and they do get the scan. Committing over. Got all 5 heroes here towards bottom for Logan. While towards top, I mean, Boomer looking to take a tier 2. creep wave, put some damage on. They've got these creeps in. They're ready to go and take a tier 2 tower. Can they take it quickly enough where they can rotate back? Bottom becomes the question, because they've set up the same way. You've got 5 heroes here ready to go and take a tower pretty quickly. TP's in from Makoto, blinking back. More and more coming in. So they take the tower, they'll look for the relocate. They put the tombstone on the high ground, so Gun. They're ready for this. The question is, do they make a move in or not? They'll just take the tower. No team ready to or willing to initiate.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a trade to tier 2 for tier 2. Potentially next thing they can go inside the pit. Ayo has Aghanim Scepter done. Phoenix still level 10, would love to get that ulti to level 2 so the low shard just doesn't kill him instantly.
Let's see how it goes as the game's really quieted. Who does this event quieting down in this game?
In terms of scaling, yeah, it's very annoying to play against Arc Warden, sieging the high ground, especially if you don't have that much power damage, which they don't. I want to see if FBZ once again goes for that Deso, so that's going to help out. Yeah, you got that one queued up. Ace 12, getting cookie, but they're just too speedy.
Yeah, get the kill onto Ace 12. Io can really hurt given the opportunity.
Like, Necro is annoying to play against once he gets a couple of dispel mechanics on him, like Guardian Greaves, Lotus Orb. He's super tanky. The damage from the Heartstopper aura is insane in the late game, but still, I feel like, considering the amount of the farm, the advantage that they have right now, Boom lineup is just going to be super scary. Percentage base damage, Arena, nice toss.
Good toss to get Ishki out of there. Is that all they're going to go for? I mean, they relocated. They're going to be relocating out.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
We'll send him down towards bottom. Feels like Boom want to make a move. Tombstone. That comes out. Both teams get an Observer Ward. Mortimer's kisses. Just gets expended and they get nothing out of it.
It's problematic because their only stun is pretty much tiny. You can't rely on a cookie to just be a reliable stun way to initiate. Also, if you're standing further behind, that means that you can't land the good Mortimers. And if you're standing further behind, you can't use the snap cookie.
Arc Warden chased for a split second. Wondering if FBZ is going to commit to this Blink Dagger. He has enough gold, but he also has Deso queued up. And there it is. Okay. Alright, that works out. Now they've got another way to initiate. Don't have to rely on Queen of Pain going into the front line.
Going inside a bit. Seems like it's not going to be contested. Tired using scan. There are also smoke, but thinking about going for a kill instead of contesting the Roche, so this is going to be a freebie.
Free Aegis here for Boom. Nobody coming over from the side. Little gun. An illusion shows up, but it's just that, an illusion, because there is no game plan here for Little Gun to come over and stop this. Aegis picked up by Makoto. They get Roche, they get an Aegis. They're still at 7k. The thing that's going right for Little Gun right now is that they have opened up enough space for Arc Warden to be top of the net. I think he needs a bit more, but
he always needs more. This is the feeling about whenever you play a hero, you never feel confident playing. He's going into BKB next item to be able to just go in and make himself more comfortable, against all this magical damage that they have. Getting outside of the arena on top of that. It's an early BKB. Like, this is, like, usually you want to...
Arc Warden. Chase that. They have the TPs coming in. The Arc wants to get there. There's the arena with the spear. They have the Arc Warden. Hishki will be next. He is gone, and the Reaper side just not going to do enough. really doesn't do anything. If they go after Marvel, they should have this kill. Should be a potential team wipe. Sanctity's trying to run, but this team, they're right on your tail.
Oh man, FBZ is exactly where he needs to be. Like, even if you think you know the perfect positioning, you don't, because FBZ does. Like, this has just been an amazing series so far from FBZ on his Mars. 3-0 and 10 in the second game. Like, in the first game he had a good start, died a couple of times, but still managed to recover and just take over the game. Now they're going for the high ground, no for them for 5 seconds. Yeah, zoning kisses. A lot of zoning tools. Like, there was also Reaper's Sight used on Phoenix. They try to burst him with the Tiny, didn't manage to do so. Aegis plus Arcane in the bottle for Quap.
This double, that was
a quick one too.
It's just, I don't know how you can justify giving
his courier died. There was a full BKB for Queen of Pain. That's big. Do you want to hop minutes without it? But still, at least he has Aegis.
Yeah.
They know there's no Reaper Sight, there's no kisses.
There's not really much in terms of what Blowgun can throw. I feel comfortable going without BKB. 10k comfortable lead here for Boom. They don't really need to be forced into doing anything more at the moment. You don't really want to give Arc Warden more time, but I think they're comfortable at the moment, considering they killed Arc Warden really quickly. They have confidence to just go and fall back, take some time, and towards the next fight, get this next item for whoever needs it.
Arc Warden's still very burstable. BKB done. But the damage is still pretty limited. Like, you still need to be able to farm that Mjolnir. Mjolnir received the buffs 2 patches in a row, so that item feels good, but still, you know, you need to get it. And, like, just going for the high ground against the Arc Warden is probably the most annoying thing in Dota. Maybe you can add a Treant up there, possibly the Underlord, maybe a Fissure, but yeah, you also have this, like, relocating ability, like, toss. You need to be aware of that. Being tossed into tier 3s, possibly tier 4s. So I can understand why Boom does not want to go and just try to, like, end the game, considering how far ahead they are. They're respecting the toss, they're respecting the Arc Warden.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to do. Sometimes we just see teams give too much respect, but I don't think that's the case here. Fine. Coming into the next fight, maybe we have a lot of time left. Or Makoto, if they do it all. 18 seconds. Deliver that BKB over. Nesso finished off for Mars. A lot of gold saved up for Queen of Pain as well. So they're going to smoke up here on Boom. Just extending that lead. I mean, strictly farming, they've gone from 10k to 13k, so they're really bringing it up. Makoto, he's looking for Sanctity, and he's back towards this Necro. Go instead towards Marvel, get a quick kill. Ace 12 cut down again, and they're going to get gold from this Tombstone. It looks like they're going really well for Boom to finish this one off. Sanctity, there's not really much place for him to run. He does get whipped. They're going to try and speed him up. Makoto looks over now at this Sapphire, but they land the arena. He tries to get out. They'll still catch Sanctity. There's nothing that they can do on the side of Lilgun. They're trying to get these heroes out, but they're just trying to get these heroes out. It doesn't feel like they have much more than that. That being said, Iden's up dead. And there's the ult coming through from Makoto. They'll get Hishki. And that Tempest double will run out. Boom only losing that Phoenix.
They're cleaning them up, but still dealing no tower damage. Like Lilgun, you can feel it. They are afraid. They try to get outside the base. I can understand, you know, the situation they're in right now, where you do not want to get out-farmed. If you're just holding the high ground, eventually you're going to get out-farmed. The second Roche belongs to Boom. But this might be your, like, best chance. If you leave the base, you just can't contest the team fight and the advantage that Boom has right now.
Hard to contest what Boom have at the moment. You can see just the massive split between Arc Warden and the rest of his team. there's 4 Radiant heroes that fill that gap.
What a bounty!
Like, even Tiny in the 2 spot, like you said, he felt more like a 3, 4 kind of hero in this game at the moment, and that's exactly what he's coming down to. Second, he's not doing as much, and we'll look over at Kesku, they'll pop the borrowed time, they'll get the fire staff cookie to land on Kesku, but it's just not enough. Get it down around Sanctity, they'll get this to the land, Slippery right on top of this Tiny to get the kill there, Anchor's time over. With the supernova, they're going to start to burn them out. There's some damage done to the egg, but just not enough damage. Ace drops, Hishki gone. 3 heroes down the side of Wilgun. They're going to burn out all the rest of this team on the side of Wilgun too. Taking out the entire team of 2 light. And not much to be said for Wilgun in a fight that they started.
It's like pretty much the same game as the previous one. They go for Abba one more time. They try to burst him. He pops the ulti mid-air. They still bring him down, but at what cost? Once again, they lose all 5 members. They also just pop the glyph. This time around, Brimocell going for full Kaya and Sanj, and now getting into Heart. Like, this hero is just becoming way too tanky. They did not have enough burst damage to bring him down. Necrophos wants to have someone who can burst it. Tiny, you know, is that guy that usually works against the lower HP heroes, but against Kaya, I don't think it's
They just light up Ace. They will take out Sanctity. They'll over Hishki. There's not anything that they can do. They lose this Sapphire. They try to fight. They try to defend. They just don't have the damage. They just don't have the tools necessary to hold on to this game at the moment.
If they didn't have Arc Warden, I would not be surprised if they just called a GG here, but since you have an Arc Warden, you always have like that one extra possible fight.
It's certainly a possibility. The question is, can they make that possibility a reality? CDK is coming in. That was effective in the early parts of the game, but not anymore. And they're going to just dive in deep. They've got Makoto with the BKB looking over at Marvel, chasing down this Necro. They're right on top of the Arc Warden. They'll get the kill on the both. They'll buy back on the Necro. But really, he's buying back just to exist, because that's all he's doing right now. He bought back. He's breaking out inside the well. I mean, he's just surviving. Supernova comes out. Marina is there on all heroes. And they will start to clean him up. Oh boy.
GG is called. Yeah, nothing they can do in this game. Boom is... Like, they gave him pretty much the same heroes. 4 out of 5 exact same heroes. They tried for a different approach. Didn't work out this time around as well. Wilgun, I think they're focusing too much on the laning stage, where like you need to see the big picture, how you're gonna be able to make the ganks going post the laning stage. Like this lineup is just not good at moving around, where you have like mid
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Blessings.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Arcane power. Bounty.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Dire's middle tower. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll take your tribute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Worthy tribute.
Boiling your rage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You die, yet your fate lives on. What have we here?
Immortality. The Radiant. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I scream bloody murder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been slain. Radiant's top tower is under attack. I'll take your tribute. under attack.
Invisibility.
Wicked sick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not even luck can save you from me.
Blessings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Goes too soon. God, my life fade from memory.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
gods and my mind are as one.
Worthy tribute. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Magic is an abomination. My thanks.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. bottom barracks have fallen. Barracks have fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks have fallen. Now have mega cool.
The seeds of fortune.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been slain.
No whining now!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Touché!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stupendous!
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Here I am!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're a bounty on.
I don't need to.
Now over here! Invisibility. I'm over here! Zip! Precious the storm was coming! Triple kill! Spirit Revolution. They're nothing alike.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been slain.
Pain without consequence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You blew it!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's intentional? Looked intentional. Whoa, what'd I miss? I'm over here!
Couldn't dodge that!
Blow the man down!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Bountiful!
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Haste! No! Don't let it get to you. Don't worry,
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are Radiant's middle tower under attack. Your shadow is falling to the dark.
Over here now! Here I am!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Now over here!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Bountiful. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Over here now!
Missing top.
Where's the party? Here I am! Looking for me?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Classic mistake. I'll take that as tribute. You're too kind. Touché! Worthy tribute. Zap!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zap!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Zap!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been slain.
Here I am! Whoa, what I miss? Zip! Zip! Monster kill! Over here now! Let the fun begin!
It's looking spicy!
Oh, yeah! Ha ha! Pudding pop!
What can I say? Nature loves me.
Zip zap! Touché! Looking for me! Dead. I play. I'm over here! Huzzah! Over here now! Here I am! I'm over here! Triple kill!
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Button pop! Now over here! Zip zap!
Ago, you're playing, let's say, a DPC league. Does that kind of music pump you up? Do you feel like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I was always even when I was playing, I was always
You were
listening to music,
Oh, yeah?
but like super quiet. I just maybe that's why I didn't succeed because I was listening to music instead of my teammates.
What was your go-to hype track? Did you have one?
No, I didn't I didn't want anything too loud with too much bass. I just wanted to
vibe out?
chill.
Okay.
Just to have some kind of music.
I had some when I was like a kid. 12, 13, I played in an internet club, always music while playing Warcraft. I had some dude come up to me like, trash talk me because I was singing or whatnot.
I must have a beautiful voice. You want to show it? You're like, we're down. Like,
Definitely not.
You didn't bring the Garmoshka to the LAN or anything?
Yeah, I did to one, but it was stolen. Yeah.
Heartbreaking. Did you win?
Oh no, this was the talent years already.
This was a long loss, yeah. Yep. But speaking of teams were losing T1 at the Singapore Major. Of all 3 teams from the Southeast Asian representation, I was not expecting Neon to go the furthest. Obviously, Fnatic, having been first place, I had the highest expectations. T1, sure, it's a roster change, but 23 Savage is still a very, very highly regarded player.
Yeah, for sure. Like 23 Savage with the addition, like 23 Savage when he was standing in for Boom, you can feel the difference how the team just plays better. I would say the same thing for T1. Unfortunately for the Major, they did not have Cuckoo. They had 4F standing in. Cuckoo couldn't make it. They ended up 2-8 in the Major, which is not impressive. They lost all their games, except they won 2-0 against Nigma, which is okay. You know, Nigma also didn't look too good at the Major. I think what they needed was leadership during the Major, and Cuckoo is the one who's calling the shots. So kind of missed that. I think the team will be much stronger here in the Southeast Asia, but as it goes for like competitive scene, playing against different regions, this team still needs a bit more experience. You know, they are ready to play against Southeast Asian team. When it comes to like international teams, they will need to step it up.
The problem for them, I feel like they're actually playing the international meta. They're playing the same meta like everyone else, and but they're not playing it as well as everyone else. However, like Lacoste said, if Neon perhaps had Scam removed from their like position, right? Like if he wasn't able to make it to the Major and they had to make a stand-in for him, then it would have been most likely a completely different story, because Cuckoo is the driving force of T1.
Yeah, these shot callers are critical, and I guess that is a fair point that we can put a little bit of an asterisk on T1's performance. And as for Smart Omega, they were another one of our lower division promotees, and they were able to pick up a victory versus Lil Gun, but it was a 2-1, so it was still competitive between them. But
this is
much more well-known players on Omega.
Yeah, definitely. Here you have CML, you have Sam H as well. These are accomplished players in the SCA region. They've played under big names. I think Sam H also played under T1 for a while, TNC before too. So these are all, not all of them are accomplished and known players, but they definitely do have what it takes to fight against T1s and the big dogs. Are they the favorites? Definitely not, but not pushovers as well.
Yeah, they'll need to bring their A game in this one against T1 for sure. You know, it's Southeast Asian region, so anyone can pretty much win against anyone, take the game off. Still heavily favoring T1 here, just to, you know, the experience, the caliber of the players. Also, like Omega, they played against the Lil Gun. They also dropped the game, so, you know, Lil Gun doesn't look too solid. We've seen that in the previous series where like the team just kind of falls apart after the laning stage. That someone like T1, they will take advantage of that, and if you struggle against Lil Gun, then you're gonna have bigger issues against T1, because, you know, they have some experience, you know, and they're international level, but this team in Southeast Asian region shouldn't have problems. Like this team, once again, I believe this season will be able to go to the Major.
Yeah, probably better than in the last season too. Even though, like, if you think about the changes that they've made with 23 Savage coming in, Jackie was fine. Is he on the same level? That's yet to be seen, but he wasn't a problem for them, let's put it that way.
I mean, they qualified with Jackie for the most part. So.
Exactly, they qualified with him.
Yeah, it's it was definitely, I think, part of the intention of the whole DPC system was to encourage more roster stability, and so T1 got a penalty because they went for a roster swap so late in the game.
Deserved.
Well deserved, yeah, exactly. And so now this is going to see if it pays off. The bar is set at least getting second place at this league, so it's a pretty high bar that you have to meet. Although still first place is yet to be determined. Will it be Fnatic again? Will it be Neon taking their major experience? So a lot of question marks yet to be answered. How about for, I guess, the T1's expectations in this patch? Do you think anything changed in like 23 Savage's hero pool?
Not his, but a lot of the heroes that they like to play got nerfed, like Enigma, Monkey King, Lycan, Timber. All these heroes got struck by a nerf hammer. Like some other heroes that they like to play, like Pango got a buff. Lash Track also got some of the buffs. Lion, in terms of shard, also a buff. Phoenix, still a viable hero, you know, a bit of nerfs, but these are the heroes that they like to play. So we'll have to see how they adapt. 23 Savage, Phantom Lancer got nerfed tonight, like yesterday. During the night, I woke up, I checked, like, Phantom Lancer, like, he got struck the hardest from all the heroes.
I'm not sad about that at all. Like,
no one likes to play against PL.
PL, Huskar, Brood Mother, these heroes, you know, Arkward and
Meepos. But your cheese heroes are fine.
They're the same. They're in the same
boat.
boat.
Okay.
I just say that Huskar is probably the worst one. I put him on a different level. That's my personal most hated hero to play against, because it doesn't take skill to play Huskar. That's all. That's my biggest problem. Brood Mother, at least you have to.
You need the armlet toggle. You need to be able to armlet toggle. That's it. You know, press that key twice, and that's it.
Radiant team, Baron. Dire team, Radiant team, Baron.
We're just older nerd. Nerd is not a.
No, it's like a.
Especially since, you know, we have Superman also coming out as a nerd.
He's Clark Kenting every day of his life.
Alright, so draft started.
IO ban, Dazzle ban, better ban Beastmaster. Okay, T1 better pick Beastmaster.
different bans, definitely. First theory. Brood, Huskar, Beastmaster.
Stroke. I still think
Dire
10 damage less percent.
Grimstroke.
Dire
10 damage
Yeah,
less.
that's
Beastmaster.
literally nothing.
Literally enough.
Nyx Assassin.
Nyx Assassin also got nerfed. It's a Carapace talent. It's minus 3.5 second cooldown. from
Oh, it's a
Carapace.
buff.
I thought it was a buff?
It's a buff.
Because I saw that you can perma-stun with Ags.
Wasn't that
Radiant
posted?
team.
When was that?
It was before the nerf.
It was
or before
before?
the chain. So the chain is what, 0.6 seconds longer on Impit. Used to be minus 3.5 seconds cooldown on Carapace.
Level 20 talent chain. 5-second carapace cooldown.
10 seconds. Dire remaining.
Sometimes that stun could make a difference. Maybe like someone need to do the math. 20.
But you get more stuns, more.
Yeah, but
seconds
if
on
you get
Carapace.
like die like 4.
10 seconds remaining.
But
It
if you-
depends.
This hero is about the
Situation.
It's like one.
So late game definitely Carapace. Meteor Hammer build, I guess, Impale talent.
Meteor
stuff.
also got
At level
nerfed.
20, I think you're probably. I considered it still a strong hero regardless. So picked up with Beastmaster and
Ban.
did a jug to pair
I
up
like-
with their.
I like
Dire
the
team. Ban.
It's looking so
spicy.
Though you roar versus. Right now, Jug is kind of fine versus. Hear about the wild act.
10 seconds remaining.
Because Axe is probably doesn't
5
know
seconds remaining.
physical anymore. Magic immunity, that's peace.
And the stacks can be developed, so
Yeah.
slash omnis all take off the stacks.
That's pretty much middle. Jug is probably.
Radiant team. Ban.
Browse and what.
Dire team. Ban.
Yeah, just don't get hit by it.
It's just that easy.
It's really not easy. It's Axis. Beastmaster, I still feel. I thought it's gonna get
Dire
nerfed harder.
team. Pick.
Did it?
The moment you get first the talent goes so well in hand. Now
Yeah, the man.
so much region. It really is. Mana region talent. The
Radiant
moment you
team.
finish, the moment you get every single item, slash farming ability. Or not from. Probably enough.
10
Center just
seconds
so good.
remaining.
But he got a buff. The biggest one was
5 seconds.
cooldown all
Dire
level. Direct buff. Guard. Such a good item. First. Creation coming up. Assassin you. Go for it. Like 7 minutes late. Do it. How are you gonna kill him? Pretty
It's a
impossible.
good old set.
10 seconds
long time ago.
remaining. Radiant team. Pick.
Skywrath Mage.
Axa has been a dead hero, but being so.
Iraq.
Seen some Skywrath art like looks good as or nothing
10 seconds remaining.
Skywrath like yeah,
This
he's
was the team that dazzled mid.
5 seconds remaining.
dazzled that great. This would be on the mid lane. Yeah, they had Io, Tusk, EPI, and Dazzle time around. A bit too much heroes that this momentum, but I don't want to buy.
This time around,
Hand of
they
Midas.
This time they need goes out there to have.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, good old fashioned.
Radiant
This is a
team.
beast.
Morphling. Stand out.
Uh-oh.
Stand out.
Oh, okay, that's
No,
a
it's
core
core.
time.
Core
All
timing. It's a
good.
core timing. Let's chill.
All
That's
fine.
mid time. But
Mid
just
time.
safely mid 90 or maybe off mid 90. These are beefy boys. And besides
He can't
Skyrat,
burst
yeah.
like
10 seconds remaining.
Power makes assassin can
Dire team. Ban.
kill pretty much going first from 100 to it.
Doesn't feel that great. Lane, you're not going for the.
Yes.
No, I mean you have to get both you
10
you're actually
seconds.
playing.
Like Beastmaster on lane might force or not at all.
5
Like
seconds. Remaining team.
build and then or
They do it because right now you force to dominate the lane.
yellow one more is kind of
Exactly, and if you're playing the lane, the axis becomes
Exactly.
the ancient.
10 seconds remaining.
Farm up.
it's too much mana.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of soulbind potential. Double heck, spike, double here. Support duo. Checks a lot of boxes. Stuns.
Have this frontliner.
Look at the offlane. We saw a lot of Underlord. And Mars, Timber saw still in availability.
Dire team.
It's a bit problematic against break anymore, but still very good. Things up with the carapace with the mana.
10 seconds
They need a
remaining.
position.
5 seconds
Ursa is
remaining.
dead, right?
Radiant team pick.
Death Frost. Cover most
Dire
cases like this.
team
It's
pick.
often better.
Omni. Omni.
3 on them?
Omni.
Yeah, 3 Omni.
Okay.
I've seen it
Alright.
pop up in Boston. So it seems good. I've seen it pop up in Boston.
Sniper!
Choose your hero.
Sniper!
I called for a sniper yesterday. Did like
Yeah, versus the DP, right?
yeah. But this time around, like they had I need to close the gap. It's only one hero. I don't mind. Like his shard is actually. You have another way of yourself. Is
Take
buff
aim.
into A.
In your head.
Thank you very much. What are your thoughts on this on these drafts? Who do you feel is going to
If teams were in my head, even level, I would actually quite like the Omega draft, but simply because T1, last season I let it a lot. They can't possibly do it again. Like, no way. I'm gonna go with T1. Simply because in my head, they're a better team, should be more structured, And the sniper potentially is gonna have a tough lane. Because his Omni Knight got movement speed buffs, because on top of him with the Legion aura, be a bit tough.
Just seems like a weird little draft from them. I don't know, based on what we've seen them play before. Obviously, things have changed.
Them as in Omega?
No, T1.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
I feel like Cuckoo, I don't expect him to be on something different than Omni Knight.
Yeah, it's not typically a hero you would associate with Cuckoo.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I'm sure you can play. I mean, how hard is it? You repel your tiny Juggernaut, press R. Alright, I did my job.
That's sometimes a hard hero to play.
Positioning is so key. To have a lot of silence and stunts and stuff.
I know for my brother it was a hard hero back in the day. He's getting chased. I was playing with friends. I introduced my brother into Dota. I was trying to have him make a good first impression. Opponent Timbersaw.
Nice.
My team dies, and I think that was the last time my friends and him played together.
Not surprised. Still destroying friendships since 1999.
A long time.
Yeah, it's I gotta admit, I really feel like Omega's draft is quite a bit better. Like, it's gonna be super hard to play the mid lane game here on T1.
Yeah,
I got 23.
forever
23.
alone.
The Jug still, like, it didn't get a big enough nerf where I think Jug is, like, still not super good as a hero.
You don't like Jug?
No, I think he's great.
Oh, he's really good, yeah.
I think he's really strong right now, and there wasn't much changed.
Yeah, not much at all. They all support Tiny. And he should have a pretty decent lane against
bottom lane, Sam H taking a lot of damage. Big hype, sorry. Pure was on him the entire time, thought he might die.
That's what happens.
So, how do you feel about Carl on this Tiny in this situation? Last series we saw Tiny in the 4, we saw Tiny in the times it got devastated.
Look out
just believe that the Tiny's gonna have a better matchup here, and like, what are you expecting from a Tiny?
It's a decent matchup for Tiny. He should be able to get that fast. Probably Blink early on and make quite a bit of space. He will have an Omni Knight to play around with the, like 34, I believe now extra strength. How much is it? 32 extra strength from the Omni Knight. Absolutely great. Like, he's gonna be super tanky, really hard to bring down, and it's gonna be causing a lot of chaos here. Once his Blink is up, the sniper can't really feel safe anymore.
We'll see what this sniper can do. I think I haven't given a prediction, but I'm going to watching. Just, I like the Jug, you know? I have a lot of faith in the Jug, and the Jug Omni combo seems like it could be really strong to me, but...
It is. It also indirectly amplifies, or rather directly amplifies the healing ward. Also get more health regen if you have more max health. 32 strength is 640 max health, which is quite a bit.
And then on top of that, like, we've just seen Lion, like, throughout the major, we saw Lion and Shadow Shaman be very strong. And, like, I still expect that here from the Lion to be strong. Like, that Hex is just so crucial, I feel like, when eventually, I would say that everyone gets that Blink Dagger, can be in a spot to really open up this game for them and make them feel confident in making jumps.
I mean, it's somewhat of a tough Lion game because they have the Hawk, they have the Vendetta, they have a couple of silences, even a Stampede. But yeah, it definitely has the potential to make a lot of plays happen.
Carl is in front of Mac. I don't think he's got the damage right now though.
Into the tower, dealing a bit of damage, but of course, portal meta, on full health again in no time. As so far, looking pretty decent across the board.
Even for the most part, yeah. I mean, the supports one apiece even there on all 4 supports.
Yeah. We really have to wait for the B6, maybe Tiny Twig for Gadoon. Jack a little bit of trouble here. And he did not skill healing ward. But of course, Whitemon. He's a nice, good fella, you know. I'm gonna give you my gold. Carry me 23. Solving him straight back up.
Yeah, seeing that 23 can be the carry that they need. It was the switch from Jackie, right? To 23?
Yes.
23 had a bust stint with Boom in the last season, then he went to T1.
And admittedly, he looked a lot better in Boom. But of course, the competition in the
Look out for
much higher.
Yeah.
Tougher.
It'll be interesting to see how he performs throughout this season and really what he brings to the table coming in. Avalanche shoes, pick up that wall rune. Carl gets control of that, but both mids picking up a water rune, sustaining. Pretty even overall still.
Purified!
Actually, perfectly even. 2-2. Both of them.
Yep. As always. It's just a matchup where there's not really anything happening.
First blood coming out. Getting the kill on a Tino and Seaball takes out Zephyr and it will be a 1-for-1, but you lose that sniper.
As we said, you know, Omni Knight with boots gets on top of you. You're not the fastest here, is at 285, the Legion are at like 260. You're just gonna get run down, no problem.
what's the build like right now for an Omni Knight in terms of like the skills? Are you going heavy in the degen aura earlier, or
probably gonna be 441?
Okay,
or maybe.
So this is the value point that's already there.
Exactly. Like degen aura level 1 scales best, 10%, then 80% with every other level. But you just want to be the support hero that really just empowers your tiny. You want to level 4 grades up ASAP. And now the tower toss lines really well.
Got him.
Very well done. Good TP here by Zephyr. It's always the case. Like you pause 4 dice, more often than not he will TP back to the mid lane. You'll pull the bottle, try to get a kill. They got it right there. A little bit of a mistake by the Beastmaster. They get a top.
And I really do think that both fours on these teams can really make movements over towards mid, but it's certainly going to feel really strong when Lion comes over, has the Hex, has the stun, all that control available to make things really difficult for the side of Omega, especially, you know, very difficult for Mac.
Definitely. Yeah, there's still a lot of combo damage available here with the Skyrath. 1c6, Centaur to set up, has Nyx to set up, and has the Roll to set up. There's going to be very big and important keys here. The right team coming here.
Let's see if we see something different from the Tiny, because I just feel like both games I was disappointed with, you know, all this hype on Tiny.
It's hard to make it work.
Yeah.
It is. You need to have a pretty good game to make it work. Not. Okay, he's out of an orbit. There was a little bit of panic, you could tell.
Yeah.
He was like, oh!
That was all spin after the hit already came through.
Yeah. I mean, it was an auto tech anyway, which doesn't.
He was fine.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. But healing one up, so it's gonna be fine in no time.
And he's giving a tango, so he's gonna have that extra bit of heal, and he'll be able to sustain a lane. It's scary. I mean, yeah, you can see a little bit of fear. All of a sudden, might not feel comfortable. Yeah, they're gonna go in. Zephyr over here going after Shanks. They get the kill on the Skyrath. It's also after the kill. I don't know if they were really looking for it. They don't give the Centaur. Nor do I think that should be their target going bottom. I don't know if they'd have the damage to get the kill right away.
He's very tanky with that hood first. So he has the health plus the hood active. And even the Fairy Fire as well. Oh, they're stealing the stacks here on the Beastmaster. Triple stack. One more axe should do the trick.
You really need to try and control this. Mac getting away with a lot. Cleaning up, and he's really jumped up. That stack now has him at 59 and 3. His net worth is 600.
Yeah. And we've seen this power of Beastmaster so many times. You can craft Aghanim's, just take over the game. As I said, the Dire Draft looks really scary. Like once they get online, all the items. Sniper. Okay, going to the shrapnel now. You need definitely a flash palm on that hero.
Right. Down you go! Look out for falling
went through the passive.
2-2-2 so far. Avalanche toss coming through the Inkswell. They've got locked down to CML. Throw a stun but miss everyone. Despite Carapace, the chase is on. Trying to hit out Carl. They go to the Stampede. CML, he's getting away. The Primal War was down, and they will finally get a trade, a 1-for-1. I'm sure that was exactly how they thought it would go for T1. A little sloppy on both sides.
A little sloppy, yeah. Scarif. Didn't sense, not in time.
Avalanche toss, and Shanks is just dead.
Very surprised it didn't sound with that vision on him. But a little bit of a slow reaction from Shanks, but Hal's gonna be very happy about it.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I have the same expectations on Omega that I did in the previous series with Logan. Can you bring more to the table? I made the comparison last series of, you know, LVZS, Magma, Vice. Can you get past that 15-minute mark? A lot of these teams that have been to the bottom end, or you know, have come up from promotion or close on the cusp, they've gone from, you know, good laning phases, but then we just see a big drop off after that. I want to see if Omega can break the mold and show us a little bit more past that point, because they've played well up to this point.
What we have seen so far from them, they look a little bit more sophisticated than like Lilgun and Execration. So I'm gonna give them a lot more credit when it comes to the mid game. But it's still T1, you know, like they're leading by 1k right now. It's gonna be test either way.
Yeah.
However, they're setting themselves up for success already. Up 1k, soon to be 2k. Very good job for themselves.
closer and closer to the Ags on Mac. You've got Blink Dagger being built for the Tiny. If Carl can get to this quickly, I'm scared Omega might get shut down if the proper movements come from T1 now having that Blink when he gets it.
Yeah, he really needs to snowball starting with the Blink because Beastmaster is farming away a Storm. Already
Ganover's effort has the Hex off the next Assassin. They'll follow it up with a stun there with the Stampede use. They're bringing over 4 heroes to cage this fight. They're trying to get through Carl. He's taking a lot of this damage, but they've got the Primal War. Omni trying to help out Carl. He can assassinate it and kill him off. Omni Slash, there's the finger. Mac drops. Nyx Assassin gets away within the Vendetta, and another trade in 1-for-1.
Mid laners traded out. Traded across the. But you could see how long it took them to well, Tiny. With that repel on, or Heavenly Grace rather, sitting at a good 2.1k health. Quick stab resistance is very hard to kill. But killing that Tiny is the pace setter of the game. Very far away from his thing still. Golden gold. Sniper went for Mida. We'll go to the cooldown reduction talent then.
3 for mid.
Away Cuckoo.
Radiant structures are
Aggros here want to fight.
5 here with mid.
Tower is under attack.
Gotta get this tower. It doesn't look like they're gonna move over and try and defend it.
Tiny says TP, but it doesn't seem like there's any possibility to really defend this. Vanguard looks like a set early game is looking amazing for Omega.
Yeah. They've cut down the tier 1 mid, the tier 1 bottom. That's the proper steps. It really is going to squeeze this map. You don't have a Battle Fury yet for the Jug. He is pretty close to it. I guess the question is now, what can T1 do to keep that space open for 23 and make sure that once he gets that Battle Fury, he can really exponentially move forward in terms of network.
He needs that Blink Dagger on Tiny first to be really able to kill us in combination with the Grimstock and Lion. Till then, they're a little bit limited in terms of... Maybe, you know, I should like toss do the analysis based on the draft rather than the team. See what pays up in the end.
We'll see who gets there.
We will. 200 gold until he has a Battle Fury. He's still really damn rich on the job. Minute 13 threat for Fury is very far.
Yeah, he's keeping up with the Beastmaster like neck and neck. But all 3 cores on Omega are farming really well. I've actually never seen it. But it's rare that you see all 3 cores going up at the same speed in terms of net worth and still beating out the other side by quite a bit.
A little efficiency error here on Tino. The minus support still in full talent. Disappointed. 50% efficiency gone. Top 15%.
Dire's top tower is under
There's only
attack.
100% to play with.
Exactly. 15 is
15?
15. Exactly.
We were talking gloating about our math before, so yeah, we're really on it today.
Yeah, going pretty well. 3k gold in now. They're getting so much more of the map here on Omega.
They really are.
We'll start making a move. The newly picked up Blink Dagger, and they are. Finger as well. They're gonna run into the Centaur, though they cannot kill this guy. He is right now.
Going after the next assassin. They've got the Avalanche as well popping.
Alright,
Used, not sure that was needed, but it does get a stack.
Stack.
Stack secured. Ags picked up now for Mac. They're gonna move in, try to come through mid. Omni behind them. Taking that smoke. Primal Roar as well as Mystic Flare. Look at that damage just come in. Shanks, he gets credit for the kill on the Cuckoo. You know, you lose Cuckoo, he did pop the smoke, but that's a kill for them to be happy about getting.
I mean, you just see the crazy amount of damage coming from this lineup. The Ancient Seal, I think pretty much all of them. Axis from a double edge, from his own ult. Like, it's a super good Skyrup. And this Juggernaut matchup against Beastmaster is also very... You're getting the raw through the spin. At what time?
Cuckoo going sword crest first big item.
Juggernaut.
The question is, do they have enough time? Like, you're gonna get the sword crest, the timing on that's going to be fine, but you still need a couple things here for the Jug to probably feel comfortable, and they're looking to get a tier 2 really shut down map for you.
They have to start to try to defend this tower here, but they have no finger. Omninet doesn't deal the most damage.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
Grimstroke
attack.
didn't even level ult yet.
We'll say they are putting the pressure on Omega, but left 23 to just kind of farm the other side of the map and farm their jungle.
And the problem is, they're not pressuring any towers, while Omega is just going to get tier 2, but they're not pushing in any lanes. Because they're probably afraid of the Centaur or Beastmaster TP, push them out off guard, but they really need to start pressuring towers. So if they want to give up this tower, they're going to hit the mid.
And soon it's going to get a little bit more difficult. Sam H soon to pick up that Blink Dagger. He'll be the initiator with the Stampede potentially being what is used to start that off, or even use that as an escape. There's so many ways that that skill can be used to really give you an advantageous position. So I'm worried for T1, who aren't really forcing Omega kind of have their way with this game right now.
Yeah. If they would have picked, as I said, the Juggernaut needs to be hitting the top tower right now. Just force the TP's back. There's the damage as always. Yeah, that nerf is very small, like 10 damage less per axe.
There is no dishonor.
Sure, why not?
Still feels fine.
Yeah, well 300 damage per. Trying to catch out the Juggernaut here.
Look out the fallen rock!
This is where, if you catch him, I think it spirals the game pretty heavily into Omega's favor if they can catch 23 out.
Yeah, they smoke here. When Data also pops, he has to be so careful here.
And you can tell he feels it, because he's where he's farming, right? Trying to pull the ancients over, so just in case.
The battlefield can cleave him though. The battlefield cleave can stun him.
They've got Hawk Vision on him.
I think they sniffed it out.
Ooh.
I mean, it was a very obvious movement. Suddenly, 5 heroes are gone from bottom, so not netting them any kill. And the counter smoke here. 5 men. Makes Assassin in prime position to break the smoke, and he did.
Well, they already saw it with the Hawk.
Also saw the ward. He wants to.
It's movements from T1, but well countered by Omega. They've played the map, and I think I've said this 2 times already. 30 minutes or so, but they're playing the map really well. The point here now is Zephyr's got that Blink Dagger. It's something I talked about earlier in the game, where I think this is a moment for them if they use this Blink Dagger the right way to start off a fight. But again, I think your counter to that was, well, what about the Centaur when he's got a Blink and he can ruin your initiation, and he's got that Blink, he's ready to go.
Yep, he also has a Stampede. It's going to be quite difficult to take these fights now. They just have a lack of damage on the Radiant. Like, Centaur very tanky, Beast quite tanky. Even Nyx is not the easiest hero to kill. They really got to find the Skywrath Mage. It's like now the damage with the Sniper as well. Carefully, doesn't get roared.
Flying in, and that'll lose the base period already. And look at the damage going on. The initiation happening. Spike Carrot there, toss up in the air, but they're going to kill the Zephyr. They'll look over. The Primal is going to be thrown over on the Omni. So now 2 heroes, Dan Carl, just runs away. Omni-Slant bouncing. They get one of this in CML. Silence with the Ancient Seal on a 23. Toss him away. That might keep him alive, but Blink is supposed to start looking up from Sam H. They take out 23. There's one on ultra kill for Max. Wow. Cheeky get out.
How could I ever doubt these fights?
Damage done by Max. That's insane.
Yep, never bet against Beastmaster, and this could Skywrath, okay, good pickup, but they didn't still have to
The finger comes out, but they They killed the Roche. And they're snatched by Max, so not bad.
And see the replay again. Whitemon cannot be out of position like that. Like, he had to repel the Grimstroke, which can never happen like you need it on the Tiny. There's just too much damage coming out from the Skywrath again. And Beastmaster, look at the X's. More X's. I mean, he kills the Nyx with the Omni Slash, but more X's.
Another axe.
With an Ancient Seal, it deals so much damage. It can be fight by a good 40%. Whew! Beastmaster, man. Finest creation.
9-9. Close in kills, but not close in net worth in the moment. And you want to know what's crazy about it? Because we're talking about the Beastmaster, we're praising him because he's playing perfect. Soon you're gonna have a sniper that's built up and farmed, and he doesn't even need to be close to the fight.
Oh, Grove Bow picked up on sniper as well, and Blink Deck. It's gonna be very easy for
Position
himself. Yeah, easy. And
when
he dishes out quite a bit of damage already.
Yeah, and when you've got, I would say 3 heroes that can frontline for you, because Nyx Assassin wants to go with the Spike Carapax as well as the Vendetta. You've got Centaur, who's naturally tanky, and the Beastmaster, who's in your face with the axes anyway. Sniper, where does he fit into the equation for T1? The hero that you need to be able to kill.
They almost have a perfect RPG lineup. They have good front line, good back line DPS.
Yeah.
It's just like in a healer, but if you have enough damage, who needs heal?
Heal me, Lust. Can I get a Lust?
Can't die if you kill them.
Yeah, they just don't have a healer.
That's how it works, man.
You don't die if you don't get damaged on the end.
Oh, 1 to 2 should be completed here. Juggernaut pushing on the top one.
So he's got Sun Yasha.
Yeah.
He's working on the Ags, and then the Scotty, which, if he can get to the Ags, I think that's okay. That keeps him safer. Oh, he's gonna get one con. He's coming. But not dead just yet. Inswell trying to get him away. TPs are coming in. Soulbot used. That's gonna connect the Skyrack over the Centaur. Maybe keep Omega back from chasing. However, Sam H, he's got Stampede. They can close the gap.
Mac has a Blink Dagger as well. You're gonna try to go in. He has Aegis, so he can be a bit more daring.
I'm a little surprised on the lack of aggression.
Yeah.
That's giving him an out.
They just want to play the game slow and steady. I don't blame them. A lot of teams that keep rushing to do things, you know, they end up losing quite badly. So 6k gold lead, steadily building upon it. And they're really rich on those 2 cores. Tiny's falling behind quite a bit. It's going full support as well. Looking rough for T1 here.
We have not seen of the 3 games with Tiny maybe the damage dealer we were expecting.
Yeah, I thought it was going to itemize into damage too, but
Embrace, 4 staff, and he blinked on him.
Couldn't get the toss back. He just lost the vision on top of the stairs.
He tried. That was a good attempt. It almost, honestly, I think T1's not upset with that, because with the team there for Omega, that could have gotten him killed anyway. So he gets out of it.
But T1 again.
Carl. Swell on him, but doesn't make a move. He's scared.
Yeah. He has Heavenly Grace on him and Inkswell, but he's like, if you're tiny with Heavenly Grace and 2.7k health, afraid to go in.
And Solar Press help.
And the Omni ult.
And the Inkswell. It's going to be used up for the Great Stroke. They look over at Whitemon, they'll get the kill, and I mean, the Dire moving in, they're going to try and cut off well as 23 at the pass. Blue Silence, starting 23! Oh! Wow! He took so much damage.
I thought the fight was over and he just walks in.
He just got saved.
Yeah. Good job on Coop. But you can see how hard it is now with network disadvantage.
This is on the Centaurs. This is the hero who really want to get they're in. They keep damage, but that was a treat for Carl.
I do think he expected to get out of there with the force staff. He got taken out immediately by the next assassin. Again, not a really favorable fate. Gold. Slowly but surely building. Okay, go. Soon.
Okay.
And when is the Juggernaut really gonna be in a position to kill anyone? He's going Aghanims, which doesn't really give him damage. He's going into Blink Dagger, which doesn't really give him damage. And then after that, he's itemizing into damage.
So yeah, that is the question becomes: is he what he's got it queued as? Is that going to be the way he gets it?
Probably. Like you always want to have these Ags. Like we have seen a couple of people, especially in the Chinese region, kind of forgo the Ags after the nerf. Just itemize into like Butterfly, just damage overall. He still favors the Aghanim, so I have to start a place out for them. Because right now he is the only damage that they have.
Would you rather see him go to the Crystalist, then the Blink finish off the Daedalus after?
To be honest, I would rather him not go for Axe at all, just like maybe Butterfly into Blink, just to be able to really threaten heroes, you know. Omni Slash needs to kill. Best case scenario. And to jump on his knees.
They found Carl.
Again, just gets blown up like Skyrim.
Yeah, the Mystic Flare is doing so much, and it's only level 2. I mean, that combined with the Ancient Seal, of course, and the Veil.
Yeah, an insane amount of damage. This is a problem we have seen repeatedly. Oh, good dive. But comes up Like a lag damage.
Yeah. You don't feel confident going for it.
You can just see how hesitant they are here on the Radiant side to ever start a fight, because they know they don't have the damage. And this item build of Jack, as I said, doesn't really allow for that. Give them that.
Dire's structures
Almost
are
10k ahead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Get rougher and rougher. Honestly, I did not expect Omega to keep the game
Dire's top
as
tower is
well
under
as they
attack.
have. You know, like I thought they were gonna break apart in the mid game. Sure, showing the early game cause the fears to take, but then the mid game will fall apart. But not at all.
I guess that also comes from what we've seen from the other teams that have been promoted, the ones towards the bottom. Like, our expectations just aren't there. But they're, I mean, this is great. They're breaking expectations.
Omega's playing really well.
Yeah.
Way exceeding my expectations, at least.
And a series like this early in the season is... Yes.
Yeah, especially against 21. Yeah. One of the top dogs. If you can take them on down early, not only does it solidify your position, but it also potentially eliminate a very strong contender.
Sure. See him out coming over?
I'm not betting against Beastmaster in one of
Yeah, that's a mistake that we've all made. They're gonna go through. They've got the blade through with a finger. They're not gonna throw it. Did before. And that was the swift slash used the first time that gets the kill on the Nyx. Things like that do let T1 have some breathing room and maybe get more.
Yeah, they need to convert that into something else. Like, if they can kill the Nyx into maybe killing one of the important cores, that would be really good.
Structures are
what it is right now, the Nyx kill itself doesn't really. It's still lost the top tower, losing it at least.
I think the only thing that Nyx kill does is he's usually your mobile ward. So yes, they'll go tower, they might not go for the kills.
Yeah. But again, like all the 2 towers are gone now.
Yeah, and that's
the
big.
map is tiny for this time.
Approach back in a minute and a half. Keep being built for that tiny. You've got. Is he going for the blink dagger? He saved up 1,500 gold, so I assume yeah. Still got after 2,000
Yeah, all sorts of items.
Yeah.
Maybe things is 8 slots. But yeah, like this Radiant team is funneling the entirety of the network into Juggernaut now. Tiny doesn't really take much, Omni, not really. So Juggernaut will have to carry this. And he will need at least one more item after the blink. That damage is lacking right now.
Yeah, it's like a one carry. It's all.
Yeah. He's even taking the quiver because he knows it's some more burst damage.
Wow. Yeah. Like I was gonna say, it's a one carry all against probably 3 heroes that can carry this game for Omega.
So the good thing is, Sniper in this game will never be able to survive an Omnis. No matter
if they
what time it is. Like if he gets on top of him with the blink, he's gone. Just can he? That's another question.
It's gonna be tough. He's got the pike.
Yeah, and they got Hawk Vision. They got like 3 frontliners, as we said before. And even the Skyrush could like quick as silence. You know, you blink and get silenced, you're gone.
Yeah, Mystic Flare when it's level 3. I mean, even now at level 2, it's doing so much damage. We saw it just blow up Carl.
Very prospects. Double damage picked up by the Omni. So Roche will respawn right now. Go to the next point of contest here. Point of contention. Always want to widen our vocabulary. Exactly. There's a lot of young people watching.
Smoke breaks, CML, he's up there, uses that Spike Carapace, Inkswell, 23, he's gonna go back. He makes his ass, goes to Blade Fury right on top of him. The finger being used, that's the 4th stack for Zephyr.
Oh, it's good, have to be careful.
Yeah, now they can start the 2! So fine, comes in, Avalanche is supposed to toss on the back. You go after Zephyr, but the focus, the Omnislash is gonna be used, but it's not gonna be the same eight that will over as Cuckoo just gets that Guardian Angel off. They lose Zephyr, they lose Whitemon, but Whitemon, he doesn't have buyback, Zephyr does, and he used it. Cuckoo, he's gone 50 seconds dead. It's gone too, wow. That's a buyback and did so fast.
The Juggernaut committed the whole Omni Slash on the Centaur, he didn't even drop the half health. I feel like if you used it on the Beastmaster, that guy's dead, would be a much better target for them to actually be able to win this fight. Or 1 trade basically. Nyx one back as well, sure, but they're getting another roll shot. I hate to be that guy, you know, but I told you so. There's no damage.
Who do you give this shard to? Sammy.
Beastmaster is... I mean, not Beast, Sniper is...
He's already got
this one.
Yeah. Sin, okay.
What
God, it reduces the enemy event resistance.
Okay, sure, why not? 40k head now with that shard as well.
This is mine.
Moving at 536 movement speed.
So T1, ever since the 23 Savage, they went into this 4 Protect 1 style. I'm not digging it. No.
Yeah, it's a big difference to the playstyles they have.
I'm not a big... Like, Dota is not played as a single core game anymore. We can see why.
It's not a Kuku here. It's not what I'm expecting. Primal War is going to be used. They already dropped the Mystic Flare. He pops the BKB. 8-stroke full stab all the way out of the hands of Omega. That Sam H gets it. Stun. He grabs the stun. He hits on 23 level. Followed up with an Earth Spike. That lands on the Centaur. They'll use that suicide. He comes out. And that lands. CML is the only one who dies though to start this one off. Sam H then falls afterwards. And Zephyr are gone on the side of T1. Avalanche down. That hits on a second. Send them. Is this enough of a deterrent?
Seems so. They want to play safe. Forward, wait for the offlaner because he's one of the more important pieces to really protect the sniper. And Omnislash is just off cooldown again. It's going into Skadi actually, like... It's not damage.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I don't know if 23 can do it himself. And you were talking about how it's not single core. You know, you don't really benefit a lot from single core lineups, and I said at the beginning, Omni Knight doesn't feel like a Kuku hero to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. He's more on the scaly heroes like Legion Commander and stuff. But I still do hope that he changes his mind on the Juggernaut, because otherwise I can't really see a silver lining for them here. So they're just getting more tanky on the dire side. They're building into the Daedalus now as well. Once he has that, he's actually gonna hit like a truck too. Poisonous mosquito, I guess. Except he's not poisonous, this.
It's not existent.
Doesn't matter.
Poisonous mosquitoes?
Poisonous bee?
Maybe?
Poisonous octopus?
That's actually, those exist.
Yeah.
I believe.
Cover my bases.
No, maybe I'm thinking of the jellyfish. I don't know.
Yeah, you're a pretty big jellyfish.
That is true.
30k gold lead now. Load is up, picked up on the center of the lead. Potentially go to Omnislash City.
Tower is under attack.
Having a good party, good rave. So
it turns into basically Dragon Ball Z.
Basically.
Where they don't show anybody, and then they show up for a second, and then they go back out of frame.
Just not the cool sound effects. Master now means massive raw range. Raw now has a 26 seconds cooldown, by the way, because why not? I don't know why he has a level 20 talent that reduces his raw cooldown by 35. It's just ridiculous. It should not be here. It's like a 25 talent.
Yeah, that really is. I mean, do you want that or 30 board damage?
No, man. 30 board damage is pretty damn valuable. But yeah, like... Beast will get a change soon, don't worry. The 10 damage nerf did not quite impact him.
Yeah, B came out today. Where is the C badge that shows that talent getting moved to 25?
Alright, there's smoke up. Okay, he went back into the Crystallis. Let's go. There's some sort of damage now. But Omega, once again, prepared completely. Counter smoke.
In the right spot. Yeah. They find a sniper. That could have been moving in. It was a fun thing. 8 slow on top, but it really let's go! 23! He's on the other side of the fight! He goes to the Nyx Assassin! Gets a kill with the Nyx Assassin, they look over at Mac, but Mac's gonna heal up, and that's just not enough damage. They got the kill to fully take out the line as well. Ranger on the back, 23 by himself. He's got a Tino. They didn't focus a sniper, and he gets to survive. He gets the output, all that damage that he's been building. I don't know. That seemed coordinated from T1.
Yeah,
Not the way we've seen him in the past, that's for sure.
I mean, he's still at Aegis, so sure that kill might be a little bit risky, but if your team goes in, you're gonna go in as well.
Radiant structures.
You're gonna be on the same page if you want to mount the comeback.
Yeah, and that was certainly split.
And now Jug set for a minute. They're probably gonna get 1 or 2 sides here. Without the Jug, no chance of killing the Centaur ever. Range of those axes. Just barging them into tier 4.
And there's nothing they can do about it. You can't jump him, you don't have your Jug, you want him to bot back. I guess you have to see whether or not they go for something more after the center backs. Avalanche? That's forward for Tiny. Yeah.
The Rod already off cooldown, it's 20 seconds. I was surprised by it yesterday when I just got Rod twice in like a minute. It doesn't seem fair.
You survived long enough to get reward twice, or did you buy back?
I bought back. And then I died the same way again. So Omega's playing it very, very calm, which is good. And no rush whatsoever. Snipe, I will assume.
And that fight, the Roche pitch just wasn't even close. If there's no proper communication, these fights aren't going to be close. I want to say that there is an opportunity for Team 1. They win a fight and they get Roche, the timing's line up, that's your way back in.
They can still win. Like, if 6-slotted Juggernaut is still a damage monster.
Yeah.
It can get there. If the game doesn't the next
Radiant's
fight.
courier has been
He has a ton of support behind him. But I didn't see like the Radiant is very, very fearful, you know? Anything they see, it's
wait for it, get out. Let me get out. That's been since the beginning of the game. You saw it.
Oh, you can definitely feel the pressure. Like, kudos to Omega, able to make T1 feel the pain, feel the fear. That's pre-Data.
Sniper really hasn't been... Once again, Avalanche Power comes out, but he pops the BKB. They'll get the kill to see him out. Now they're going to look for more. BKB's going to run out in just a second. I swear he roared Carl there.
It was gone instantly.
Yeah, like as the BKB came out.
Yeah, and he didn't get heavily grazed. But he has a persistence talent that he didn't skill. So, yeah. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Look at it after the game again. There's the Daedalus.
And a very manly Jug scream.
Really? Okay.
Alright. Luckily not for the Beastmaster.
A lion. Here you go.
Oh, Panda's sword, good as well.
under attack.
That's a nice neutral to have.
What's the best for
considering
builds? Is it? I feel like time is really better than stuff. Just to increase the damage of those axes, the raw duration.
Guys, I don't even do. Oh my god.
Time is really clean.
Yeah.
And then spell prism, not actually that necessary for the deity. I mean, always nice to have. Tiny when the two are late. So right click Tiny got buffed a lot, not magic Tiny.
Illusion.
Magic damage.
This Daedalus for Jug.
No sorcery!
Oratory quote right there.
I mean, Juggernaut is still, keeping network hard.
He's get popped again. This thing where we dropped. Soulbot comes in. It's an illusion over to the center. They're trying to get to the backlines. Blade Fury away, and it already looks like T1 want to disengage from this. Was he throwing the axes or looking away? He doesn't get it off onto the Tiny. Carl escapes.
So the problem is, when Juggernaut commits, it's all in. Like, the incentive needs to follow up. He's not getting out unless he kills them.
I think KB was early, so now you gotta think about, can Carl survive? Can he do anything? Can he input to this fight? And the answer is no. So I think that shows just the good decision making from T1, but still, they're down 21k, and I mean, it's a decision like that makes it possible for them.
It's a very hard Jug game to make decisions this game. Because as soon as you go in, as I said, you're committing 100%, like your team has to follow up.
Where is Carl?
No buyback either. Beat their position.
Yeah,
Okay. Level on Schliver.
Okay.
Sniper turned into a machine gun guy.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
A
attack.
good one again. That's for sure.
Promoted. Especially it's just hyper, right? It's like super timely.
Well, down lower, either way. And home. No for T1 just yet.
I think I've got a lot of time to just buy out, get all the damage you can. At this point, it's the only counter damage in the game.
Yeah, I don't think 2 lives is going to be too effective. He's fought once again, and they got the stun. Now looking to make a jump and a stun happen. Doesn't.
Well, this time we lived after the Rex was gone. He wanted a little bit block second.
Is 25 can be enough here for Jug?
If he doesn't choose the health talent, could potentially make a difference. Plus 1 second Omnislash duration is right. But the problem is Beastmaster has a very long range E-Blade. That's nice. But even if they got on top of him, killing him is not going to be.
He's got his level 25 talent, the plus 4% wild axes damage and per stack.
No, he hasn't finished now, so there is damage on it.
The damage gonna come out, and we'll go to the Swift Slash. Blue right on top of the Nix Assassin. They get the Jonas Zephyr, they're gonna take out the Lion. And this Moonstroke, both supports are gone. Primal Roar is used, that's out on a Cuckoo. E-Wing throw, tossed back, they're trying to save the Omni Knight, but BKB, the Guardian Angel comes in. And they will save these 3. They haven't brought back other supports just yet. Trying to maybe draw Omega in. Double damage, has the extra range from level 25. He's got Leveler. He's gonna have Swift Blink in a second.
Yep.
Omniscience.
Looking good.
Very good.
Now, Wolf and Jug, I like that. And you just gotta max out of that. It's the third room. 27k, 8k. The Aghanim's as well. That's a what? Fresher shot, right? Also got Aghanim. So minus 30% damage as well.
Here's the congratulations, you got damage. Healing. Now I've got damage reduction. Yeah.
And I got an E-Blade. And I got all sorts of ways to mitigate it.
Blink, sniper. He's got Swift coming out.
Careful. They caught him.
They caught him. There's the stun. There's the kill. He's got buyback, but it's just not where you want to be.
I'm actually really impressed with Omega here, the way they play. Like, they don't rush anything, they play it very calm, collected, they always get the pickoffs before they start going high gun, so there's no split push coming in. They know like perfectly how to finish it. Like, we've seen so many teams in the past, even higher caliber teams struggle with that, you know?
Yeah.
Omega
this is a big check mark.
But once again, my trust in T1. Break my heart over and over. Yeah, it's so cool. I think it was only the cost they were 51.
Yeah. Moving forward, there's Blink as well. He's in between the tier 4s, and he doesn't care. That's why he's used the shard. He's got another Primal Roar ready to go.
He's under attack.
Wow. Had to use the refresher, at least to get out. Or 2 buybacks. 2 buybacks.
Radiant's bottom tower has
He's got 5 stats. We'll use the Guardian Angel. They're on top of this Centaur, and they might have damage to get the kill. But it certainly takes a while. Intercept item. He's going to TP right over to the outpost. Cuckoo trying to run. Moves up into the air. Here with the impale. Wings up the line to the center. Soulvine with Sniper Hex Dot. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? He's still saved. So even if you get this kill, I don't know how you can Marcino gets well. The Wave Theory's there. 3 years later, they're going to get that on the staging. It doesn't run all out of the jump. They will go for a really short start again on the Sniper. There's the avalanche and the kill on the Tino. They're looking forward for that. The Beastman from that trying to take with the BKB. The damage just isn't enough. They just fall back on Sandage. There's the Earthstrike from Zephyr. They locked him down. They tipped him off. And he is gone for 114 seconds.
There was a ton of buyback expected from Omega here, and they still lose the team fight with an Aegis even. Now this is the second we all were looking for. This Juggernaut dealing a ton of damage with that Omni Slash. Coming in. Woo! little bit out of position there from the sniper because he wanted to kill the.
Wow. That's game changing.
If sniper is out of position, he still dies very fast. Now that leaves a lot of time for Radiant to get some building damage done. See it here again in the replay. 23 getting caught out, getting blown up immediately. Had to expand the buyback, but you just look at the sniper position here. As they're going deeper and deeper, he's moving, inching forward.
Does he blink in?
Up there.
They found the Grimstroke. Eggman gone for 100.
Make it look easy. And Braun's still up. You have to be careful here.
They're just trying to cut the creeps, but they're too low. Half health, alright. Jug doesn't have 6 minutes. He's very careful. Okay, so Refresher Orb, Octarine Core.
That's double roar.
That's like 3 roars in fight.
Oh, 4.
Yeah, honestly.
What's the cooldown on it? Yeah, still 26. He doesn't have any cooldown reduction item. Carl?
Caught. Alex here. There's a Refresher, another Primal Roar. Oh, Guardian Angel was used.
Guardian Angel is all magic damage. Maybe didn't read the patch notes.
Yeah, I mean, Carl's dead. He had a spree. For what it's worth, he was.
Yeah, he was definitely have to fight again. Unless they find thing as mega creeps. There's a buyback. But snipers, barraging, Rex.
Flying Finger doesn't. I would love to see him get an axe. That's 7 stats.
Maybe blink on the tiny. Oh, this is nothing. They just can't reach. Like, you can just tell T1 is very desperate here.
Can they defend against Megas?
They can.
Yeah.
They can still got Belgium and Junk. It's just. They're pushing high ground against Sniper. This. I haven't
really even done that yet.
If this game is ever gonna end, it will be like at minute 900. Yep. I mean, if it's gonna end in T1's favor. Unbuckle them too. Maybe get to see minute 60 items. What could be game changing here? Fallen Sky for sure. A good old Pirate Head on a sniper. Or Ballista on a sniper, why not?
We've got 13 minutes. We got some time. It feels like this game has been that long.
Okay, look. Either the game is gonna end in like 3 minutes or 900.
So either the 50-minute mark or 900. And you know he's serious because he called me by my first name.
Be fearless.
Hold down. 4k health Juggernaut. It's gonna do tanky. In really deeps. So far, the answer is no.
It's not rolling in the deep.
Definitely not. It's rolling in the health. And again, this will be a problem. Don't pick 4, protect 1 line off the top, guys. Nope. It's a double dig with Grimstroke ult, but sorry, you know.
First damage is there.
If Lion gets an axe,
That's what I think he should
in 20 minutes.
We got a Shadow one.
Look, the scaling is infinite on him, okay? If he gets 700 finger stacks, he's gonna be at 30k health.
He's got what, 7 now, so an extra 280. Hitting for
No, it's not 280, it's 490.
7 stack?
Yeah, for 70 per stack.
This is mine.
Say
That's bonus damage.
Ah,
I was talking about the health.
right.
So once he's
I
on
was talking about something. I completely just missed the mark on that.
Okay, nice. That's why we're careful. Make sure we take good care of each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking about the damage because I was talking about the Dagon, double finger.
Yeah, but he needs the axe for that. Then you have the Grimstroke
That's what
ult
I'm
plus
saying.
double AoE finger. The My Special.
Yeah, we get 6 stacks on that.
Yeah.
1
6
finger.
on 1 finger. Yeah. Oh, it's legendary.
That can take a lot of time. I'm a little surprised. I'm waiting for the next ages.
Sniper still has a slot to go. course, gonna wait for Roshan, which may respawn in 5 seconds. If they're really lucky, respawn instantly. You see how lucky they are.
Has been slain.
Little song.
Not very lucky at all. 2 minutes 30. Jackals with the Eagle song.
Yeah.
Bottom, right? Went to the enemy secret shop.
I don't think so.
That was a Swift and gone. But the Swift Blade actually adds a lot of damage. Right. How much is it? Takes right. So that is another 25 ante, 50 attack speed, and 50 damage dealings.
They actually don't even have all 4 tier 4s yet on.
Yeah, they just can't get out of base to get them. This could be a valid bit strategy, you know? You wait till the 60, get all the items, the enemy can't get them. Oh, Juggernaut gets a time hand, something you lose. And the Moonshot already in his inventory.
So he'll just buy the MKB, eat the Moonshard.
Now the question is, why is he going MK?
Oh god, see that. What did you just need after? Break the smoke, make this difficult. Primal Lord comes out there with the pressure, and he's got another Primal Lord to use. That's going to be used on a Cuckoo. They get the Dota White Line as well as Cuckoo. They both are dead without buyback. And Omni as well as the Soul Flag will use to no avail. They've got the Nullifier as well as the Dagger coming through on the Nyx assassin, but they lose Zephyr. It's a 3-for-1. Nyx is dead for 115. We were fighting 2v4, and what is Tiny gonna do? Look at the range coming in. They get the kill on a Carl, and it's 23 against the world. 2 minutes. You're basically on it.
Yeah, I would Primal Lord.
Yeah, he just gets blown up. All they have is Dream Stroke now, and Omega seal up this game. There it is.
Gotta put a bit more energy in there. The outcome was like already like 20 minutes or so. Drops the Omega.
Yeah,
I did not expect them to play this well at all. They were very confident. Won the laning phase in the mid game, won the late game. Really didn't make sort of huge errors.
Yeah, they won everything start.
Tiny, he decides to go for not a right click Tiny got buffed. I don't see the reason why this hero should be played as position 4, or you know, mid is also fine, but you want to get this.
He was 4 here. It's
you want to still get the
Tiny.
items that you can scale with. You want to get that crit. You want to get that Aghanims, you still want to get the shard. You want to be able to scale. This time around, like, you're building items that your supports are supposed to buy. Like he bought a 4-staff, a Blink Dagger. These are 2 gap closing items, a lot of gold, which doesn't give you any kind of damage. So that's like 4,000+ gold, 4.5.
They actually put all their eggs in one basket, and that's
it's not enough.
Savage.
It's
like,
just gonna backfire.
Let's power him up and
let me just finish, Lizard. You know, and because I didn't come.
But I'm angry.
My biggest problem here is also. But Omni Knight getting Yule Scepter, second item. Like, you're playing for
He was
yourself.
crying about this.
You're not actually, you know, playing for the team. If you want to get at the spell mechanic, you just get a Lotus Orb. It's great against Sky. It's great against... Sure. Even better. Like, why don't you get these two items? Like, it's super... If you're putting all, as you said, eggs in one basket, just put that Lotus Orb, put the Solar Crest on your...
maybe he
on your
was
Omni.
playing the long con.
On Juggernaut, I mean. Yeah, I don't know.
Rolls into whatever the hell that's 7k.
Wind Waker.
Wind
Wind
Waker,
Waker.
exactly.
Sure, you can buy that later. It's like a cheap item, but it's Lotus Orb is a bit more expensive, and it gives you so much more.
No, I don't like the Omni overall as a pick. I went with T1 mostly because of the name.
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned because you don't bet against Beastmaster. Not right now, not in this meta. Omni Knight as well. Solar Crest, Yules, Phase Boots. You just don't feel the presence of the hero. He's not really accomplishing a lot. And Tiny that you picked to be your mid laner, your playmaker, went for the playmaking items, but he feels like a support. He doesn't really feel like on... What would you rather have, a Tiny or a Beastmaster mid lane? Right now in this meta, it's Beastmaster 100% of the time.
That's why.
I think this is the build to go for, because like the cast range from all other heroes got removed, so you kind of still need Ether Lens to not get so close to the fight, but be efficient. You want to be using your abilities multiple times in a team fight. I like that. Also getting a Glimmer Cape, not going for like a greedy route, you know, I'll rush Aghanim Scepter or anything. Skywrath Mage. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The Glimmer also just shows that he's selfless. Like, you see so many Skywraths just go Aether Lance or Aethos instantly.
I mean, it's not his job
They
to
had
do
a
damage.
setup. Yeah, no, they had a good setup, you know. They had multiple stuns, so he doesn't necessarily need to get that Aethos, which is also dispellable by Omni Knight. So, like, really, really good choice from Sky there.
Yeah. So they share the MVP a little
Sure.
bit.
Yeah.
But that ultra kill on Beastmaster, Osfrog, please, that patch that just happened was not enough.
This is the thing that I first checked when I woke up. You know, there's a new patch, I get the update information, I open it up, like, let's check the Beastmaster. I don't care about the other things.
Do you
10
ban him
damage.
every game?
Do I ban him? No, I still ban techies.
Fair enough.
Your priorities are in place.
Yeah.
I agree with it. Well, we can find out who they'll ban after a quick break. Again, much love to Secret Lab chairs for their top-level comfort in sponsoring this event. We will be back with more T1 with Smart Omega right after this.
change of angry.
Radiant team, ban. Dire team, ban. Radiant team, ban. Dire team remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Quick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Morphling.
Playing against one Beastmaster is bad. What about two?
And it's the same debuff that stacks.
That's
so
that's the best part.
Morphling axes and Beastmaster axes, it all looks the same in the eyes of Ice Frog when it's debuffing an enemy.
So wait, right now all you need is 3 heroes to entertain Smart Omega frontliner. All you have to draft is just someone to noise while you're sitting in the back and throwing.
10 seconds remaining.
Have Aghanim.
5 seconds
eventually.
remaining.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a rush, but you could potentially be annoying with the axes. I wouldn't mind that. Maybe like a dragon. Dragon Lance is in there.
So they reduce some aspects of Aghanim's Morphling. It still gives bonus cast range that's not as much, right?
Yep.
And the mana cost reduction thing, was that removed or is it still a part of it? Because it used to reduce the amount of mana on all the spells that you were casting while you were in.
Oh, there's so many patches.
Yeah, there was like a bunch of aspects of the Aghanim scepter that I can look it up.
Look it up. I'll talk about.
Sure.
If they were changed,
Okay, the counter to him.
Remaining.
His adaptive strike is
5 seconds remaining.
playing into any turn, which they looked
Radiant
good. You know,
team
Nexus doesn't
ban. Dire team ban.
mana burn. See what they decided. Without the Bat Rider.
Bottom row knees up.
It's good, you know, in 20s, but when you reach 25, 30s, oh, I can tell you, you can feel low when you were younger. Get some water, stay hydrated.
Especially if you're hard carrying your team, your back's gonna hurt.
Oh, yeah.
All this. Okay, so the scepter also used to reduce the cooldown by 30 seconds. Now it reduces it by 20 seconds. It used to give 600 cast range bonus, now it gives 300 cast range. And the mana loss reduction is inherent as well.
With the Beastmaster axes, the 300 is just enough.
Oh, just barely. You can barely touch
You
someone.
really don't need it.
Remaining.
Feels good. They banned out the A, they banned out
5 seconds remaining.
Power Ranger with charge production. Also, of course, Phantom Lancer burn. The Dragonite Druid, I'll always be together. You have Fate Bolt, you have the Fire. That's so much damage reduction. Sure, like if you know
in the lane though, it's definitely. With the task you.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Enchantress!
No. Yeah, exactly. It was the counter.
You can't. It's not doable because Beastmaster
10
he does not.
seconds remaining.
No, and I don't really think there was any way that T1 were gonna like stick a Dark Seer.
Remaining.
You're on the off lane. Maybe there.
Maybe they just want to have super, not necessarily super late game, but good things for them. Hey, it's a core Rubik. It's a core Rubik.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So they're gonna lane Rubik mid against Beastmaster. They have no heroes with the attack speed whatsoever, so they good feeling.
What? He is the counter. Way to begin. For that you need to.
This reminds me.
10 seconds remaining.
OD was extremely powerful.
5 seconds remaining.
The Astral, you Astral me. Better Astral overall.
Dire team ban.
Sure, I like. Heroes are very squishy. Enchantress, Rubik. This is most likely gonna be Flame Dragonite. You just put Morphling there, like you don't threaten a kill. Dragonite can.
Radiant team ban.
Dragonite, it's a lot of stun, but he should be fun. Either does shift it like Morphling should.
Draft, smart.
Ten seconds remaining.
Well, will be full.
5 seconds
I want to see
remaining.
some Dark possibly. Burn. Pretty much.
Your problem with the Clark is will hit me.
Yes,
No
correct.
matter what
That's
you
correct.
How about Bristleback?
But you can dispel it though.
It's not. It's good versus more.
Dire team ban.
Good attack. Bristleback doesn't matter for smart make.
Yeah.
The longer you stay in a fight, the more damage. Master doesn't
10
run out of
seconds
mana.
remaining.
More cooldowns.
Yeah.
You're literally using no mana.
5 seconds
Plus you have
remaining.
full mana throughout the whole. You're losing. Have a diffused barrier again.
They have mana burn. They have next assassin this time around. Or maybe any. I like Slarkai. Possibly.
Is Phantom Lancer just completely?
Phantom.
Oh,
No, he's banned. Like, it would be a
banned
PL
earlier.
game because they don't have. Of course, access was.
And how about Naga?
Yeah, that's best.
Oh, okay.
It's like I gotta start.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Bristleback.
I take over the rest.
Silver Edge Carrier if you need it.
10 seconds remaining.
All these broken.
5 seconds remaining.
But Sounds still like
Jug available?
Yeah, but then you risk giving Blade Fury to
I know.
Morphling.
It's just like punch. You have roar. I think it's like many heroes right now, but feels like this is Smart Omega.
oh yeah.
You like fiery
And you're
spirits.
strong versus risk.
And you're not as strong. Black Hole, he's gonna hit back, use full sprays. Not that easy for levels. It goes for Rider. It's good for like on the mid lane, but on the off lane, like you just don't have cooldowns ready.
It's just that there are worse heroes.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're trying to find somehow. What do you?
Yeah, I prefer the illusion-based approach as opposed to like a team fighting Slark-based approach.
Because Fusel Blade is great against Bristleback, great against Morphling. You also have it.
Choose your hero.
Okay. Yeah, his shard is good. The tankier you get, his shard is good eventually. You know, you might get it, but I'm gonna go with one here. And the only reason is I see Beastmaster.
Yeah. Possibly even seeing two Beastmasters.
Yeah, if you go with one Beastmaster, about two with Morphling, then
sounds even better.
100. Go for here. Not only because of that, but Omega is more drafted. If they win this, they go gods.
Invite them straight to the major. Yeah, give me a T1 also. Give me the Beastmaster mainly, because seeing T1 in game 1, I was underwhelmed. Especially seeing Cuckoo back, I was having high expectations. I was like, oh, you know, it was a standard situation at the major. The cost is also T.
Yeah, give me a T1.
Give him a T1. I don't know, his Omni-Knight was kind of underwhelming. And I guess it was somewhat of a difficult Omni-Knight game. But all games are difficult against Beastmaster.
Beastmaster off-lane.
Oh yeah, it is. It's fine.
Bristleback? So the reason why they swapped it because they so for the Ag.
Then you're playing versus Enchant.
Sure. Maybe you could like get Ag and get one more, or possibly, but you don't. I don't know. He doesn't need to.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Tsunami.
No, I didn't realize it was an offline beast.
Do you think they made the wrong pick?
No.
No.
I mean, just Ratziger last pick, he's just...
Didn't you see me win?
It doesn't sound that good against Morphling, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking Naga on the panel, you were thinking Anti-Mage, and
Anti-Mage would have, like, if they picked AM, would have definitely gone Omega here, because I think it's a free AM game. Come on.
I'm gonna go against the grain.
You're going with Omega?
I'm gonna go Omega. Because, you know, 2-0 statement.
Yeah.
Maybe. I have nothing.
I would like to see it, man.
Seconds to battle.
You always told this, man. You what?
You guys have been doing that a lot.
Yeah, of course. It's our special.
Early more Bristleback impersonations.
Yeah, I'm streaming way too much Bristleback games. The cost that I would play altogether every time I play Bristleback.
I think you need to do Bristleback cosplay.
Me?
Yeah.
He's very short though.
So you just hunch over, you get a shell on your back?
That's gonna lead to backbone.
You have to do it forever. I'm not saying this is like a forever thing.
Wow, but even if you just do it half a day, you're gonna be like, what is happening to my back?
You have bristles on your back, you'll be fine.
And also spray them.
You're washed up.
So
If you're from behind, go.
I don't plan on attacking you, so it's okay.
So Rubik against Bristol. This match should just be a farm fest for both heroes. Don't think either of them can really kill each other. However, maybe Carl is not as comfortable on Bristol. We have to see. Wait and see. I think I wouldn't pick him in the DPC game. Maybe I'm just thinking too much.
They laid away pretty evenly the first game. Obviously, that's a completely different matchup.
It is.
I got nothing else.
Okay. So you still got access, of course. Initially, I thought maybe this is the kind of thing where you just don't skill access at all. Like some ODs wouldn't skill Astra against Rubik, you know. But gonna go skill access. You'll have 2 Beastmasters throwing access. I'm sure 2 Beastmasters will still beat 1 Rubik, right? Like,
you'd like to think so. Where does a Bloodseeker find success in this?
You give your cube to the Rubik, who throws more damaging axes. Already, they deal 26% more damage. And you give him the bonus spell amp from Q, which is another 30%. Whew. How much is that?
I don't know, I was expecting you to do the math.
At 56%?
I already forgot numbers.
Yeah, 56%. On the axis, extra per axe, stacks up even more.
Just try to tag team. You want to CML 3 shards. That could lead to first blood. Breathe fire. CML surviving long enough and gonna walk away from this one.
If he had an Oof instead of a Bracer, he would have put it there. Shouldn't go for the more defensive route. Are you more of an Oof person or?
I like Oof. I think it depends. There was a point where we were seeing it on like every Undying in the Chinese region.
Yeah, I mean, Oof is just very, like, it's a very potent item. Like, the lane can snowball because of it.
Right.
Pick up, I think, for example, or even off explosion maybe.
2-man stun. 23's got to be careful. He didn't exactly have the best performance last game. I think obviously there's a lot on him to get done in game number 1.
The biggest thing I could fault him for is his item build, I'd say. Because if you play 4 Protect 1, your 1 really needs to deal all the damage. Right. And he went quite against that line of thought process. And he's going, trying to steal the bounty on Carl, but it's not. And Impale, get over here.
Carl getting hit by the Impale. Matt trying to stay in front of him. Carl, one more shot. There's first blood for Matt. Rubik already a thorn in the Bristle's side. It's weird because he's got a hard exterior.
Another very cocky play coming out here from T1. Like, gosh, they just look very different.
It's not the same style.
T1, yeah,
it
sure.
really isn't. Like, yeah, Beastmaster feels more cuckoo oriented, that's for sure. He's gonna TP at top, gets silenced, taking a lot of damage.
But he's not farming top. Not well at all.
Yeah, and that's a full TP back to base too.
And Bristol getting pressure a lot middle. Like, I'm not a Bristol, and Rubik is not a matchup where you should really feel pressured at all, but he already died. I'm sure the game from now on should be quite easy for him, because they don't really have good heroes to kill him, but already not off to a good start here.
I wonder what they're gonna do to hurt this Bristle. Like, where are they going? Is somebody gonna pick a break for that? Like,
in the mid game, it's gonna be really hard to kill him. Like, once he picks up his Eternal Shroud, maybe even a Vanguard on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, incredibly tough kill, which is also why they're landing in the middle.
Feels like this could be a problem for Omega if not handled precisely.
I'm just really worried about his top lane here. Beastmaster against Bloodseeker is not fair at all for the Beast. Bloodseeker should be free from here completely. Whereas Morph, I guess Morph against DK is also really fine.
It's supposed to be simple, but it feels like a 23's taking a lot of damage. He's kind of struggling with the lane. It's not like the easiest Morph lane we've seen.
It's not the easiest, but it's also not the hardest. They don't really have any good stuns to kill you. And say that, oh, whoa, if you got a stun in the face there. Whew.
Yeah, if they had just had the +1 potentially of CML, that might have been enough to get a kill.
Yeah, but he's stalking middle. Let's make sure that he secures that rune at minute.
They're coming over mid again. They've got the telekinesis. Carl might be in trouble if CML can land this stun. That's exactly what he does, but you look at the sprays and it's enough to push them back. But Max got his own quill spraying.
Bloodseeker is already running at 530 MS here. Morphing's usually very low health. Now your Bristol as well. Gotta get that health region up real quick. Rubik is gonna get the minute 6 rune, unless Zephyr can steal it.
Radiant's
Oh, he got it.
tower is under
Very
attack.
important.
Haste refill could have been big.
I'll just rotate top of that one. All eyes again, pretty much on 22 Savage here.
Is it the same scenario though, where it feels like one has to carry the entire?
No. Like, we'll have to see what item build Beastmaster goes for. Let's go for the Dominator, okay? But Bristol generally is considered quite strong here. Savage has to be careful here.
The Chase tag team's doing a lot with the help of 23. CML coming out. Oh, 23! Oh no!
Everything is falling apart for them.
That's the aggression being the problem for him. He really feel confident going for losing track of CML.
And the Enchanter stole like 3 big creeps away from the Bristol back. Like, everything is going wrong here for T1 once more.
Tino's coming in, he's all 6. He's sure. Carl, how far can you run?
Carl's gone.
Yeah, he's just gonna die here. They have the control. They're gonna leave it for Matt. Wow, that is it's certainly not something that's gonna happen to my Cubs. Sam H, she'll get run down.
Finally get something going. Much needed here for T1. It just seems like Omega has the number on all lanes. And they're always outplaying them, outmaneuvering them.
Who's next? Careful.
Yeah.
He might be in trouble. An impact on the board though.
So Bristleback is here that likes to play from behind. His network is still looking decent though, so it shouldn't be a big problem just yet. If dies another time or maybe even 2 times, you know, it's gonna be... Every death of Bristol hurts much more than your usual hero would.
Zephyr finds Shang.
Might be trouble, he has no heal.
TP that way. He was trying to get a stun out, but there's weird reactions coming in from that exchange.
5 now is Zephyr. Positive that.
Certainly love to have the Enchantress getting a little bit more out of this. The next assassin, and you really... CML, he's been involved in 2 kills. They need to find him 6. That's a big part of this lineup for Omega.
Definitely. It's gonna be Mobile War setting up for a lot of kills here. And they know that, so Mac is with that cool spray that he just conveniently picked up from the Bristle. One of the best spells to farm jungle with, of course. Even better if you're Rubik.
Ooh, Arcane Ring. Feels great.
Actually, Rubik with this, like, every quill stack gives 41 damage. Actually pretty intense. For the spell.
Did the math.
Doesn't have Bristleback, of course.
So, is he going to hold on to Quill Spray not the entire time, obviously, but it's good for him right now. Would you rather see him with something else at the moment, though?
No, at the moment it's fine. He's just rushing for his axe to be able to get the axes from the Beastmaster. That's really his power timing that they're looking for. That's why they instantly picked it against him. Would also be nice if you can steal the shift from the Morphing, just to be sitting at like 2,000 plus health. With those Beastmaster axes, it's going to be incredibly hard to kill him.
Actually, this Enchantress
again.
Well for it.
It's just +5 dying again though. The Goldie is still 2k in favor of Omega. Beastmaster really struggling here, not even 3k net worth. Which is what we expected. But the strongest laner is rough.
Oh, he's got the Maelstrom, he's just got to get it combined. So that'll come out, he'll have
so
the Maelstrom, and yeah, it's good farm for him. And on top of that, great farm right now for the Rubik. He's been on it. He's farming super efficiently.
Yeah, with that Quill Spray, a lot of stacks coming out from the supports. He's already level 10, out leveling the clock is always a good thing. Bloodseeker also completely free farming. Free 10 mils from, is it insane?
Yeah.
And Rubik is still bigger than him.
And he's, look at this, from camp to camp,
They have so many stacks
to stack.
3k gold now.
Yeah, and it's
using
strictly
so much more
farming.
efficiently. Yep. In score, but 3k gold lead.
I always get called out for being like fake hype, but I for me, stacking and like efficiency on taking those stacks to me is one of the most exciting things. I know that's pretty stupid, but it does take a lot to put that together. To be able to make sure that you can efficiently get everything, for me, is just that's one of the most exciting things for me.
I definitely agree. Stacking is
Now, you need to hit that stun. You're probably thinking about chasing under the tower.
He's not quite that strong in terms of damage yet.
If you had maybe 2 plus on that, you'd go. But you had White Man away and Zephyr backing off.
I just thought of something else, man. When you have this axe on Rubik, steal the from Bristol, 950 AoE, that can potentially be a teamfight winner. But the AoE...
Yeah, wow.
Rubik this game feels pretty damn good.
We haven't seen a explosive Rubik game in a while either.
Thanks.
Snowball over to Shank again. This is unlimited interest, and yeah, that's
How did he hit him from like 500 range?
Monkey King range right there.
Even further than that.
Seriously.
Monkey King Penta Edge. Sam H, Hood, Falcon Plate, Threads, he's so fat compared to the Master 1500 gold behind on Axe already completed, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's he gonna steal?
He stole Cool Spray.
Okay.
Enough. Helped him all his way. Why not just keep... He definitely wants those Axes though, which are right now.
Oh, Zephyr. They see him, they should be able to kill. And there's the Vendetta hit with the stun. Snowball! Alright, Zephyr, he's still dead though. Walrus Punch on the DK. Coming through, Mac trying to output as much as he can. He does have that Cool Spray to work with, and it's starting to pile up. Problem for this T1 side. They lose Cooper, they lose Whitemon. Tino's running in, they look over at Call. Just the mid. Mac feeling as strong just yet.
He's just getting involved.
Is Mac in trouble here? Mac, I want to see him take the Viscous Nasal.
They didn't cast it though. I didn't even see that. They're getting all here. Like they will definitely need a good team fight on the back of this egg. Draw a good egg. It needs to be all hit. Oh my gosh, just outpacing them so much.
Yeah.
2 games in a row. First game okay, you know, maybe it's a fluke. But if they do it again here, which they are right now, then impressive stuff? None.
And again, and I know we were proven that they can do it last game, but it's another one of those tests. Can you work a good laning phase into a good mid game? And
right now it looks like a pretty big guess.
coming bottom. They probably want Tino.
Wait for the E-Blade here on the
They've got the
morph.
vision. They might just... Oh.
Tino knows. Or does he? Yeah, he does, or maybe. Going back and forth.
Does he? He might. I don't know.
Possibly.
His movements are certainly showing that he has an inkling of a feeling.
Yeah. This is kind of going back and forth. Like,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Am I here? Are you not?
While Dragon Knight is pushing middle, tower almost gone.
I say Shanks has so much farm. Shanks, who's been killed 3 times. I say so much. The 5 position coming in and get it, or for the support, just getting that over pretty quickly. That's fine. Icarus dives in. Alright, Icarus dive over as much as Sunray onto Sam H. They'll go to the Supernova. Lifting this snowball charged up, and now the final war is even used. They've got the rupture on the Carl. They might not get the kill on the Sam H. Omega though just don't have the damage. Here comes the Warquake, turns into the X Assassin, moves over with an adaptive strike on a Tino. He's still now holding Fire Spirit. Still takes the attribute.
See how much he goes to this range?
Okay.
It's max 8 charges. Or 8 stacks rather. Let's go.
I want to see him use it.
Too. But this one he didn't yet. And he didn't actually go much into the strength at all. He wants to keep his attack speed, his armor. Fair enough, I suppose.
Should have gone all actually.
Shoulda. 400 HP Ruby. Getting him one shot by...
What's gonna kill him?
There's almost evade here, Morphin. That's the really strong kind of T1 here.
Yeah, that wasn't the cleanest fight. Make it higher.
It wasn't. Still struggling. At least he got a medallion now.
Mac really wants these quills and nothing more.
They really just picked it to counter the Beastmaster Axis, but he's just not skilling them. Level 1 Axis.
No, he doesn't have to in this position.
I wonder if he's ever gonna max them or just keep it that way. You kind of sabotage the Rubik if you don't max it.
But it also feels good to max if you get X.
It does. The hero feel.
Yeah. It's the jump. Oh, Arcane Rune. Let's see if Bristleback makes a move with this. Tino soon to have the beat. The question is, this with the Maelstrom, is that going to be enough? The Evil that they're going up against on the Morphling. Like, Morphling came into that fight and it seemed to disrupt everything. And an answer immediately.
They still have a lot of damage going through BKB. If it gets raw, the Morphling right clicks hurt a lot. The Bristleback right click hurts a lot, and they still have to punch as well. It's not like an auto win.
Phoenix going straight refresher.
Interesting. I did one of the best egg hitters, I suppose. I mean, Bloodseeker's pretty damn good. Especially with the BKB, it's kind of risky to go into a straight.
Double supernova, like if the first one dies.
I thought maybe Halberd would be better into the refresher. And help him before you supernova and then kind of keep yourself safe that way.
Stealing.
I really like those quills.
Yeah.
Like, if he keeps quills the entire game, he should be somewhat of a non-factor, to be honest.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to run in a quill.
No. It wasn't doing a lot in that last fight.
No, it wasn't. He actually stunned himself because Morph turned Carapace. He has to be really careful about that interaction. They're going road. They're going straight road. Let's go.
Down 3k, like, Omega, do you have anything for this?
I didn't know where. They're not aware. There's a free run. Or maybe are they aware? Okay, they're aware now.
They've got to know. They've got to know. See him out. Stun, but wait. Alright, what are they going to steal this time? They stole the root shift again. The other Dragon Form, they'll hit the stun onto the Bristleback. They're looking over as these infinite shots are hitting out of 23 damage. They've got the shards. There's the snowball coming through with the BKB pop by this Bloodseeker. They go after Whitemon. They've got the steal on the Walrus Punch. Okay. And then Walrus Punch Carl for an instant. They've got the one breaking sound land, and Shanks is dead. They're still looking forward, trying to go after Sam H. He's stolen the axes now.
Bristol too much real damage.
Do enough damage, it doesn't look like it. It's constantly putting out on the Carl, and it just doesn't do enough to take out CML.
Here's the problem we talked about previously. Don't have to damage until the Bristleback who just stands in their face.
Yeah.
Especially with the Arcane Rune, spamming out too much damage and slow coming out from him. Easy Rosha for the Morph. Game is suddenly looking very good for it.
Over your head.
It's certainly a sign when you can't even tickle this bristle.
Good damage control. And then converting it into strong timings, getting that E-Blade, forcing the push because they're stronger. Good stuff. And I think that didn't really feel strong. Very impactful at all, right?
No, well, he got focused, he with the Walrus Punch, puts you up in the air, and then I think by the time that was started to walk away.
I mean, he also runs with a Morphling, who Morphling doesn't really care much about that.
I don't think that Bristle really does either.
He does not. The only way to kill Bristle is if they stun him with like a DK while he's facing them.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Which is not easy.
No. And stun is only enough right now.
I think he can fall out without
Look at the Aegis, okay.
How did he die?
Full Agi.
We'll go full Agi. They even have a sentry there.
Oh. Wow. Yeah. And ends up doing a kill, and it's just
a very important kill. Like, with that Aegis, the next team fight should have been pretty damn easy for this T1 side, but taking it away from him is big. Instant smoke up, okay. Mac, no, the one axis. There's been no damage.
And really wishing he had something else.
Yeah, but Ruby just feels pretty lackluster in this game. Can't get the axis, to be honest. They're still stacking up quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Dragon Tail comes out, and all of a sudden they've got the info to follow it up. On the axes, almost enough, but there's the Wolf Thunder as well. The E-Blade, they've got the telekinesis out of the Wolf Blade. Can they follow this up with anything enough to get the kill onto the board? Who's 23? He's stunned! He's in trouble! Back from a distance, they've got the axes! They'll get a kill on a 23 and White Bond! Oh dear! Way too far forward on yourselves and you get caught out and killed.
Big mistake by 23, going all in onto the Ruby, couldn't get the kill. Got himself carapace stunned. Ending up dying. Wow, this is where this Aegis pickup really comes into play. If he had an Aegis there still, that fight goes into one's favor. Yeah, even his level 1 access seem to be stacking up quite a bit.
I don't know if he's gonna up those axes. After that fight, do you?
No. I think if they lose this game because he maxes his axes, the team is gonna have a potential pizza party.
Already?
Yeah, that's how it goes. We told you not skill axes, you skill axes. So yeah.
Here's your pepperoni slice. Point dagger picked up for the Rubik.
Mjolnir now also done on the Bloodseeker. He's farming at an incredible rate. Yeah, shard is very good. Kind of want to act more on small ability because, of course, the more you morph up, the more max up you have, the more damage he deals. That's just the math. You're sitting at 4k health, 2%, 80 damage extra, plus all the other stuff. Be a lot of damage. That in the commercial would say, that's a lot of damage!
I thought you were gonna go with a different commercial.
No.
I don't know if you have it by you. But the guy's just like, that's a good price!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright. Alright. Silence. It's there. They have the damage. Every time and they need to find a different position to hit it. Probably not the position you want to hit on. Oh god! Next assassin, he's dead, and the storm comes all the way over. But now you're gonna lose 5. Right on.
Okay, still set out okay.
23 though. Alright.
Still at shift again. 2.2 health in the Ruby. Man, one more well, the Bloodseeker's dead. He just refused to run in front of him.
Yeah. They were just hitting him from the back. And then CML dies.
That was so... With one more quill, he goes back to full health, and the Bloodseeker's dead.
Yeah. That could have been dangerous.
Also, almost the Adaptive eBay comp on the Bloodseeker. Didn't quite get it out. Did Adaptive Strike Alliance, he's dead.
Shards hit the fireball. That's what you think of that?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I can decipher what you mean from that. Actually, pretty well.
What do you think about that?
You think it's...
Yeah, but what do you think about it?
I like it. 1,400 gold.
And you can cost the enemy, I guess.
I don't think it's that bad. If you've got the lockdown...
It's not that bad.
The damage per second is pretty nice.
But is it better than a BKB? We have to see.
But that's also the confidence. You think you're up enough where you can mitigate, or not mitigate, but extend how long you want to not have a BKB.
That's fair. And he has been a pretty tanky boy in all his engagements.
He's gone full strength game. 3,100 health for this Rubik. It was 2,200 before, now it's 3,100.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all. Blink Dagger picked up for the Morphling, Sanjin Yasha there for the Bristleback.
It's kind of deceiving how tanky he is because he only sits at 3 hours. So, sure he has a lot of health, but against physical damage, not that much. Against magic damage, very good though. Now?
Radiant structures are fortified.
No, soon not. It was 9 for a second.
Okay. Because he stood under the tower.
Yeah. But
Alright, big smoke up here. Without a blink of Beastmaster, so fighting an initiation of the CML is always there to break the smoke.
It really is.
But he didn't actually break the smoke.
It's close though. Carl, I don't think Carl was smoked, right?
He was not.
Yeah. CML also, he's close to the Spirit Vessel.
Bloodseeker. Looking for him here.
Still basically snake. Okay. Still with that. And that's level 4.
Snowball.
Snowball coming in, they're looking over. Mars punch, BKB, right on in trouble. Telekinesis up into the air. Supernova. Sunray, right clicks coming in. CML, who's going to see you later.
Support for support once more.
But Supernova used.
They just can't really find a good angle of initiation here on the FP1.
It's still Walrus Punch, but it's only level 1.
Yeah. And more for Blink Dagger. Why do you think that?
Gap close?
Everybody can't kill the Rubik anyway. It's just way too much health.
Morphin is something else. Get the gap close.
Not a big fan of the Blink Dagger. I feel like what you want is right click and BKB. Like if the Bloodseeker cannot fight you.
I mean, is he getting that Blink Dagger with the expectation that he's gonna turn it into a Swift Blink later on in the game?
I mean, sure, but at
then
this
why
point
even
you
get it
don't
now?
want it. Yeah, exactly. Because you can kill the backline. Even the Eng should have a hard time solving it. The Glimmer Cape, 1600 health. This Eng is really huge.
Untouchable level 6.
Yeah. Rubik, 2000 health, not killing him. He morphed back up again. Crystal bag? Interesting, Josh. I mean, he's a beefy boy as well. I'm just a bit scared that the Dragon Knight and Rubik will stop scaling, you know?
Shanks.
Cool a little bit.
Oh, there goes your mana.
See ya.
He was like, alright, I'm gonna chase this Enchantress, and then, well, now you have no mana.
Yeah.
And that still is another level to get.
Tell me though, Rubik and DK don't scale because they don't really itemize the scale. Who's gonna deal damage? Same problem as game 1. Because right now, Rubik still feels very strong, but come minute 35, 40, he's gonna get less and less impactful.
I guess. I mean, he's going for a Hex, which would be nice. That would be great at Bristleback.
Yeah, but...
yeah.
Disabled should have a...
I guess the comes who can clean him up afterwards. Yeah. The spell stealing... Maybe. He's farming well enough.
Yes.
He's got Lincolns to feel a little bit more comfortable.
I think this is my point, that the longer the game goes, the more I'm favoring T1. Simply because they have like 2, 3, maybe even 4 in the mid-late game tanky boys.
I guess, but that also could depend on itemization.
I mean, he's itemizing in Lincoln's BKB. I hate it. You know what I think about that? Are they giving up another Roshan for free? That's shit.
Yeah, that... and that's gonna be short. Right?
Yep.
Hairball's nice.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Actually, Phoenix
they gave it. No, they gave it to Carl.
Really? That Phoenix did it. Okay, one zone. So Carl now with the hairball.
Hairball's nice. Yeah.
What do you think about it? Where it comes from?
I mean, I was annoyed when my cat didn't have a hairball, but...
I think we had this conversation before, but where does he get the hairball from?
I think we did have this conversation before, because he's not...
Not a cat.
Yeah.
What is he?
Where is the hair coming from?
Armadillo, right?
Is he?
Has been
Rupture and Blood Right. Ooh,
nice.
A lot of damage, but Snowball seems to be gonna sit. The owner shield on and Walrus Punch up and in the air, but now comes the BKB. Walking away, they found the right clicks. Can they take out the Super Nova? Another can. Who's surviving for now, and behind them is trouble. Coming in, not sure though he can really add a lot to this fight. They get the kill on a 3, and they're looking over now at 23 and Carl. Carl trying to survive. He's quite tanky. The problem before Lincoln's get popped. 23 goes in, throws the brief fire right out on a T-O. And look at this, they just don't have the damage. Carl gets 91! He gets son of a gun, they just can't kill him. They have 5 heroes here against 1, and they literally can't kill this Bristle.
And Carl said, bye-bye. Looking out. Alright, T1 is playing pretty sloppy. Like, Morphling has been hitting the DK for about 10 seconds in the team fight before focusing his attention on any important target. I feel like if he just tries to kill the Rubik, or even the Bloodseeker under Raw or something, you know, like, don't focus the guy. Do anything, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It was a good initiation from Omega. Yeah, T1 needs to step up quite a bit. They have this Aegis, sure, they're gonna make good use of it.
Morphling, oh, he might die there, but I think the focus went to Carl for a second, and they were just... If we kill Morphling, we might stay here too long.
Right? It's not happening. We spoke about it. Sitting at 2.6k health.
Just
very painful. He also hits very hard. Like, Bristol is not a joke in these kind of games. Maybe Tino is gonna be looking to go into a Skadi. Yep, he got that queued up. Maybe even a Silver Edge after that. wouldn't mind seeing that at all. Because then you can really kill him. And really break him.
BKB, and it looks like silver.
So he's gonna do that.
I still wouldn't mind too, honestly.
Yeah. And once silver edges, especially against Saint Jasha, 3 seconds can work, but you need to be on top of him right away.
I just don't know if they will be.
And his farm priority is not that high on this DK anyways. We'll see when he ends up getting that. Now BKB finished with him.
And I wonder if they're gonna shift that because Dust, Shards, CML, stun, and his damage coming in. A lot of that left with Carl, they'll still get the kill into CML.
CML, more like CYA?
CM. Oh, yeah. I tried to. So I said before, and I was like, couldn't put together.
Playing with fire here, literally.
It's just not doing enough. Don't look at the level 4. Yeah, they're gonna know they have this gun on the road coming around side the front wheel change the back. There's no back. The damage that's gonna kill off back. That's up on the 3 0. They're gonna back on to 2. They'll take on the egg, but 4 0 is gone. So I actually think it's gonna be enough. But they look and Tino doing so much damage. Going into 23. Oh, take the ages. Carl's gonna try and turn this around. Even just coming in. It's Justin Tilo to his back. They really need to roll off at Tino. The Lincoln's gets popped. The right click's coming in. The waveform is there. Tino ends up dead. Shanks on the front. This could be a bull team. Why could he not gonna go into the tier 2 tower? Tino, he really salvaged that fight.
And he says salvage is still a very big win for Team. But yeah, like that triple kill on the back of some good Mjolnir procs. I did not think he was gonna be able to kill all his heroes. Suddenly, he goes from 10% health back to full. It's a power of Platziger there. Yeah. But still massive fight for T1. Cut the gold lead from 8k all the way down to 2k. A lot of kills for the more. Yeah.
Oh, Shanks.
Nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Max like relax, guys.
He's lagging.
Take a breather.
Alright, chat. Question. Put 1 in the chat if you think he's gonna die. Or put 2 in the chat if you think he's gonna live.
It's gonna be a 1.
The choice is yours.
It's definitely a 1. Because look at the respawn timer. Now look at the respawn timer. Carl is about to goo him up. When he's gooed up, Morphin will go and he's gone.
What skill is that?
Right.
Just the right clicks?
Yeah. You can listen to it when it happens.
Okay. Because it's water really hitting you, right?
Yeah. Well, more like a water ball, I guess. A pretty solid water ball.
It's like when you get blindsided at the wave part.
Yeah.
The wave pool.
It goes right in your eye. You're like, I'm blind.
Knocks you over.
Yeah, you literally do like a double flip in the air.
What just happened?
Whoa! It's so funny, dude. That water pressure, I feel like for that to happen would probably take off your head, to be honest. Alright.
We back in? No, not yet.
He's gonna get hairballed, he's gonna get gooed. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana. Or
he just walks away.
No. He even has morph and able to like in order to slow him. He's not getting up.
Go when ready. Try. Sorry. Bristle's not there. Wait, Carl's still at it. Boiling rage.
Morphing's bad.
But if Morphling boiled, he would steam up.
Yeah. Condensation would kick in and he just disappear.
Yeah. So why does he want to boil?
Alright,
here we go.
Get
the dust. He's under the tower.
I love everything.
I wasn't doubting you. I was not. It wasn't doubt. It was support for the Enchantress. I was backing Enchantress more than doubting you.
It doesn't mean that you didn't doubt me, though.
No, it does.
CML up there. And Data here scout him out.
Is he pretty high in the Agi?
Not anymore.
He still has 2,000 health, though.
I mean, if you consider 2,000 health on the Agi.
Alright, here's the stun. Dash
very high
and he's gonna survive. Alright, 5,000 health.
Oh, he grabs the bounty rune as well. He's like, ha ha! Ooh.
Casual 5k health.
Nope.
Yeah. Look for the tusks. We've seen how much that Walrus Punch really makes it difficult for Tino, especially.
Definitely, through the BKB. Also, what I really like about Morphling now, that costs mana to shift, like the balance between health and mana and the fountain is more easy. Before it was always really low health, full mana. Not anymore. It's more aesthetically pleasing. Okay. I don't know if you paid attention to it before, but you should.
I try to pay attention. I'll do better.
I feel like Skadi and this Morph will be unkillable. Then, like, this Bloodseeker just won't be able to fight him anymore. Although I say that, couldn't pull out a fight.
He did. It's just every time he sees a Carl and 23 are the ones that they can't kill.
Yeah, but that Skadi's gonna be a massive pickup against both the Bristle and the Born.
To see how much
He
that ends up doing.
has 4k health himself. Why does everybody have so much health? Rubik 3.4k, Dragonite 3.2k, Nyx 2k, Ench 2k. Is this what Dota has become? Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm super good at
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Man, that was cool.
No. That was a boy. I would have always gone that.
Alright.
Dire's top tower is
Assassin.
under attack.
He does have Vendetta ready to go. Roche, potentially in 45.
They do want to wait for the Morph Skadi. It counters the Morphing, but it also counters the Bloodseeker, but he heals less.
And he's almost level 25.
And less means and heal less.
Back almost there.
What is he gonna go for? Of course it does. His thing is the only thing that can raise the speed threshold limit. Is that right? The thirst? Or is it also capped at 550 now?
No. It unlocks maximum speed.
Dire's top tower is
Because
under
like in
attack.
Heroes they were nerfed 550 now. Card is getting massive himself. He's an AC soon.
He's been unkillable for a while. He's level 25. He's got the extra spell life steal.
Yeah. But he's not going full meme. He didn't go for Bloodstone. He needs it. But that's what I was saying. Like, he's 4-1-10, but you don't really feel his impact in fights.
Not anymore, no.
Like, he has no access to work with. He actually is skilled to level 2, but that's it. He's level 8 and level 2. He missed kick. He's like, ah!
Don't order that pepperoni!
His team is like, what was that?
They have a 3k lead.
Bottom tower is
They were down
under
8k
attack.
like, what, 2 minutes? 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, definitely a very good swing fortune for them. And Phoenix, we didn't
Oh,
talk
they
about
want to
it.
go for the Morphling once again. 23.
He is pretty high in ad.
Yeah, he is.
It's starting to get it off. No, he's probably gonna die here. He's just in time. Oh my God, gets taken out. Warren's punch on a Tino.
We're gonna go to the Elder Dragon form. They try to turn this for something. They fall back on Rudy Snowball. Alright, that's gonna fall through Sam H. Careful, the Lincolns get popped. He looks over at Carl. The right hook's coming in, but they're just not doing enough damage onto the Bristleback. They'll get that going to White Hawk. Take that with no buyback. We'll continue to chase. They've got the speed. Blink full.
Sam H, BKB turning around. Summer with Supernova.
They need to get out of dodge. They'll pop the BKB on Tino. They'll look over at Carl, whose BKB is only going to last a second longer.
Okay.
He just got the BKB off in that exchange. I wasn't sure he was going to get it off.
There was a massive turnaround. There was a Saint Joshua status resistance.
Yeah.
So good. Reducing all the stun durations by a 4. Bristol again. Like, they brought him to half health, but can't master the damage.
Do they have to save him for last?
Bristol?
Yeah.
I think he can burst him if they get him from the front. With like a good couple of stuns.
We've got the shard on Root.
Yeah, I mean... You can see the problem I was talking about, right? Like, it feels like game 1 again, where you just don't have damage. That's because the only one that can really do anything.
It's going to attack.
Roshan is up. Are they straight going into it, or are they looking for team first?
It's got an axe. Axe great double rupture. Or even Elder Dragon Form.
Or AoE Vicious Nazalgoo for the Bristol front. And they're not going to the road yet. It's a very fast cut down to make it. It's it already. It is. Oh, Bristol with the AoE goo. My man, he knows. What's up, mate? You want it? Now everybody gets it.
Man,
They do have 3 BKBs now. So, no, they 2 BKBs, sorry. So it's somewhat mitigated, but it's still very annoying to deal with.
It's not even like Omega really let this game go more than T1 brought it back.
T1 did a really good job. Some of those team fights for sure. If anything, the draft was designed to kind of end in the mid and the early portions of the late game, but they weren't able to do that. Now Bristol Morph, very scary heroes.
I think if that they kill 23 or Carl, I think the game is massively different.
Sure. CML, Scouty. I've still not seen the Helm of Dominance in level 2.
The new Helm.
What is it called? Helm of the Underlord or something?
Carl? Okay, they've got vision. I don't want to do anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The sound that it would make if you could.
Yeah, right. Told you I should be the guy
Tower has
behind the
fallen.
scenes.
It said that you should have a sound back.
So
now he's got the AoE Viscous Nasal Goo and he's using Mac. I mean,
It's a very good. It's probably the best you can get at this point, which is not great.
Well, axes are still level 2.
Dire's middle
Oh, now they're level 2. Okay.
Cool with steadily maxing them. I think he's mistaking actually. He doesn't want us to. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it would be maxed already. Maybe that's steadily increasing. Like, getting away.
They're gonna go under Mac. They're looking in deep. They will go over the Viscous Nasal Goo coming around the horn. They'll get the Supernova counter. I don't think they're gonna be able to break it out. They use that final roll. They've got the horn. They get the kill here on the Sam H. They will go to the wave form. Yes, they can. He's got 5 back. They've already gone back on Sam H. There's still one over on the CML. On the mix side. If you don't Supernova, that killed them. All these heroes bought back except the Enchantress. Never ends up getting anything more from it. They've got the telekinesis. So that could be BKB. So Carl, should have turned one. Look at that Viscous Nasal Goo just going around and hitting on the Emperor. BKB's about to run out. He gets hit with that whip, runs with faster and out of the hands of Omega. They just cannot kill the Bristle.
Yeah, this AoE Goo makes it so on max stacks, it's like 100% slow pretty much. Like even with all the speed that Plastica has, she will be running at 100 movement speed. Scary. There.
They do not want it.
They don't want it. And then doing high guard again without the Bristol back.
Yeah, Sam H, BKB, taking tail out on the Warfling, and they hit the Moon Pill. They've done a lot of damage to the Dota 3, but it's going to pop the Satanic with the Sharks. Now that's telekinesis that hits on the 3 of these heroes. Again, the Viscous Nasal Goo going around the horn and hitting on FCNL as well as Tina. Goes up into the air. He's on the Warfling. CML dies to the quills. Nothing he can do there. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 86. They're going to take the Ceterax mid.
Power of Bristol back. You can win the game.
Out of letting the other team get 3 promotions. Taking tail in. He's gone. Looks like gone. Can they get the second? No. Okay. Not even involved. Not even in the base opponent.
They can't move.
They got the kill to Sam H. And now Tito's in the base. I don't know why he's so far away. Got the telekinesis on him, and they're going to throw him back towards the Bristle, but he's just stunned up, locked and killed. He bought back, so he's dead for 2 minutes. They'll call GG. I don't know why he was out of it.
Yeah, at that point, it's really, it doesn't really matter what he does. And he goes. The game was pretty much decided after the third roll, I'd say. Like after that mid-team fight where they got 4 kills.
Yeah.
The gold went from like 8k in Omega's favor to 2k the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was really the game-deciding fight. If you kill that Morphling twice there, you know, the Bloodseeker lives. Game is very different. But T1 bringing it back after a rough early game.
he's playing the offlane. I don't think it's viable to get it on the offlane. Like, it's much better to get this Solar Crest, which you get like so much value from it. Helm of the Dominator, of course, you need something to synergize with your aura and everything. Just also scout things out, have a bit more push power. 23 Savage, he played a really, really mean Morphling in that game. Like, he was on point, the Blink Dagger to close the gap, get himself in a better position. Even though he was playing into Nyx Assassin, something that Morphs don't like to play into, especially after the addition of mana cost on those shifts. So, yeah, overall, just good stuff. Very interesting game. I think this was the best game we had so far today.
Yeah, for sure.
Overall, in the season so far, from the games that I've watched, this is
I'd say
probably the most fun one. You could always kind of expect T1 to win, but not necessarily after the laning stage as well. Beastmaster relegated to the jungle very early on. Carl as well, I don't know if it was the lag or whatnot, some problems that they had, but mid lane shouldn't die to a solo Rubik. Like,
yeah, it
should
was
be
just,
dying there.
a bit of a mistake there. Like, I'm not sure how Rubik kills you. He has one ability, pretty much.
He just spams Fade Ball at you.
Well, Carl did get the MVP regardless, though, that Bristleback was, I guess, so it was the last pick, and still don't really know what the Bloodseeker response was about. Yeah, the shard was nice, but I feel like he just didn't have enough of, like, he had a solo carry. You have a Rubik as a mid, you have a DK as the offlane, and Bloodseeker going head-to-head against two very, very tanky cores, he just doesn't really deal enough damage.
Yeah, with that shard, though, it did look scary in a couple of fights.
Like, but these carries don't care too much about being ruptured, because Bristleback will turn his back, Morphling can use the waveform, get out of the position. This is why I thought I suggested before the draft ended that Slark could have been a better pick. I still feel, Slark could have taken over this game. Like, don't get me wrong, Bloodseeker, he had some really good time with the shard. Going in and out, zooming in, controlling them with the blood rights where they want to fight. I still feel, Slark getting that, like, he wants these prolonged team fights. He wants to be able to go in and out, and then he can pretty much solo kill the egg. You're going to be afraid of him getting the mana burn on a Bristleback. Like, he gets one lifesteal item, possibly, like Satanic is also really, really good on him right now, so you have a second way of dispelling things. Maybe that could have been the pick, but you have to play with what you have.
My question is only, is it truly the Slark or the Bloodseeker or the Rubik that you had in mid lane?
Yeah, I think if they had saved the Rubik, do you think they could have gotten away with saving the Rubik for a later phase in the draft? Because they showed it.
Yeah, they could have, and maybe, but the response from T1 would probably still remain the same. Switch off the Beastmaster, or at least don't skill the axes, and that's the problem. Because you can always adapt to the fact that Rubik is played against you by not skilling the spell that he wants to steal.
True.
He did still skill it.
He did. He leveled it up. He got the third point?
Yeah, he got
Where's
the third point.
Stats, Cuckoo? Read the patch, bro.
That was at the end, though. Like, as the game was beginning to close,
he definitely had 2 points, though,
yeah,
at like a critical stage in the game.
He held it on 1 point for a really long time. He only had 1 point, and even with that 1 point, Rubik was doing a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what a crazy hero! What a crazy axe!
Surely it'll be banned in Game 3 unless there's another layer of mind games awaiting us, but we're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, we will close close out the series between Smart Omega and T1.
Radiant team, ban. Dire team, ban. Radiant team, ban.
Okay, so Grimstroke is still available. Io probably will be banned out by Smart Omega.
Team 6, Dire team, ban. Radiant team, pick. 10 seconds
Falling into
remaining.
the trap. Focus on a couple of
5
heroes.
seconds
But
remaining.
there's so much things Bash that it
Yeah.
discovered.
Unexplored, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking at other regions. Warlock is apparently like super hotly contested in
Warlock,
North
Spectre,
America.
again,
Yeah,
the
Spectre as well, exactly. And then like China and SEA, we have seen zero Warlock.
We've seen some Darkseer as well, like Dark. Yeah, like
10
North Patch is
seconds
very
remaining.
questionable right now. Lord, however, you
5 seconds remaining.
You can't fool around. Like this is the most. It's a new patch. You should explore things that are strong, but you should still, you know, try not to end up with too wonky drafts. Because even though it's a new patch, you might feel like you need to experiment. These wins matter so much. You've seen it in the previous season through the major. I like this. I like the response. Centaur against the Doom. Historically, this hero has been great against Doom. You are taking away Doom target. Like by picking a Centaur, you're saying you must Doom me, otherwise I'm gonna use my ulti and we run away from you.
10 seconds remaining.
White one open the way they did.
5 seconds remaining.
Historically would be Enchantress. CN should pick Witch Doctor and
Dire team down.
don't play the lane.
Okay.
On the 4 you don't do anything. Same thing as well, you just need it can be a bit rough. Edge as well, like long time ago, take a bigger, really long time.
10 seconds remaining.
That's strong.
5 seconds
Main
Doom got
remaining.
buffed.
Radio
Doom's
team
actually Jack right now. Previous patch, duration and cooldown on Devour also got a bit of a buff.
They took his region away. That was a
Sure,
problem.
but they gave him some armor, so
Yeah.
he's now sitting at the 4 armor. You buy 1 stats, 1 branch, that gets you to 5 armor.
10 seconds
So he's like
remaining.
edgy type.
Dire team
His biggest problem actually was the fact that he had no armor. He always had to buy the Ring of Protection
Or pray that you get the Satyr to devour him.
You're always kind of praying for it, right? Or both.
10
Now,
seconds
actually,
five,
are you
remaining.
even interested in the Ice Ogre anymore? 5 armor
5
after like level
seconds
1. Who
remaining.
needs it?
Yeah, it's still pretty solid on some the levels.
Yeah, you can't take it immediately.
More bad coming. Alright.
Radio team ban.
You got heroes. Wait, no, I'm back.
We can't see every hero. Like that's the problem because it's a new patch. You would love to see heroes who are not the.
He's showing
quite
up
often.
in North America quite a bit.
Yeah, the hero is strong. Don't get
5 seconds
Today,
remaining.
tonight, whatever.
1 second. It used to reduce Earth Shock by 2 seconds with the shard, now it only reduces it by 1 second.
Oh, that was neat.
Yeah. Oh no, now you can only have Enrage for every 7 seconds instead of every 6 seconds.
He's just screaming. Chill out, player.
Hubs or Orphan now. Bat Rider banned out is to protect. Actually, I'm kind of surprised by the Bat Rider ban. I thought that Centaur would have been strong.
Maybe with the
Dire team ban.
you. Got nice. Double duel.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Coconut. Maxed out, it's 80 damage bounce. It also prioritizes heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
I was wondering, you know, about playing a
5
buff.
seconds remaining.
Why is this happening? It always bounces on. You know.
No matter what.
Yeah.
They
Now
changed
it's like that.
the paralyzing cast talent. I think it was 2 more bounces, and they buffed the alternate talent, which was Maledict AOE. So now Maledict AOE is like plus 350 or something. It's wild.
No, plus 80 AOE?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
So the total AOE I think is like 350 or
plus 100.
Yeah, so it's gigantic, but paralyzing cast also feels so good.
You get that one good cast in a team fight,
Oh
you're
my
like,
God.
well,
There's
we're
no
winning
better
that.
feeling.
If they get stuck somehow, you know what's the combo? Like, it doesn't sound too good, but we're actually
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
See Mag
remaining.
RP into
Mag RP into cast? Okay.
I remember the
Radiant
agony.
team
the
win.
bouncing
Yeah, the
Death Ward.
bouncing kills every cask. Problem with the cask is the projectile speeds. I mean,
Yeah.
they go with the Lina, they ban out the Razors. Lifestealers and Trolls are
10 seconds remaining. Team
Yeah, I think
In the spirit.
maybe a better choice for Omega would be Roll, because he matches up nicely. Healer, he got a well against him, not afraid of. One can. I like Troll.
10
They need
seconds
some power
remaining.
damage. Sure.
It's
Sides
versus
actually,
sides.
but I would love.
Remaining.
Why'd they pick Ember into Lina? I feel like Lina would be able to burn off his flame guard pretty easily in lane.
Maybe it's a before Lina, or once again viable.
Oh yeah.
Some buffs to the hero, but pretty much stays the same patch in the way that if you get on top of her, she's gone, right? You have Centaur already with that.
Plus her, yeah. Two heroes. Very nicely cut in the back line. I just don't want to see a core Lina. This is something that I'm talking about for quite some time, you know, where it just falls off so quickly. I don't think it goes for tiny where he yells blah blah, but win.
1 out of 14 times she's or some bad matchup. Razor.
So Arisol gets buffed. You say that that's more of a core position oriented Lina buff as opposed. I mean, obviously it does buff core Lina, but not enough to the point that she's viable.
LSA also got a bit of a buff. The crack talent.
Radiant team
Yeah, as you said, separation is both segments, which it's above the core Lina.
Radiant
Once you get those
like a
damage
four.
items. Lina against 9 is very hard for me. A team
one
who's
you-
gonna win.
Because they're both so good, right? Like us.
Yeah, this looks like a or tiny, I believe. Like they could
10
still play it as a
seconds
core. We
remaining.
have not seen it. Neither Southeast Asian nor
5
but I've heard some
seconds
stories
remaining.
about America, you know, playing it in pubs. 1-1 or build with some
But this is a decent board, Tiny. Playing with Centaur as well, you have the DOS Airlines combination, but you're playing into Lina and Vision. Of course, are extremely throughout the game.
Dire team
Overall, if
down.
you do start with can work. You haven't really.
No,
Nope.
I think he lost all the games.
Yep.
Radiant team.
We had one core Tiny, but it wasn't him that was winning the game. It was that Huskar game.
Skybrat ban.
I think it's more tiny.
Well, versus.
Yeah, the
10 seconds remaining. 5
could
seconds
also be a mid.
remaining.
They're very flexible with their lineup inside of P1. Could be an offlane Void Spirit, could be mid. Most likely it's just got mid Void Spirit, offlane Doom, Witch Doctor Lina 4 and 5, but they could swap
5
things
and 4,
around
yeah.
if needed. Yeah.
Lina and. Problem is
Dire team down.
around that.
Banning out all the spell immune carries, Juggernaut and Lifestealer taken out of the pool.
Oh. Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team
Troll still available.
Yeah, but still, they're the last event.
They think it's tiny.
Yeah. So they they were to pick a support, and they're looking to give something to lane with the Tiny.
10 seconds
Like
remaining.
if they had a different
5 seconds remaining.
more stun, like I'm thinking about Wyvern, something that can split the. Not a big fan of Wyvern duo, but maybe it's a possibility here where you cancel the whole Doom. You also have a Centaur, might be overthinking.
Catch, right? That's why they kind of I read online. Catch and silence. We're looking at feel that's the way.
Where's the Warlock at? Seeing so much Warlock elsewhere.
You have Enchantress.
Because you have Enchantress, like I'm not a big fan. Use supports.
Dire team pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Oh, a lot of the same level fairy.
Strong Dark Willow and Mars and Dark Willow and Scarlet.
Alchemist, choose your hero.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh,
I was thinking about Wyvern, you know, being might say enough back off, but Dark Willow pretty much better. You have stun, you have Bramble Maze.
Shards with hearing and whatnot. Which alchemist. Natural vessel.
Everybody, living things.
We've got pretty good chemistry.
Living
For battle.
I shall honor your name.
Alright, I'm going for Omega. What? Okay, look. There's one heart, one brain, right? Brain says T1, of course. I like the draft quite a bit better, but I'm gonna go for Omega because otherwise Lecoq is gonna win. I can't let him win for free. At least he's gonna fight for it. Same reason why Lizard went for Omega. He doesn't actually think they'll win. What do you think?
Wow. You really think that Lizard just went strictly off prediction kit?
Yes, you're gonna win every time. We're competitors. I mean, you're out of the run, so you can take one.
You guys don't have proof that I didn't pick a winner every single time. I think production's gonna be like, yeah, he did pick the winner on every single one. And
Well, I think production will be like,
they're probably just gonna throw me the win. So now that I have the win guaranteed, it's okay. I just picked the winning team here.
Cheers.
The winning team.
Any.
The team that wins.
You know them.
Yeah. So whatever team wins.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, I called it all on. Yeah.
You're doing a good job with that.
I am.
Realistically, though, letting the analyst take over and not the competitor.
Yeah.
It is a really damn good alchemist. They don't have a whole lot to deal with him in the mid-late game. Like, Tiny is good, you know, but he's gonna be pressured quite a bit by the Doom. The Infernal Blade, of course, scaling on the enemy's max health. It's gonna deal a ton of damage to the Centaur. Who is Tiny? The Doom is gonna be a massive problem for playmakers like Ember.
Right.
Just overall, it's gonna be a very tough game.
I like the we've got chemistry. That's a good line.
Yeah. he's not talking about his teammates, but his little goblin guy.
And his teammates?
Nope. That's not how Dota works.
No, I think it does.
Sir, I'll have to remove you from the scene soon.
Oh. Don't worry, I'll do it myself. Don't have to stress you out. I think this matchup. Usually when we've got, well, we shift over top. All three. Are any of the three lanes really super one side?
Not really. I mean, Alchemist is just supported by Witchmaker because he's going to go into the heal. Just make sure you can farm comfortably till I go 4-5 with the jungle. There is some killing potential. It is a lot of damage with a double edge and the Bramble Mace. Mid lane is a little bit 50-50. Like it's as 50-50 as I can get. Ember, possibly with a very tiny, slight, minuscule advantage. And Flame Guard got a buff in duration. He can't really take it off on the Void Spirit until level 6. Bot lane should just be a very classic farm lane. I don't expect Tiny or Edge to die here. And Doom is just too tanky to die as well. Overall, it should be a not passive game, but a pretty killless game. There will be some pressure, but not too many kills.
Okay, so we'll see if that ends up being the case. You're saying mid is like a 5.1 to a 4.9 advantage.
Yeah. Maybe actually with the Ember buffs, like at 5 now. Because like the 3 seconds on Flame Guard level 1 really make a big difference. That's like an additional how much damage? An additional 75 damage, which is quite a bit, especially level 1.
It's a chunk.
Yep.
I'm excited to see how this Alchemist works out. Seeing Centaur that he's becoming a big thing. Like,
yeah.
A big pick in the off lane. Are we going to see that back to classic Centaur Rubik lane?
There's a possibility. One of the strongest lanes in the game still. It's just Rubik is
not as strong as he used to be.
Not a great hit, right?
Which is crazy with a hero that was so consistently competitive for so long. He doesn't feel like it. Not as much as he used to be, at least.
Yeah, I kind of miss it too. Rubik always adds to hype events, you know? Good spell steal into a good spell usage. Whoa, what's happening? What's that?
The black hole steal or any big, like, spell steal.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cute idea last year, but it kind of showed the weaknesses of Rubik, really.
Yeah.
It's just, if you don't get the right spells, you're not really a hero. You're just lacking an ultimate.
Okay. Just, he doesn't feel like he used to, that's...
Yeah.
And now they've got this Lina on T1. And you guys have the last few days have talked about Lina as a hero in general. Like, you want to see more Lina. What makes Lina that hero that you guys are feeding for?
I mean, I love Lina. I mean, already before the buffs. Now the buffs are quite significant. Mid lane actually. Quite a bit of damage here, but it's
Radiant's middle tower is under
she got Fire Soul buffs, which last 2 seconds longer. AoE, bigger stun, which just came into play here, otherwise it would have missed. So overall, the hero got a lot of buffs, and it's a very strong part 4 hero. Pressure the enemy carry. Maybe not against Enchantress though, who is still the king of the lane. You don't get to block the camp.
Still the queen of the lane, and we'll see what CML can do with Enchantress. We've seen a couple Enchantresses here and there, and sometimes it just feels like Enchantress isn't really doing a lot in terms of damage, more just soaking things up. Avalanche comes out in a Zephyr. Should have the damage to get this kill onto the Lina. The question is it first blood? It is Dino who grabs it.
I say who dies first, and she'll see who dies.
Yeah. The hero in Nature's a 10. It's enough to heal up CML to survive.
Oh, look at him go! Alchemist has no stun. Do they have enough damage to kill the Centaur? Oh, one more! Or Witch Hunter in trouble.
Yeah, now we're trying to turn this around. Shadowrun Strike. He's got it.
That damage, insane damage. Living on the skin of his teeth. Right, skin of his teeth. Not on. Whatever. Not a day to speak, I don't judge. What I said?
Which?
Depends on what you've seen in your life.
We've seen this pretty much all the games. I know it's early in the laning stage, but Omega needs great.
Yeah. However, Alchemist is not shut down at all. Like, he's free farming, he's at the top of the wall, and so is Doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Very well
attack.
for themselves. They really need Ember to cut open those lanes. Alchemist needs to die, Doom needs to die. Ember is the man for the job.
Dire's
all of a sudden, you know, a little bit of damage there. Needs to be a little bit careful mid, though. Back and forth. There you go. Pass comes out, hits onto the Dark Willow, back over to the camp. Not really much doing in terms of securing these kills, although I see that. Combo trying to run forward. He goes up for an avalanche. And the toss, but the LSA is there. They still get the kill on the Cuckoo. Will this be a trade? Tino on the run, and CML just trying to keep Tino alive. He survives with 40 health.
And hence overheating himself as well. But it's powerful enough. Like the stack duration shot. Oh, he has to be careful. Tino's in the back line.
And he's got soaring in 5. Ooh, can they chase him?
So fast though.
Fair. Speed
He got. Oh, that was so close.
Almost had it.
He had him with the avalanche, but only 2 of the ticks. Out of it. Grabbing up the haste.
Fill up that bottle.
That is good weight. Also claritying up, so he just still have a full mana. That I got now picked up on the Centaur. Should be pretty much unkillable, because there's also no melt.
Sentry and spotting. Couple stacks here. Take a good observer, hoping to see if he can get something done with that. Maybe steal those stacks. Cuckoo though. Chase tossed up into the air and he's dead again. Tino, he's having such a good lane.
Having a very good game. The Alchemist though is still pretty unchecked. Sitting at 4 despite the Tiny having such a free game.
Is it enough though? Like if you're gonna have multiple good lanes here for Omega, is just the Alk getting off to an Alk start enough?
Alchemist will need some support from the Void Spirit and the Doom, but that's not going terribly. They're still okay. Like Doom is only 400 behind the Tiny, so it's still alright. But I really like this move from the Ember Spirits. Using this the Alchemist. It's life a little bit harder. We're still though pace to like a minute 10 Battle Fury at this rate. Which is very scary to go up against. Tiny again.
Damage. Forced to use that stampede. While that's happening, bottom. Zephyr dead and another kill there for Tino.
It's just so easy. Ench slows him, he runs up, avalanche cost, gone. Too much damage.
5-0.
5-0.
Timo and I haven't gotten anything yet.
Gold lead still in favor of Dire. Because
that's also the out. True. Doom is not nearly as high. He's only got 3,000 gold.
It's the only. His death count is pretty damn high.
Double damage!
And they stole the rune away from the Ember. Probably gonna have some words there for him.
What are you doing, mate? Is that what Ench sounds like?
No, but Ember.
Okay. Is everybody bristle just with their normal hero sounds?
Yeah. Of course, that's how it goes. Once a bristle, always a bristle. Let's try to top tower a bit. Alchemist 600 gold. That already is gonna be their last battle for me.
Yeah, they need to slow down 23 a little bit. Did a good job in the other lanes. Just need to be able to secure.
They don't have the greatest hero for it, though.
Yeah.
They have no burst damage.
Might be in trouble. LSA avoided, moving forward, and they've got the Bramble Maze. Now they have the control. Zephyr, Shadowstruck, and Kill. Will join Yugi's grandfather in the Shadow Realm.
The Shadow Realm he goes. We have seen this so many times, though.
He's just walking up. Aether Remnant, Searing Chains, eats the Shockwave. Carl now on the run. CML's coming over. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's taking Tino as well. I mean, they've got the slow on the Carl. He might be dead here. They're gonna run after him. They've got the Searing Chains and the Shockwave again. They kill off Tino.
They're getting completely run over.
Run flat.
8-0 now. Okay, like if the game goes like this, maybe Alchemist. Nah, I say that I've seen way too many times where Alchemist doesn't contest it at all for 20 minutes and just takes over the game. They will need to eventually address this Alchemist. 400 away from his Battle Fury. Too fast. They at least need to limit the space they can farm. They put a good ward into the triangle. They need to do. Oh, he got doomed on the Ember.
Oh no. Can they kill him? Get killed? They're trying to get one, they're trying to get something, but they can't catch up to him. They look to throw a cast, but Whitemon, he's just out of range.
The new jungle path saved him there. Like he couldn't use his Chrono Blade to eat through, but you don't need to anymore in the new patch.
And he just TP's away?
Just TP home. And there's still a remnant in his lane. Okay, it's a wasted Doom, a wasted opportunity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Battle Fury though. Be online.
If you think you get a kill, you're looking to the tier 1 and shut down the map. You've got the Battle Fury, yes, but you might not be able to do much with it if they didn't continue to shut you down. Oh, gets away, Aether locks him up. 23 comes in, he doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. So, let's see what they're going to do with this. They've got themselves the Maledict as well as the cast coming through onto this Ember.
Move for 23, he knows that he needs to at least try to keep the map. But they still lose the mid tower, unfortunate. But he also wants to transition to the ancient area anyways. I would say another 10-11 minutes of uncontested free time with the Alchemist should be up.
Could be. CML first on board for T1. A lot of damage being done to Whitemon. They've got a Remnant. They'll take out Whitemon.
They're playing so well here. Ember dodging Light Stride arrays like it's nothing. Like
yeah, really making it look simple.
Yep. The slide, the remnants, has a lot of tools to play around with. So what did the Tiny go for? He actually went straight for Blink as a carry Tiny. Interesting. Usually we see like Saint Yasha into more of a right build, like Echo Saber.
I don't know if I hate that. And I'll tell you, the only reason I think they've cut down the map. They've got mid, they've got top, they took out the tier 1s, they want to shut down and close the map. They need someone to jump on the Alchemist.
Sure.
Now they do it with the Ember, but they could have a little bit more that might work out for them. Whitemon just gets destroyed
So
there.
easy.
Shanks has got a lot of damage with that Shadow Realm Strike.
I don't hate it either because there's a lot of food on the map right now.
Right.
The Witcher does, the Lina the food. Not as much, but the Lina is on much.
And we'll get that kill. And that's, the investment.
Yeah.
The blink ends up being an investment if you can use it right. Sometimes we see these tinies, they get the blink and they can't do anything because of their timing with it. But maybe here he can.
Alchemist.
In trouble. Damage coming in. Oh my god, Bedlam!
Where the hell the team jacks?
Supports!
Thank you very much. Oh my god.
Alright, I knew that Dark Widow did a lot of damage, but not that much.
Hey, single target on Bedlam level 1 is a lot of damage.
How much damage is it per? 75? And you get how many? 4 per. Okay, that's a ton of damage. That is literally 1500 damage right there. Okay, makes sense. Balance.
Yeah.
You were about to call me out, dude. I was looking at you.
I was doing the math in my head just to make sure.
Yep.
I can't calculate as fast as I can. And now they're going to get potentially another tier 1 over bottom. So you're really closing up the map on the Alchemist.
Doom is going straight into the Solar Crest. They haven't gotten the kill with Doom yet. Only 1 kill on the end so far. That's all they've got. Almost perfect, flawless game here from Omega.
You have the gratitude.
That's what they need. They're going to smoke on T1.
Scary looking team, to be honest. They're very aggressive.
Yeah.
Excuse me. A little hiccup there.
Dark Willow. Not the one that they want to go after.
I don't want to go through the top tower, though. The Centaur should be a casualty. Potentially.
Yes, bounces. Just on the enchantment. They're trying to use that ult to go after Mac.
Run away.
And now they'll just TP out Sam H.
And out. Just the edge again. 42 top towers. The trade they'll take it. They're sweet.
For sure.
Now they lose bot tower as well. Tiny's taking that. Getting more off the map. Alchemist, how is he looking? Finished Sage. Straight done with the Saint Yasha. Or the Yasha, rather.
But it's 2k lead for Omega.
Alchemist won't be able to do this alone. And Ember is also not the most fun.
Kuku might be in trouble.
He doesn't expect
So Searing Chains, Rainbow Maze with a Shadow Realm Strike, and they'll run it back and forth this kill. Almost a miscalculation.
He's going for the Desolate on Ember's conversions. Pure physical damage. Goes very well together with the Tiny, of course, who's also all physical at some
And he
point.
got the Echo Saber, so Tiny's timing on Link to Echo was pretty good.
Yeah. He got a lot of kills, a lot of farm efficiency because of it.
He's 6-0-1.
Now that they want to try to bully the Alchemist out of his own jungle. Yasha completed. He's saving great to have right now here on 2-1. Void Spirit has no game. Well, as I said, he has a vessel completed. If they guys get a good initiation with that, there's a lot of damage coming out.
It's got to be perfect though.
Game is looking for T1, but nowhere near winning.
Oh, for sure. They went out. Come back.
Yeah.
for sure.
Void Spirit Curse for now. It's going to be able to strike. It's not going to be enough damage just yet. They're looking for the ulti coming through from Whitemon, and it just doesn't feel like enough. Use that Doom that's out onto the Centaur. They're continuing to try and chase. CML's coming over to help him out. They also have Mount Magic, so LSA Laguna Blade, that's dude, kills off CML, but they try themselves to terrorize, and now they're feared away. They look over the Void Spirit, they'll take out Carl, toss him in the air, stop it, it's not going to be enough to survive. They kill off the Alchemist, they look over, except for they should be able to get the lead, and they will. 3 heroes dead, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Sam H, you sure alright, you are stomping on them. Cuckoo on the run, but the first round will pop eventually. Whitemon's in the tricks. Get caught, and if he gets caught, this will be a full team line. Triple kill for Tino, he's not godlike.
Okay, the fight started off really silly. He used the Doom on Centaur, he walked into the river with the Ocean Heart sitting at like 35 health region, taking no damage whatsoever, and without that Doom, they have no control for this Ember Spirit, just going rampant in this team fight. Same as the Tiny, just too much damage in the back lines. Even Alchemist gets taken out. Just look at this, he's healing through the Doom. What is happening? Then the backline, they focus all the attention on Ench, they kill him with a Guna. Sure. Terrorize, good initiation from Final 3. Gone.
She's all 3 of their kills.
Yep.
And then go for the Void Spirit. Toss him in the air. Dead again. Carl gone. Maxed him.
Man, 5k ahead, not 1.
Yep.
Even Game 2 you could say they were arguably crushing them. Was a nice comeback from T1.
Sleight of Fist here. James. You're caught. You're killed. Zephyr. Run, hide, try to get out of there, but there's no chance.
That's who now picked up on Ember Spirit. If you died fast before, now you're dying just that much faster. And Alchemist has no armor on yet. He's gonna... Oh, he's pretty damn close to it.
This is rough. And a tier 2 is gonna go down. I think they did what ended up working. Let the Alchemist get his battle period, but we sweeped the map. We've destroyed the other 2 lanes.
They caught Alchemist again?
20 kills! Yeah, they have the Alch. They've got Jedi, they have Venom ready. I mean, the Bramble is Venom right on top of solo target. Like you said, it's a bunch of damage, and 23's dead again.
The only saving grace they had was him. He now died for the 3rd time. I don't know if there's any saving this.
You're not going to get more space. Towers don't come back. You're not going to get that security back.
Wow, 1 slide, half health gone from Witch Doctor.
There's another slide. And they've got the avalanche, they have the toss, they're in trouble. Cass comes out, not the damage. There's no chance he survives.
There's no corrosion damage. There's no corrosion plus Tiny on a tower that can take it so fast. Experience the defenders. And taking a lot of damage, you know. But no. Mine's almost corrosion 3, right? Yeah. That's so 9. 90 hits.
Pretty good chemistry.
Your anger is useless.
There'll be a lot of damage coming out. Your anger is useless here, says Carl. I think they're pretty happy right now.
Stomped.
I doubt it's anger. Stomped, yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It is the score, though.
Reversed.
Reversed.
Back.
Don't tell anybody.
Solo kill and...
The level 1 you can solo kill anybody. It's so much damage.
Like this Doom, Solar Crest, sure. But that's not gonna help you with magic damage. I like how this he's just selling himself every time. I'm here, go on me. My team is nowhere near around. Debated it.
Avalanche toss, stampede you. A kill here on a Carl Astro step away. That's a second one. He just escapes, but they're gonna right before we'll go for 10 again. They comes in, but it's not good enough to get the kill on the right one. Now they'll over that. Set for God to the left side. Over Cuckoo. Terrorizing Zine. Alright, they've taken out back. They get something from this, and I think that coming back is enough to send Omega back towards their end of the map.
Actually, not a bad trade at all. Like, the position they're in, losing 2 supports for 1, a very important Ember kill, is very well worth it. Now Alchemist getting more space to farm. Already has the Wing Taker going straight into the BKB. Once he has that, it's going to be quite a bit more difficult for Omega to take fights. Not all is lost. What you want, it's just damn dark.
I just think the problem is, like, yeah, he's going to have that BKB, but you just kill what's around him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They did get Doom onto the Ember, and you can see a doomed Ember still dies.
True. But now, to take advantage of that and go fight now.
Yeah, for sure. 90 seconds cooldown, you definitely want to squeeze them out now.
We'll have to see.
White one, double fluffy head, separate fluffy head clone. They're all trying to tank up. His physical damage Ember build is really doing a lot of work this game. They have so little armor on the Dire team. Almost everybody's going to negative.
Ags next for the Ember.
Okay. 808 on this Dark Willow. Now level 14 soon.
Well, I don't know if you remember, well, you probably do. When it first came out, the Bedouin was so strong.
Yeah, they're like 100 per hit or something.
There's something crazy.
Yeah.
You
And it was
can
also
still kill
5
anybody.
times per second, not 4.
I think so, yeah. It was, I mean, even now, like, that feels so strong.
It is. Boom. Pushing out the lane, has to be careful. They're smoked up on his trail. They found him.
Okay. And they're right on top of him. Throwing chain, sleight of fist, blink, stun,
They just make it look so easy.
0 and 9. Thanks. He's got my vote for MVP right
What
now.
about Pino? 1006?
I'm a support cat.
Oh, you can't be biased though. I think. Well, double MVP, yes.
Did you do that?
Tiny
Is that over again?
Radiant's top tower is
Be
under
kidding?
attack.
Want me to do the shot next? I like that. Did it catch him?
Oh, shit!
Barely.
And he's got the terrorize. He's ready to kill off Carl. Does he make the jump away? No. Max got it.
He's going bottom all by himself. They're debating him. He has a BKB. There you have to kill him. He's fine.
Fake eye.
The new talent is actually so good. Plus 15% tree review damage bonus. It's 15% again. Just like the cooldown reduction on the sniper. He likes the 15s.
Common use 15.
1 in 10 and 20? I feel like people like rounds now though. More.
Well, and then he's also got 15% status.
Yeah. Well, this Roshan is gone. Atlan is running Roshan with all minus armor as well. Gonna give it to the Tiny. His 3 transition. His unlimited 3 grab hits. The old Agon is basically for a third of the price. Why not? That's fair. Good bargain.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Good
under
market.
attack.
Searing chains.
Yeah, he's close to dying. He's fine. He lost 200 health. Good effort.
He's healing. Mount it. It'll tick. Did nothing. Like,
Didn't it?
it didn't even. It didn't hurt.
It cancelled the shield at the very end. I'm got slowed down by 1 second.
You're so far ahead.
It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
Shot time. Up. Getting tough back.
Don't see Ship able to get a pull off, but now Pablo steps up a little far. Skeleton's a little shredder.
He's in, it is so much. Radix, he's actually going to find the opportunity to turn. He's in with the Remnant, and the pulse on to Zibek. Won't be able to continue to chase. The TP coming in as well from Era, so there's backup. Got the setup.
Okay.
Red Fire Blast and the cookie. It's not enough damage though. Radix will be fine.
Treasures.
Era TP's up, so they haven't quite spotted that yet, but that means Chessie's going to be alone down bottom. Going to be tough for him whenever that wave does start pushing into the side of Team Bald. And yeah, he's stuck up here for the next few moments, so he might have to actually look to play around mid as well. He's going to do something around this area because of that time wasted.
CS on the bottom lane continues to look very, very nice here for Gore.
Yeah.
16 for 3.
I like that he rushed boots.
Yep.
Just a straight wand. It's very good versus Tiger. It's so valuable on Necro. And just straight boots. In case the Earth Spirit comes with anything like this, you can also just bully. It's all looking really good for Team Ball down here.
Oh, super flame for Chessie to play into.
Yeah.
As he's sitting very low HP. I see mid lane. A bit of a dive coming onto Excalibur, but TP comes in. Arrow and Supreme won't be able to push any further in. Salves at the ready. Excalibur's going to be able to stick about.
Oh, we might actually have to... Okay, he doesn't have to stop, but he's going to be really low mana, so they could make a play on him. Supreme will be able to secure the bottom rune. They also will get the top one onto Era, so he's full stored up.
And getting some good stacks going there. It looks a bit weird, actually. I thought they were going to get that stack again, but apparently a little too slow on it.
Yeah, was that... He used the stroke, I guess, to stack it, because they're damaged a little bit, it looks like. I guess that must have...
Yeah, it's just... It looked like he had pulled them all the way out of the camp when the 4-minute hit, but I guess he didn't. Must have just been a little too slow on it. Still though, trying to prepare these stacks for Excalibur, who is, as you said earlier, is doing a fine time in the lane. Supreme's got a little bit of a lead, but Lina, strong laner, you're going to expect that a bit, so Excalibur's not going to be too fussed with what he's finding mid. He's going to be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Supreme did go double null, so he's all of that. All of that lane. I really want to dominate it, so...
Gonna try and make the jump onto Pablo. They go with a cookie, and it's a lot of damage onto Pablo. Pablo popping the Fairy Fire, but the physical damage too much. They will manage to bring down the Grim Stroke. Radix will be fine though.
Oh, Jibe actually puts a point in the Scatter Blast. So we've seen, every other time that I've seen it so far, it's been 2 points in Shredder. You ignore the Scatter Blast, but later on, a little bit of a difference. I really like the initial. I think it's something really gonna the time. It scales insanely. That level 3 scale up is crazy. It's the attack range you get. Era is stalking mid, just sapping that experience from Excalibur. He has Earn Charges, which is really nice. He actually got it so early on. A little bit of extra damage. They might be able to get some extra kills. As top, they're actually bringing the Brewmaster. Gork's like, leave me alone. I'm almost 6 down here. I'm crushing this tide. You guys can start playing a tri-lane.
All right, and I mean, it makes sense. So top, they will miss the initiation there with the Remnant. So won't get the setup for the Inkswell, but yeah, Gorg under no pressure whatsoever when he's been left like this in the 1v1. And
to me, the Brew is going to be extremely low level.
Sure.
He just moved top. He's level 2. It's going to take him quite a long time to get that 6. But they actually run into Era. Supreme is here as well.
Look at this. 5 up, looking pretty dead.
Very dead. 2 little Shredder online now at level 4.
Yeah, Gorg now.
Okay, he's just got, since it's it's kind of greedy coming out from T-Bald with the Medusa and with their long cooldown ultimates and stuff like that. It's gonna be really hard for T-Bald to ever pressure towers. Charlie's just queuing Radiance. I didn't even think about queuing up the armlet first.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
full greed.
Yeah, that's the standard that we have been seeing. Pretty much armlet every time, but trying to skip that completely. So if he's able to get away with it, or if the pressure's going to be a little too much earlier for him to try for that straight naked 3800 relic builder.
Make it versus the Radiance is going to be great. Radix.
You cannot try.
Yeah, this time, no struggle controlling the Void Spirit still whilst he's at this level 5.
Oh, and this is it. Like the skeletons and the liver shredders.
Yeah,
that is just ridiculous. It really is. They do so much.
Any sort of stun that allows you to just a 1 round of attacks from the skeletons is a kill, and the chicken fighters, they're not slowing down on this top half of the map. They get Supreme involved, they take down both Ivo and Pablo. Yeah, they are. They'll definitely lose the large camp here. Ancient's a little tougher for the team to take, so Chicken Fighters might not be able to do too much about that one that's been prepared for Excalibur.
Great play from the support so far on the study. Just getting super involved. Jibe, all 5 kills he's involved in. Same thing for Era. Continuing to just apply this pressure here with these earn charges. And yeah, it's tough for Team Ball to counter it.
Oh, he wants to try for the kill here, but it's not enough damage. Era's away, and he's gonna live there. An unfortunate ninth attempt there from Gorg. Didn't do the maths.
Oof. That's gotta feel brutal. The first time you leave that bottom lane, now Chessie's able to step forward. He's gonna get the lane chop. He's coming down too. First rotation from it, or not successful. And look at this ward coverage on multiple Chicken Fighters. 4 sentries placed in the enemy triangle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely understandable against the Dusa. We'll see that again. You know, Gorg, yeah, as you said, he'd already over here, so desperately looking for some action. Tries it here onto Era. I mean, it doesn't of course get the initial burst. Overall, Era does fall incredibly low. Alex end up going 20 HP or so. But he's out alive. Gorg won't get the kill, but with the movement up to top, he is now able to put pressure onto the top tier 1 with Radzik. So Team Ball should be able to take this tower here pretty early, 9 minutes in.
Pretty grim when you're throwing your first ultimate usage doesn't work out, right? Because your hard carry's playing in the mid lane. You're playing as a lane making safe laner, and the first one is not the most successful. So Charlie, he doesn't have to rely on anything. He's breaking, he's gonna fast, and I mean, Lita's just getting so many buffs. I'm actually I'm a bit worried for Gorg. I'll be 100% honest with you. Sure, he's got a hood. He's going for that Yules.
He's tanky.
There's so much magic damage and control that's coming out from it. Dynamite.
Sure, and there's a lot of stuns. There is a silence from the Earth Spirit, so if they are ever able to catch him before he gets the shroud off, the physical damage from this Wraith King Snapfire and even the Lina, you know, it is going to tear through him. So he's got to be careful early on in this game. It's not easy for him.
And Necro is still, sure, you've got buffs, you're a little bit speedier, you're a pretty immobile hero. Your Snapfire ult overall in the game just devastates you at all stages.
In the mid, the opening onto Radzik, Supreme with the follow-up, Laguna's up, all with the stick charges and the dissimulate Radzik, he's out to the side and he's away. Radzik will live.
You have the gratitude of the void.
T-Ball has to just play all as a unit here right now rather than Medusa. He does have Dragonlance stun, so decent timing, but they're Brew, as we said. He needs recovery time. He had to go top, he left the bottom lane completely, no pull, so he's level 4, and get his levels to actually do something in the fights, because right now he's going to be pretty useless, as most of the heroes are starting to get their level 6.
Charlie actually able to step in and take Gorg's courier that was hovering around the secret shop, I believe, waiting for the Void Stone purchase, so a little bit of a setback there for Gorg. As that is the recipe of the Yules out for a minute and a half or so.
Still getting decent farm. Excalibur still hasn't died. That's probably the biggest thing that I'm seeing.
Oh, mid-Gorg! Era, he's able to find the jump. Gorg trying to clean up the middle lane, but as you say, they've got the damage. The tips kept coming out in full force there from Chicken Fighters.
I don't know how you actually play versus Snapfire as Necro. It's a ball game. Unless you have like the Void Spirit always, or the Blue Master getting into the backline and stopping that ult, I feel like Necro just dies to kisses in every single one stun. You're just dead.
Sure. Like how do you push a lane? Because I feel like that's what Gorg wants to be doing, right? He's trying to open up the map, take the focus away from Excalibur's Medusa, but it's very hard to do so in a way that doesn't leave him very vulnerable to Chicken Fighters getting the kill.
See what they're doing. Okay, they got the 6. Supreme is very forward at the moment. Let's see if they can catch him.
They got the combo here, jumping in with the X-Force done. They're straight in onto Supreme. They'll bring him down. That's the Lina gone now. They'll try and move over with the Primal Split towards Era. Hanky here is the Spirit. He's going to be able to roll his way back out. Another stun comes in from 5, 2 out. Chicken Fighters as Team Ball make the moves.
Pretty good. I don't think they should go for this.
Very thick. They got the damage. They do have the sight available. They can get him right up. Gorg's looking for his able to get it in time. Stops the Ravage and gets the kill as Gorg slams down the side. He's leading them forward towards Zibe as well. You're going to have any catch in? No, they don't want to dive any further. But smooth moves, and this time Gorg finds the kill.
I thought I actually think they could go over He had 10 stick charges, but he was dead either way. Just all that, everything being thrown at him. I'm actually surprised. Wasn't enough to push him over. He held the Ravage for a second longer. So they will have it when he does respawn, but nice hit, team ball. As soon as they get that 5 on Brew, they get big action going.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, we're having to sort of have this time and space for 5 up to catch up on the levels, and even though it comes a little later than your usual Brew, level 6, still having fantastic impact with the first play.
Yeah, no downtime. Immediately after they didn't get the tower, unfortunate because that's that type of play. They go back up, they stack Ancients, there's no downtime. Caliber's going to be able to keep farming, getting his item temps at a pretty solid time, and yeah, it's looking pretty good for them at the moment. Charlotte is having this free time. Of course, he does have that relic, he'll have that very good time, but...
I mean, I feel like we do see some Wraith King against Dusa quite a few times now. I mean, how do you feel it usually tends fair as the game goes on?
Because what we saw it yesterday even too, right? The Wraith King overall dominated, but that was the Medusa that had no space on the map whatsoever. This one, Medusa has a lot of space, so it's a good matchup. It can definitely be a good matchup of what he's up against. There's just a lot of stuns, and there's some ways of moving the positioning. As Earth Spirit, I feel like can do some fun stuff to where you think you're in a really defensive spot, it can change things very quickly, and that's where Wraith King can actually thrive. But this is really good right now for Team Bald. If they just keep this up, they get like 1 or 2 more items on the Medusa, they can force a fight around Roche, and then they have this overwhelming team fight, the Brew Split, the Stone Gaze, and everything. That can come for chicken fighters and actually contest them.
And also that game we did see with the Wraith King against Medusa was a situation where we had the Medusa going for Manta and BKB as the first 2 items. Do you think we're going to see that here from Excalibur, or he's not going to get BKB seconds?
No, definitely not.
What are you thinking, a Manta Skadi, or what sounds good this game for him?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think that's Scotty. Looks fine. He does want to tank up. There's so much control. He does want to actually, if he needs to actually go for to get damage item in between. I think he can just go survivability. That sounds fine.
Yeah. 4 to 6 here, 15 minutes. Rather low kill game, but definitely something that both carries are going to be happy with. You say, the straight Radiance Rush on the Wraith King, Excalibur on the Medusa. Both very happy to spend time hitting the creeps.
These next fights that are going to kick off could immediately lead to a Roche. Like, whoever wins the next fight, Roche is going to die so quickly. Sure, if the Radiant Draft doesn't kill it as fast, they're going to have to whittle it slowly with that Medusa and stuff like that, but dire. If Chicken Fighters wins a fight, they've got Medallion, they've got the Little Shredder, they've got the Dutch, and this Roche will die so quick. So, probably the next big area that we're going to be looking at sets up what? Who gets a big initiation? A lot of it is going to be watching Hera, in particular, to see how he gets these big silences off versus Spirit Proof. But they're actually looking at it.
Oh, they're going to find Sibay. Straight away, no hesitation from Magic as he jumps in onto the snap. Sibay still alive, but the Phantom Embrace is on him, and will be enough damage to finish him off. Gorg getting focused. Ravage comes out. Gorg was out with the Shroud off in time. Stun for the Light Strike comes crashing down onto Gorg. Aaron's in with the stone control. Gorg still alive, though. Another heal comes out, but the kisses are coming in from the side. They've got to run, Team Bold, and they can't. 3 dead, and now with the split still up, 5 ups trying to escape, but they'll find him as well with the chase.
That actually worked out perfect for them. That's right outside the Roche. Charlie just GG'd. They were split. Excalibur went left side. He went right side. They took up. Well, feel that snap.
They did.
Comes in towards the end, but it was over. Chassis got a beautiful wrap around and just devastated the fight with that Ravage.
Yeah, that's always going to be a bit of a risk to commit into the high ground. And Snap, one of the tankier heroes as a support. Takes a little too long to kill. Perfect silence as Hera just sets up the turnaround. Chessie comes in from an angle that they're not quite prepared for, and as we're seeing, Gorg as this Necrophos, he isn't unkillable. They can bring him down.
Angle of approach just seemed forced. The way they're walking up that high ground. This is like the death situation, the death spot. This is a trap usually. Excalibur went the right way, but the rest of his team gets caught. And dodge.
C5 was actually trying to walk back in on that, but again, they've got to be careful, Team Bold, how they approach these fights from the low ground.
And just like that, so much changes though. Like we were mentioning, the Roche is going to be that big one, and it literally just gets handed to Chicken Fighter right outside when they take the fight. 50 seconds until Ravage is going to be back online. They're probably still looking to be active. Supreme is a little bit low on mana though, so he can't actually meet with his team over there on the left. Maybe just chilling out a little.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
How's the farm looking on Excalibur? Manta and Aghanim's coming out as the next item, Fox. What do you reckon about this one?
I don't know, actually. It's a little weird. Shutters.
Meant for more.
Okay.
New treasures.
Alright.
I
mean, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah? Okay.
Takes the 20 talent with the snake cooldown too, which I was checking.
Some good talents.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Apparently the snake cooldown talent actually has better win rate than the stone gazer card. Yeah. So, hey.
Yeah.
Maybe also have the combo of with your cold-blooded. Maybe he'll look for something like that. There's, what, 1, 2, 3 targeted spells? Maybe.
Oh, C5 up. He's getting jumped in by Zibe and Aristotle comes in. There's going to be the backup from Ragic trying to buy time for the ult to come out, but he can get taken down by the Gush. Soulbind setting up on the two of them, but there's 4 heroes here of Chicken Fighters, and Jesse's going to drop the Ravage, secure the kill hit onto Ragix, making sure that there's no chance for Team Malta to fight back into this.
Chicken Fighter's just getting the better positioning and just much more ready for the fights. The ball is starting to fall apart a little bit here. Still decently farmed, but as you said, he can't act as your necrophos that usually is like on the front line. You can't kill me or anything. That he dies. He'll die in no time. So all these heroes are just super easy to kill now. There's just so much control and so much damage that Chicken Fighters have to work with. And the front line is just, it's really lackluster for Team Valve at this point. Your Medusa is your front line, but she doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to be into these fights. She wants to go far more.
Yeah, nice. Everyone wants to at least have this Axe done. Ideally, but
I mean, thinking like that's gonna be damage.
It's gonna be maybe a little bit annoying to push into.
Yeah.
But as you said, well, you're just gonna get momentarily stoned and then probably carry on with whatever you were doing before.
Yeah. And they also can just itemize it. Supreme already has beat.
Sure.
He's not really worried about that as much. Maybe something people are doing in pubs and stuff that I haven't gotten to. I didn't get to see that much Medusas in pubs. I saw a few, but I saw just a lot of just normal. Just Manta Dragonlance +1. I didn't see the Aghanims that I remember.
No, I mean, so it was one of the things that did get buffed in 7.29. You know, now the initial base duration of the stone with the first hit of the snake is 1.5 rather than 1. Scale's a little less, but obviously having that much of a jump up on the initial one is definitely a buff overall.
Didn't she get nerfed slightly in the last patch in 0.2b? I think she lost some int. I think she lost like 0.2 or 0.3 int.
I mean, we'll see what sort of magic Steve's able to pull out on this.
Yeah, we'll see.
Because obviously he's got a plan. It's a little different to the you may have been seeing at the other games. This is maybe in pubs. This is something that's coming into popularity.
We got his work cut out for this game. Like Gork has been fully countered. Ragix has had no game on this Void Spirit, so it's really gonna be Excalibur versus the world. And I don't know. I'm not really feeling that this Aghanim is gonna be.
He's got it done.
Perhaps I'm wrong.
So let's see what sort of impact it has in the fight. It's time for the high ground offense begins. Soulbind's out. Look at the silent sound of the two of them. We're trying to step in. Too much else to come up with the Soulbind, unfortunately.
The first thing. Fighters probably happy with what they've done here. Forced everybody back to base. They've got a Solar Crest now finished up on their 5 Snapfire. Good. Well, trying to smoke out, trying to surprise. They can still insta-kill a hero if they get the full combination. Lena's still going to be a bit tough because she has the BKB, but most other ones they could still pop. And it really feels like they need to remove a hero from the
They're going to try and set things up on Lena, but Ravage is available. Chesney's going to pop it immediately, catching the forward of the turn. They burst down Ragix. Ragix is gone. Pablo having a run. Gorg looking for a target, but the BKB's up on Supreme. Excalibur pops the Stone Gaze, but Chicken Fighters they're able to kite it out, wait out at the side. Buyback will come out from Ragic. Chessie continuing to chase down Pablo with the anchor smash. The gun, but holding him back long enough to keep him in range of Gold to get the side down, but Chessie is still alive. Ragic's trying to finish him off, but he is so big and tanky. Chessie finally gets burst down. Bring him down. Can they find anything more though? Team Bowl. Zero crashes into the middle of the ball, gets the silence down.